Hey everybody, quick shot here looking back at Europe's match history. Any standout games that shaped what the LEC is today.
And as we get on into the draft, Mad Lions on the blue side once again. They've actually played the majority of their games on blue side, 5 of their 7 so far. And I do expect we'll see Fnatic consistently going for this Twisted Fate Corki Zeri ban on red. Kind of have to do it on 12.2.
Yeah, I think Mad Lions might take away things like the LeBlanc away from Humanoid, but I think Zeri is a good ban. Thresh is also a good ban on red side. They could also ban away Lee Sin if they want to kind of deny this first pick. I think Lee Sin's been quite high priority. There's the LeBlanc ban coming out against Humanoid.
Do you think you can ignore Corki Zeri here for your bans if you're Fnatic? Can you give Mad Lions Corki? And they're actually either going to give them Corki or Zeri by banning out the Jace.
Yeah, Reeker has played one game, of course, Corki, so it's expected that Mad Lions will first pick it away. I think Humanoid will probably pick a lane-dominant champ into it, and the lane-dominant champs into Corki are just mages. He's played Victor, he's played Orianna, he's played Azir. That's probably what he's going to lean towards. Thresh still open, Zeri still open, Corki still open, even Renekton is up. Both these top laners happy to play it as well. So I think a lot of power picks are going to slip through this draft. With the Orianna ban, I do think it's going to be a Corki first pick if they're denying one of Humanoid's mages.
Well, it's Corki or Zeri, isn't it, right now? Fnatic have to choose. Pick your poison, pick the champion you're going to play into. You can see Mad Lions discussing where they're going to go with the draft after that first pick, you'd assume. Fnatic having a moment to think about who do we remove. Diana ban. So you leave them both open.
Are we going to get Zeri? Are we going to get it? Please pick it. One of these teams. Yeah! Zeri first pick. Yes! Okay, so what does Fnatic answer with it? They're going to take Corki, Renekton, Lee Sin, Thresh, Aphelios. There's so many power picks open. Lee Sin, Xin Zhao, the jungle matches I'm looking up here. I think Zeri needs some kind of enchanter support next to her. Yuumi, Lulu, something like this. It's blind pick.
It's amazing. I love it so much. Aphelios immediately hovered here by Fnatic. Aphelios, Lulu would be a good combination. Maybe even look for something a bit more aggressive. You know, Aphelios Nautilus, Aphelios Thresh in the bottom lane.
I don't want to see Hylissang on any enchanters. I saw his Nami. I want to see him on more engaged tools or Zilean engaged tool. Rakan is also a big priority. Maybe they want to take away Yuumi from the Zeri, but that does give them Lulu anyway.
I quite like the Thresh pick because what it does mean is when you play into an enchanter in the bot lane, you have the option of scaling alongside them or saying, we're going to go and we're going to try and kill you often in that bottom lane. And that's Hylissang's mentality. So Mad Lions here have to think, you want Zeri with an enchanter really, but can you risk losing to Hylissang in lane?
Can you risk doing so? But I think it's going to have to be a Lulu or a Yuumi for the Zeri. Do they want to pick it now? Because if they don't, it might get banned away on 4-5. There's the Yuumi. So are they going to pick jungle here? It would make sense. Doesn't really make much sense picking solo lane unless you want to go Corki. Or Gwen for Armut could be a good blind. It's locked in. Does Wunder answer top here? God, this draft, everything is open. Anything is open. Gragas could be good here for Wunder. They could also just pick up Corki for Humanoid and then give another 2 mid lane bans to free him up against Reeker if they want to do so. Lee Sin could be a good pick. Ban away Jarvan, ban away Xin Zhao, all these champions that can do well in the team comp of Mad Lions.
And this is always what happens when you have a few power picks get through the draft. Things open up so much more. Corki all the way through first phase, not picked not banned out yet, and there's the Xin locked in for Fnatic.
And that's why we're seeing these drafts go very slowly here, because teams are thinking in their head, if we pick this and this, they're going to pick that, so we can pick this. You know, it's kind of like thinking 2 steps ahead. Yes, you can know what you're picking now, but what are you picking later when they pick the things that you don't? So, jungle AD support picked up here for Fnatic. Top lane, expected, could be a flex for Elyoya. And likely bot lane, again, the Zeri could go top. We have seen some Zeri tops float around solo queue. Ryze taken off the board from Fnatic. Still a lot of mid laners up.
The question is, where do you want to ban out Mad Lions? As you say, could look towards getting rid of some of those top lane picks for Wunder. Of course, Janna, Smite, top lane is still an option, something we have seen in the LVP this split.
And I don't want to be that guy, but I think Fnatic's draft has kind of been spelled out already. I'm kind of expecting some kind of Victor on 4, or Gragas on 4, and then a Victor 5 pick. Something along those lines would be standard classic Fnatic. The only question I have for Mad Lions is, what mid are you picking if Corki gets taken away? What is Reeker going to pick with Gwen? Is the Gwen going jungle? Where's the Zeri going? I have a lot of questions around Mad Lions, but I think Fnatic have to answer those questions, and I think they're going to stick to comfort.
And part of it depends on if Fnatic decide to go Gragas into Victor or Victor into Gragas for these final 2 picks. You know, Victor into utility top, because if they don't pick Victor first, Mad Lions then have the option to immediately lock that Victor for themselves.
I really do think a Corki pick on 4 here for Fnatic is, you're crazy not to go for it, aren't you? With this many mid bans, the only real answer up is
So you leave
Victor.
both Corki Victor up, and like Fnatic take the Corki, or the Victor, you take the opposite one,
exactly.
Right?
I think picking mid here on 4 just gives you more information as to where these champs are going. Is Gwen going top? Is she going jungle? What's Zeri doing? I think picking mid here is safe. Corki banned away.
So
Maybe
Victor
it's just a
has to
Victor
be.
on 4 here. There's so many mid bans. I think they're crazy if they don't do it.
I agree with you, K-Drop. Victor spelled out, suits Fnatic's playstyle as well.
And if it's classic Mad Lions, that Gwen's going top, so Fnatic's probably going to last pick a Gragas unless they completely throw us off here and pick something like Jace, Yasuo, I don't know, and then have Gwen jungle.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're just going to have to go for stock standard. But my biggest question is mid lane. What do you match into this Victor?
Well, so far, we've only seen Rika on Victor, Yasuo, Corki, and Ryze. Ryze banned away.
Renekton.
Victor removed,
Gwen
Corki
jungle.
taken away. As you say, Renekton top lane does imply Gwen jungle, and Mad Lions taking their time around that final pick. Of course, they still have to pick it here before they see Fnatic's last lock.
That allows Wunder a lot of options. You know, he can go Gragas into Renekton, he can go Volibear into Renekton, Gnar. All these kind of things are absolutely fine. So I think some kind of safe top laner here, play for bot for Fnatic is standard. And that could also be a Renekton mid. So, are we going to get Jace here, or are we going to get a mid laner?
So when I'm looking at
a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Look at Mac, he's like, guys, what? Where are we going here? It's going to be great. So it is going to be Renekton mid, Gwen jungle. So they have gone for the double AD as expected. So their draft is extremely spicy. I think Fnatic should just play it safe here. Graves blind pick top. Something like Kennen would do well now, right? Yep. Gwen's taken away to deny the AP tops. Gragas would be safe, but still losing lane.
It's not going to be Draven.
Oh, it's Wunder. Janna top with Smite.
So
I think against Graves, it's dangerous.
Yeah, the only problem with Janna top is you really want to play it into tanks, because the tank can't take your tower too quickly, can't get that huge lead.
Yeah.
Gragas is the lock, so you predicted the Fnatic draft after the first 3 picks. Great job there, K-Draw.
It's pretty standard, stock standard OPs on the patch, right?
Yeah, sure.
Gragas matches into their champs. Victor is the strongest control mage with that many bans. You're crazy not to go for it when you have these options. I think Mad Lions have thrown us a massive curveball here. We've seen Yasuo, Diana come out of them. Now we're seeing a flip side with Gwen jungle, Renekton mid. I mean, mid's going to get pushed in here. Mad Lions need to snowball. They have a lot of skirmishing tools, and Fnatic have a lot of stock standard scaling team fight that can match it. So it's a case of Mad Lions just moving around the map. Elyoya, Kaiser teaming up, Gwen, Yuumi, maybe getting snowballs. Play for bots, or do you play for your top side? I think they have so many options, and Fnatic just need to slow the game down, get the 2 or 3 items, and focus on dragons.
And something Wunder and Fnatic have done very well is absorb pressure in the early game. Wunder especially, we all look back at that 3v1 top lane dive where he was able to get a couple of kills and come out of it on top. If Fnatic can get to that 20-25 minute mark and be on an even keel, they should have this one in the bag, just compositionally.
Definitely should. This is a new style of Mad Lions, though. This is the coin flip. This is the uniqueness kind of that comes out of the Mad Lions, and you can never really doubt them.
And of course, with our first Zeri of the LEC as well. A lot has been said about this champion. She's been tearing up solo queue so much. She was hotfixed and then nerfed on the next patch on 12.3. We are playing on 12.2 with the hotfix. We'll talk about Zeri more when we get on into the game, but it's the final game of the day. It's the match of the day. Mad versus Fnatic. And onto Summoner's Rift we dive. Mad Lions setting up down towards the bottom side. We'll see if they do anything, and if they don't, we'll dive on quickly into a brief rundown of what Zeri does. Basically, she fires out 7 shots with her Q. That's her auto attack. They do a lot of damage. They apply on hit effects. It's very strong, and she doesn't use mana to do that. Her actual auto attack doesn't apply on hits, but does apply spell modifiers and has a slow on it when it's fully charged up. Yeah. The big thing you have to
you can keep going.
The big thing you have to watch for with Zeri is her movement speed. She's able to get around the map a ton. She can jump over walls like Talon does. And when she pops her ultimate, if she's in combat and maintaining stacks through the fight, she gets 2% bonus movement speed for every stack she builds up. And I've seen people have 50, 60 stacks in a team
You've
fight.
seen the clips on Reddit. Yeah. I mean, Nightmare gave us a breakdown at the start of the day. I mean, it lasts for 6 seconds, the buff. Every auto attack restacks it for another 2 seconds, I believe.
Or ability, of course, because her Q is an ability rather than an auto attack, even though it's an auto attack. It's a little convoluted, but imagine it as her auto attack.
Yeah, so look out for Zeri stacks when she pops the ultimate. That's the important thing. For now, it's probably going to slow down. For builds, we saw Nightmare talk about it. Triforce into Renans is probably going to be what the Zeri looks for. But for now, I'm expecting standard push for bot lane for Fnatic with Aphelios Thresh, Yuumi and Zeri scaling to those 1 or 2 item spikes. Eyes on the junglers though, because the top side of the map is where the real Armageddon is. You've got a Renekton mid with Ignite into the Victor. I mean, we saw the last Renekton mid I can remember seeing was around a week ago in the Damwon T1 series. Showmaker played Renekton mid with Ignite against Faker's LeBlanc. He got a solo kill level 5. So much burst comes out of this champ that you don't expect. But of course, Renekton falls off very rapidly. Towards the 3-4 items, he really starts to drop off. I think Damwon in that game had a massive gold lead, but they actually lost the game because the Renekton kind of got outscaled, gave over a couple shutdowns to T1, and they ran away with it with Gumayushi on the Caitlyn. But for now, farming on all lanes. Fnatic should have push in mid and bot, and Mad Lions have push in top.
Interesting pathing here from Elioya. Went Razor Beaks into Wolves Red Gromp. Didn't actually do a full bot side clear, leaving his red and his Krugs up for now. Maybe thinking with Armut pushing in that he wants to cover that top side of the map.
It's probably just the safest and easiest, most efficient way for Gwen to solo start. I think solo starting an individual buff, she'll lose a lot of HP. But if you can start off the Raptors and self-heal and get a couple levels, that's probably the idea here for Elioya. It's about sustain in the jungle on the solo start, I think, for the Gwen. And Razork, of course, can just start on the red buff. Sends out a lot of single target damage.
Both around same timing on those jungle camps with Razork on his wolves right now. There's the stun with the spreaders coming out. Slice and dice from Rika, gets himself back out of the fight. Has gone Doran Shield in this matchup. Ranged into melee means that Rika will be taking a bit of extra auto attack harass. So he needs that little bit of extra sustain from the Doran Shield.
Yeah, he probably has second wind as well to just make sure he can fully sustain through this lane with no TP. He's going to need some kind of gank pressure or mid lane / support hovers if possible to look for early kills. You can see Humanoid already respecting it, is going to back off, make sure he buys TP back. Got a Reeker's potion already, he's quite low on HP. And Fnatic want to do the opposite. Similar to the G2 game where they have so much kill pressure in mid. Yes, they're going to put numbers there to do so, but you need to put numbers there to stop it. Yeah. So that's why the mid-jungle support 3v3 is so important in the early game.
And already we see Hylissang and Razork teaming up, getting through this jungle, making sure that Humanoid can get the push, of obviously overextending a little bit to get this under the wave. Rika, though, slice and dice is in and is hooked! And he is dead! Ignite ticks away first blood to Humanoid.
Oh, it's a horror for Reeker in the mid lane. Humanoid also running the first strike into the melee champ, which I think is just so efficient to just stack up the gold and will scale very well this rune, and just great map read from Hylissang. He saw the wave, Humanoid wanted to crash it, Reeker wanted to stop it from happening, went for the aggressive trade to chunk him out, but no, Hylissang's there. There's the bot push from Fnatic. Easy first blood for the Victor.
And Elioya now will path up towards the mid lane. Isn't actually going to catch that wave because Reeker's already on his way back, but good movement there from Fnatic early on, and with a Yuumi Zeri lane, you really can't get the push in the early game. Your Q burst fire on the Zeri doesn't do enough to clear out the waves. You don't really have any AoE, and Yuumi doesn't provide you any wave push at all really early on.
Yeah, and to rub salt into the wound, Humanoid still has flash, so it's not like Mad Lions can respond on that lane. It wasn't any summoner spells traded, it was just Hylissang. Good hook, good map read, Ignite dropped, and now they have some bot side vision to work with, and Hylissang coming out of base already. Fnatic sitting in a great spot in this early game. Like we said, Fnatic's comp is very calm. You know, they want to slow the game down, scale to 2 items, fight over Drakes, Aphelios Victor front to back. Very stock standard Fnatic. Whereas Mad just kind of want to snowball anything. If the Zeri's ahead, perfect. If the Graves is ahead over Silent, great. Renekton, Gwen, also great divers. They have so many options. It's just a question of whether they can find them.
I'm really hoping that we get towards the mid game with sort of an even-ish game state, or, you know, a slight lead for one of these teams. Nothing too massive, because I really want to see how Zeri functions in team fights at the highest level of gameplay. Elioya and Rika now teaming up, though. Rika getting the push, and they might work their way towards the top side, but Razork is here laying in wait. waiting perhaps for a possible gank.
We've seen what Wunder can do in these 3v1, 3v2 situations on the top dives. Mad Lions are just hovering. I don't think there's any kill pressure here at all. They're just going to back off. Bot lane, though.
Exhaust down onto Upset. Unforgiven backing away. Good play. Kaiser needs to jump back onto Unforgiven, but he can't get there. The heal coming out. Unforgiven continues to kite. No level 6 on him yet means that he doesn't get that extra movement speed from all of those autos.
Yeah, Hilly doesn't have Ignite. Of course, he used it mid, so the 2v2 not as strong as Fnatic might have wanted it. But still, they'll get the bot push.
And you got 4 sums for 1 there. I'm pretty sure you'd be very happy with that as Fnatic.
But you know, Hilly, he wants to get kills. He wants to get bot lane rolling ASAP, or you know, he's kind of twitching like, oh, maybe we can all in here. Flash hook. What do you think, Upset? You know, that's the kind of player I always think Hilly is. He's so creative, and he's kind of like the mad scientist and the soul of Fnatic sometimes when it comes to making plays.
It definitely is. And I think we call that the hang effect, having watched some.
Oh yeah, definitely. Wait, Reeker, hang on a second.
Dominus, Ignite ticking. Humanoid's just dead. Razor's going to try and answer and should be able to do so. Q for the knock-up. Reeker with a good heal, but in the midst of the minions, he will fall. 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane.
Still a solo kill. Wunder now going top.
Flash. Oh, flash away from Armut. Didn't quite get the combo off in time.
Yeah, the wave was about to die, and Wunder wanted to ult him through into the tower when the wave died to get maximum damage out there. We'll have the base, though, so not a great wave state for Wunder. No mana means he's going to have to stay because of the wave. But still, solo kill for Reeker in mid. If Razork wasn't there, that was a clean 1-for-0. Reeker was absolutely out and dandy. And he just all-ins him on the wave, thinking that, well, Humanoid thinks, well, he's level 5, I can win this. But he levels up on the creep. The melee dies, gets level 6, E's through him, pops the ultimate, flash auto attack to finish. And decisive, clean, and you can see the burst coming out of Renekton in the early game.
There's so much damage, especially with that stun. You just lock someone up for an absolute age. Now, Elioyo's on his way down here, does have needlework. The level 6 has been hit, and Razork doesn't have a level 6 of his own. No summoners on the mad bot lane as Upset continues to push in. Hidesang has Flay, pulls them back, plays Augment, and look at the damage already onto Unforgiven. Kaiser next, another hook coming out. It's a double for Upset.
Yeah, the wave was pushing into Fnatic, and Mad Lions had to crash the wave. Elioyo was on his way, but he was a little bit too late. Razork and Hidesang read the wave so perfectly. No summoners, quick kill. And that's a 2-0 Aphelios in 7 minutes. Victor also getting a kill early. It's really hurting Mad Lions because the scaling on Fnatic's carries is just deadly.
And Fnatic have just had such control of this bottom side river. Vision control, Hidesang and Razork teaming up, walking down towards this bottom lane. You can see, once again, they burnt no summoners for that kill.
Yeah.
No flashes were expended, no Ignite was expended. Fnatic knew that they had Mad Lions dead to rights.
And look at the map state for Fnatic. They've pushed bot all the way in. Hidesang has so much free time, and Herald just spawned. I think he can just run out straight towards top. As long as they cover Upset on the dive, he should be pretty safe. Razork's already topside. And Kaiser and Unforgiven have to push out bot. It's going to be an instant Herald start. And as I said, that Upset's actually full rotating. So we'll see how they kind of dissect the map here, because they have 2 options. Upset and Hidesang can stay top, take over top, and play for top tower. Or they can take this Herald for free and then cover their bot lane back towards their tower to catch the wave. Mad Lions is hovering around, and Unforgiven's on the way. They're going to be a bit late, but sometimes you can take the fight after the objective dies. We'll see if Fnatic give it to them.
Fnatic will take the Rift Herald, and we saw actually Rika spotted Hidesang and Upset coming across, and immediately there were pings on the bot lane tower from Mad Lions. They just want to plate. They can get it. Hilly flashes forward. Rika pops the Dominus, but he's in a 3v1. And that is job done. Upset on a killing spree on Aphelios.
Reeker just greeting for that cannon wave. He wanted to crash it, but all of Fnatic were coming through mid. He used his E through the wave to try to escape, but no flash. Hidesang flashes forwards. Lantern as well. And yeah, I think Fnatic picking up a lot of free kills here in the early game. And now Humanoid with that first blood as well is going to get a Herald dropped in his lane. That'll be two plates guaranteed from the Herald. He'll probably get 3 here with the minions and the auto attacks.
Mate, it's a flipping demolition. Like, it seemed relatively close at times. Mad Lions maybe coming out the worst of the side for trades, but there's a 3,000 gold lead, there's a 1,000 gold lead in mid, there's a 1,200 gold lead for Upset.
Yeah.
Jungle is 300 gold ahead, and even topside, where Armor is ahead in farm, he's only 400 gold in the advantage. Like, Fnatic are absolutely schooling Mad Lions to start this off.
Yeah, both neutral objectives as well. Herald and now a Dragon, so the scaling's in their favor, the early game's in their favor, the objectives are in their favor. And now Fnatic's just going to go back bot, crash the waves, 3-0 Aphelios. Will have his Mythic really, really soon, extremely accelerated here on the bot side of the map. Fnatic are. Everfrost already picked up for Humanoid, which just makes it so this mid lane 1v1 is so much easier.
Wunder, body slam, just going to get a little bit more damage down there. I see the phase rush procs, and he walks his way back.
Yeah, this Everfrost buy, I really like it from Humanoid, because the second the Renekton dashes in, he pops the Everfrost on him, W on the ground, rooted into stun, he's absolutely fine. So he's just going to be a wave clear bot now. Humanoid knows his job here is not to push the lane, get a lead or anything like this. He's just here to catch waves, chunk out the Renekton whenever possible, and just farm up.
See, with Elioya shadowing in the bottom lane, perhaps hoping that Fnatic overextended, but they're not going to do that. Upset is even backing on this wave, a cannon wave coming in, and he does decide to step back towards his tower. And Hylissang is not here. There's an option, an opportunity perhaps for Mad Lions.
Upset read the play.
So smart with the Calibrum there into the bush. Spots out Elioya waiting in the darkness.
Yeah, Upset will be left alone a couple times here and there because Hylissang needs to go mid, get vision for his mid laner, get vision on one side or even two sides at this point for Fnatic because they're so far ahead. Just to make sure, oh, look at that deep vision from Fnatic. I mean, they basically have a map hack right now because they know exactly where Elioya is. He was in bot brush and, oh man, even top side has 2 pinks in the river. Elioya can't go anywhere without being spotted. And these lanes can just play around jungle. Hylissang's just finding the jungler and tracking him all by himself.
And we often praise Hylissang for his playmaking. You know, his ability to get in, to find the fights, to find the kills, and he's done that incredibly well in this early game, but often we overlook the power of a support when it comes to just denying the enemy jungler any option to find a gank. And as you say, that's exactly what he's doing here with this bot side control.
Yeah, definitely, and he's hovering mid as well, so Reeker can never dash in. The way Renekton wins this matchup is dashing in, chunking out Victor, getting kill pressure, setting up ganks. Hylissang's still around, he still has a Lantern to work with. Humanoid can just play in their face a bit.
Riki going in, Elioya stepping forward. There's the Lantern, final chapter coming out. The stun will connect. The knock-up is a double kill. Immediately over to Elioya. Now in the 2v1, Elioya's going to turn it around. Fnatic lay in wait, but it was Mad Lions that pounced. Upset now coming in from the side as well as Razork has to flash.
Yeah, Humanoid maybe could have flashed out there, but the chain CC was fantastic from Mad Lions. The Lantern pulled him, so the Fnatic stacked up for Elioya, who just chopped them all down. 2 kills for this Gwen. We'll see it on the replay though, because the Lantern, Humanoid thinks he's safe here because Hylissang is hovering. They spot out Elioya, the Lantern comes out, but as he gets pulled in, he gets pulled into a Gwen Yuumi. He gets rooted, he can't flash, and then Razork arrives, manages to pick up 1. Fantastic play there from Mad Lions. Elioya just doing so much damage, already has the Nashor's Tooth, I believe, and Upset saves his jungler.
Elioya actually rushing the Nash's Tooth before getting boots, before getting anything else. He has gone for the magical footwear, so he wouldn't have been able to buy them anyway. But that full item with the Yuumi on your shoulders, so much damage on the Gwen early game. And it has given Mad Lions an avenue to get back on into this match, but Rika still continuing to struggle in the mid lane. Hylissang continuing to shadow Humanoid, and Razork and Hylissang now teaming up to look towards this bottom lane.
They know Unforgiven's on these Krugs.
He's by himself. Unforgiven, you got flash, you got cleanse. Can you get away? Tries to dash, there's the flash. Wind becomes lightning, will not kill him off. He does survive in the bottom lane.
So Mad Lions get 2 kills on Elioya, but that doesn't change the map state. Fnatic can still push in mid and bot. Wunder's still farming safely top, and he's practically undiveable at this point. And Hylissang's still moving towards mid and bot, so they really don't have any options still. And they need to crack open this bot side vision, sweep it out, push Hylissang out, and allow Reeker to start pushing this wave and fighting Humanoid, because right now, every time he goes in, he's pushed back.
Humanoid just in such a strong position. Already got the Oblivion Orb as well, just to cut any healing that Carl the Meek can do from the Renekton, who is only level 9. Full level behind Humanoid. Elioya waiting around the corner here. Can dash forward with the Lantern. Yeah. Hylissang in the right position once again to save his mid lane.
And Upset still 30 CS up. He's happy farming bot. He knows that the Yuumi's pairing up with the Gwen. So Hylissang doesn't really have to be in the lane. Unforgiven would be farming on the tower, and Elioya would be the one hovering towards mid and bot to cover the dive. So Hylissang just great map read, hovering between these lanes so perfectly. And Humanoid can basically play the lane however he wants to. Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. The good news for Mad Lions is they've swept out the majority of this bot vision, but they have to stop Hylissang from getting back in.
And how do you do that? He's just so willing to walk forward, still has the flash as well. Will not get that control ward, but as you say, 30 seconds on the ocean. Mate, this is what we live for as support.
Look where his jungler in mid and 80 carry out. That's my pink ward.
Humanoid backing. Hylissang's like, can you TP to the Lantern just in case a fight starts? Humanoid's like, yeah, I'm sure I can be there if you need me.
Yeah, now he's going to base, refresh his side zone, come back and do the whole thing again. So Armut's moved down towards mid now, and they've put Graves mid into the Victor to push, and they put Renekton top to catch waves. Now, they won't be able to fight Drake, so they're probably going to trade it for Herald, but at least they get mid push, and they push Fnatic back into their own jungle. They take some control of the river, and now they have a top tower to play for. Reeker can farm for free, Herald on the top tower perhaps, or just play for the top tower. And that gives something to Mad Lions. The opposite side of that is, though, Upset gets a full bot tower.
Yeah, 3-0-0, Gale Force, serrated Dirk as well. First tower completely destroyed in that bottom lane. And even though Mad Lions are going to get the Rift Herald, they are 3,500 gold behind against a team composition that scales incredibly well.
I don't know if Armut can match the Aphelios right now.
What is that?
I mean, he has the best weapons in the game for fighting the 1v1. Armor's going to have to ult the cannon minion. Upset's going to be forced back away. So we've been talking about mid-jungle support the whole game, but Upset's been farming up a Storm Wunder. 3v1 tower dive.
So put the Rift Tower down, let it tank the tower. They don't even do that. Final chapter coming out. Good knockback. Elioya with the knee to work. Rika dodges away.
Again.
Elioya low.
Not again.
Elioya down.
Hey.
He can't survive. Wunder outplays the 1v3.
And he has the Herald as well, so they can't play for a top tier 2. But Fnatic can, so they've pushed in bot. Looks like actually Upset's going to base because they need to secure the Dragon. But still, 1-for-1 in a 1v3 dive. Wunder does it again.
There's a hook from Hylissang. And of course he goes in. Armor has to flash.
Complete dominance on the bot side of the map. Mad Lions find a little bit of room to breathe on the top side. Reeker will get a tower. They got a kill onto Wunder, but we know killing this Gragas won't do anything. He's still going to build Ruby Crystals. Yep. He's still going to have infinite HP, and he's still going to be a frontliner. So it's not like you're shutting down the carries. The Victor and the Aphelios are still getting so far ahead. And level 8 on Unforgiven.
Yeah, exactly. He's 2 levels behind Upset. He's 50 CS down or 40 CS down. And as the Hextech Gate comes out, Hylissang and Upset once again team up to secure this top side of the map. Now, Rift Tower is still available for Elioya. He's got that in his pocket, so they can look to maybe crack a mid lane tower, to crack a bot lane tower. But at this point of the game, it doesn't get you as much as it would have before the 14-minute mark.
So now we're going to see the flip side of what we just witnessed for the first 15 minutes. Fnatic's going to transfer all their vision from bot side to top because they have a top tower to play for, and Wunder is going to be the weak side on bot tower. So expect Hylissang to move into the top side of the map and drop all his wards around this area of the map just to make sure Humanoid's safe. And what has he been doing all game? He's been making sure he can push. So he's playing the Lantern for the Victor, making sure he's safe, keep pushing in the waves, keep playing on 2 lanes, and Mad Lions are just going to have to answer on the opposite side.
Dive. It's a dive angle. Rift Herald available. Cannon minion still alive. Wunder trying to clear it out. Rift Herald goes down. The wave will be culled, but the Rift Herald will tank this up. Armor takes 1 Rift Herald now. About to tank up the tower. Wunder with a good blast gun will not get out of the bay.
No way.
No way. Do you get
no
out
way.
of this?
No way, Wunder.
No way do you do it? What's that, Wunder?
Is it that direct smite? Oh, the red smite kills him. So Mad Lions have a Herald. This is actually a big play because they put 4 people down towards this bot side. Upset's got mid tower, and I think he's going to try to push for tier 2. Humanoid's pushing in. Can Mad Lions get a tier 2 bot here? That would even up the trade and at least make it a good play overall. They get a kill, and they get 2 towers. So Mad Lions actually able to answer on the map.
Just. Wunder, the raid boss, went down in the end. Elioya now really no escape. No Yuumi to speed him up either. Can keep skipping and slashing as far as he can go. And as you say, Upset is on the way as well. No tower here for Elioya. Dodges the wind, becomes lightning.
Yes, ghost up really soon.
Hylissang has flash hook though. Hylissang has flash play though. He's got Upset waiting. Razork flashes in. Rika trying to get there in time. Elioya dodging as much as he can, but he just can't escape the waiting arms of death. Upset now on a rampage.
Yeah, it's a kill for Fnatic, but the good news for Mad Lions is there's no wave. Look where it is. It's all the way next to the tier 2, so they can't play for a bot tower. And Armored can push out top. Lichbane picked up for Humanoid. Changed on 12.2. Gives ability haste now, so really good item for mages. Is Hylissang? He's going to go for Reeker here.
Rika will be able to slice his way back to the safety of the tower. And these last sequence of events have left us still only about 3,000 gold between the 2 teams. Now, of course, Fnatic very strong. You've got a 4-0-0 Aphelios with a 50 CS lead. But if he ever does get culled, if he ever does get killed off at the start of a fight, Mad Lions have some tools to work with. A 2-item Gwen, Kaiser with the Moonstone, Trinity Force finished on Unforgiven, building up towards what actually appears could be a wit's end second here instead of the Runans, just to try and stop some of that magic damage.
Yeah, we talk about how comps function in teamfights, and you know exactly what Mad Lions is doing. They're diving Fnatic. Yep. The key for them is Upset. If Upset falls, their next target is Humanoid, but he's not as strong as Upset, but still a 2-item Victor will do damage. I mean, he's level 13. Reeker just hit level 12, so still big advantage on the carry department. It's just on Elioya and Armwood. How much can they dish out, and how much can Wunder and Razork slow the fights down and push them far back so that their carries can have some kind of space to work with?
It really does feel like Mad going guns blazing at Fnatic in teamfights, and Fnatic just disengaging until they can turn it around. Fnatic, though, are on the front foot and can gain this vision control towards this top side.
Yeah, mid-tier 2 is extremely low. Upset was hitting that tower as Mad Lions were diving bot. I think that's their next objective here. Wunder has ultimate. If Unforgiven walks up, he might have to flash away. So 5-man strong. Reeker's pushing bot, no TP. This should be a free tower for Fnatic. And Mad Lions can't seem to respond on anything. They're going to get some kind of bot push here. Dragon's still a minute away.
Upset. Root, cleansed, Elioya, Lantern.
Thresh doing so much work. Just allows the carry so much space to just play aggressive. I mean, that cleanse, Upset's forcing that out because he knows in a minute's time his Gale Force will be back up, and the cleanse won't, so that might hurt if Hylissang decides to flash forwards, hit a hook, you know, if Upset can do that again.
So there is something I've seen a few times recently, which is a 2-item AP jungler plus a tank, or someone who can tank a little bit, soloing Baron around the 20-minute mark.
Yeah.
And Mad Lions can gain vision control up towards this top side.
Medic.
Wonder isn't here,
Oh,
doesn't
you're
have
right,
the TP. Mad Lions going to go for it.
Not only do you know Medic, but Fnatic knows too. This Baron is getting absolutely melted. Where's Razork? He needs to get here ASAP. Hylissang's going to ward it. Razork is in the vicinity. Mad Lions forced to back away, but really great thinking there from Mad Lions. And Medic flexing his Master Tier game knowledge there, just knowing that if Fnatic go towards that Dragon for the third Drake to put themselves on soul point, Mad can get a Baron.
It's only because I lost the game because the Diana did that to me.
Oh, I see.
That's the reason I understand
you felt the pain of it.
I've been on the losing end of that trade, and Fnatic did not want to be on the losing end of it here. Armut, though, pushing in the top lane, has TP, whereas Wonder does not, so he's grouped with a team.
This is a good representation of how powerful mid-tier 2 is. You can push the wave all the way in their face to tier 3 and then take control of their entire jungle. Mad Lions' only response is to push mid and then move through the river back into the bot side, but I don't think that's exactly what they're going to do. They're just going to push in and start Baron again. Armut's got top tier 2. Fnatic need to run to this Baron. They should know that it's going to happen. Hylissang's basing, Razork's basing. They've realized quickly.
Pings are happening. Mad Lions have disengaged.
Are they baiting it though? Does Fnatic have information? I think the pink ward came down. What do they...
That ward should not be able to see the Baron.
Is it a pink ward on top of it? I think there's a pink ward on top of it. I do believe... I think that's a pink ward on top of it. I can't tell, but...
It's possible.
Otherwise, there's no reason that Fnatic should have vision on it.
Yes, there is. Good call, Cage. Well, that was so tricky to see, and Mad Lions didn't see it either. They were baiting as if they could be doing the Baron.
Yeah, I really wonder if Matt saw it. I don't know if that's a spectator thing or in-game what it looks like, but that just looked like a normal ward. Yep. The pink, you could just see the kind of like pixels of it on top of it. So Fnatic had full information the whole time, so we were worried there for a second, but Fnatic had it under control.
Really good. Either very intelligent use of warding there, or just Fnatic getting a little bit fortunate with that pink ward placement. But because of that, Mad Lions weren't able to rush the Baron, and it means that Fnatic get their third Dragon of the game. 4 minutes away from a Hextech Soul. Of course, it was nerfed slightly on 12-2, but still a very powerful soul to have.
Oh yeah, any soul you'll take no matter what, because it just gives you infinite kind of damage for the rest of the game. It never falls off, of course. And Upset instantly building towards Bloodthirster here, so he knows exactly what Matt's comp's gonna do. Needs lifesteal to make sure he can escape it. And the game's kind of slowed down a bit here. Mad Lions fancy themselves a few Baron starts because they know they can't match Fnatic just yet. I think Reeker's going to need his Sterak's before the next fight. We need second items to come in for Zeri as well. I think that's what Mad are looking for before they look for anything.
Look for a second like there was a chase going on there for Fnatic, but instead they will just clear out the vision. Armut stays around in the bottom lane. Elyoya goes up towards top once again, and with Fnatic having both their TPs, so they can two-man this. 100% they can two-man it with Elyoya and Kaiser if they want to. They have enough healing. They get the attack speed from the Yuumi heal as well.
Yeah, I think Mad have tried so many times now that Fnatic should be very kind of like heightened senses about this Baron, you know, always making sure they have some kind of vision on it. Wunder checking it there, dropping his ping over the wall, just being very precautious around this objective, because the second Mad get Baron, they're going to retake full map control. And yes, Fnatic have the damage to do it, but if you're stuck in a pit with Aphelios Victor and Mad Lions actually are able to walk up, because the only thing that's zoning them away is a hook, which is what they want to be. They want to be hooked. They want to be forced to fight you, and Elyoya's going to start it again. Let's see how much damage they do to it, because Razork and Hylissang might be a little bit tunnel vision on the next mid wave.
So Rika coming here to tank this is big, because it means Elyoya does full damage instead of 50% damage. Wonder's going to put a Baron in over the wall. The control wall coming in. Mad Lions might just stick on this one, though. Unforgiven not able to join it. Fnatic now with 3v3 in this topside river, and Mad Lions will retreat. Elyoya can skip and slash his way across that wall. Fnatic with a numbers advantage now as Elyoya and Kaiser have to get out of here. But actually, Elyoya and Kaiser not in the best of positions. Fnatic do not want to go for the full-on engage.
Yeah, I think Mad are just trying to force this Baron because they know they're getting outscaled. Maybe they look for a team fight here. Zeri is a little bit far away. Still, this Zeri is extremely weak, only has the Triforce just now. Upset almost has a BT on his third item, so hopefully Unforgiven has something in base and has that wit's end so he can start pushing his advantage forward.
Not quite there. Not quite there still. Only 1 3/4 items on Unforgiven, and he has been a standout star for the Mad Lions. He's had some very impressive performances throughout this spring split, but so far hasn't really been able to step up in this game, and a lot of that comes to Upset and Hylissang just playing that bot lane incredibly well. Hylissang especially. We keep saying his name, but you can't praise this guy enough. When he's on, he's on. And today, that coin flip for Fnatic definitely landed on heads.
Definitely did. So, yeah, Fnatic, again, slowing the game down. 1 minute, 30 seconds on Dragon. That's when Mad Lions will start again. What's their decision? Are they going to go towards Dragon and try to contest it, go for the 5v5, or are they going to start Baron and trade the soul for Baron? Because that gives them some map control, some way back into the game, maybe get themselves a mid-tier 2. Mid-tier 1 even, still up. Fnatic, so much control around mid, so much control around the top side of the map. This next minute will decide the game.
Patience, the name of the game from Fnatic. Let Mad Lions come to you, wait it out, play it steady and slow. and then you can cut them down as they push towards you. Fnatic clear the vision once again. Unforgiven going back. That should be 2 items for him. Fnatic will gain mid prio. 49 seconds on the Drake. Armut continues to push in at the bottom lane here, Kadril.
Yeah, important here thing to know is Mad Lions will get bot push, so that allows them a way into this Dragon Pit through bot if Fnatic decide to retake control through mid. But no, they're going to move towards Nash. Elyoya is going to be forced to face check this versus a Thresh. Armut's pinging the top ping cord, so he's going to TP to it. Blue Orb to spot, hook hits.
Elyoya, that's not what you want to happen. Fnatic were waiting, and they pounce immediately. That's it, as you say. That will be Baron and the Dragon over to Fnatic. You've got Severum Infernum. That should melt this Baron quickly enough. Pinks. Fnatic can go back down. As you say, Pink's coming over towards the Dragon. Wonder does have TP.
I think Fnatic might be a bit slow here. I think 2 people need to just kind of disengage from this Baron. Either Humanoid or Upset needs to just run away now, move towards the Dragon. That's exactly what's going to happen. Lantern's going to come in, so they realize there's 3 members alive. Let's match it with 3 so we can defend this soul. They won't have a smite, but neither will Mad. I think bursting it down is their best option, though. Let's see who gets it.
Well, Unforgiven can jump out of the back, so can Armut. They will do it. Unforgiven flashes. It was close, but Mad Lions do keep the soul at bay. However, they are looking into the mouth of a Baron, and it is angry. Fnatic 5,000 gold ahead.
It's just a game of inches, isn't it? Wunder was a millisecond, a fraction away from landing that E-flash where he could maybe have stolen it, maybe have bursted it out. Mad Lions just scrape away the soul from Fnatic. But like you said, Medic, 2 minutes, 30 seconds of this Baron. Fnatic have a lot of standing gold on the map. Bot tier 2, top tier 2. We'll see how they dissect the map, though, because I don't think they have any kind of strong side lane. Or grouping is their is their strength, what they prefer to do, you know, like they don't really have anyone who can just push into a side lane and hit these tier 2s and pressure. So I think Armut can just go bot, match Wunder. Elyoya and Rika can go top and match Humanoid.
So Ping is coming out from Elyoya and Rika.
Maybe
they're looking for this. Humanoid has
this would
flash.
Be massive.
As you say, it would be huge. There's the Zhonya's available. They push forward. TP's coming out. The Chaos Storm. Humanoid forces them both away. TP expended for it. Fnatic now closing in. Look at Upset. Look at Hilly. They're in the right position to try and close this one out. Siphon power from Humanoid will get the movement speed. Unforgiven tries to turn it around. The final chapter coming out, and the TP now from Armut. But he's going to be waiting for Fnatic. TP survives there from Armut, and Fnatic 5 strong will push in the top lane.
Yeah, they have a wave to play with, so it doesn't matter about sideways anymore because Wunder's TP'd in. 5-man strong, just going to push into the tier 3. Humanoid has no ultimate. Wunder has no ultimate. Mad Lions are clearing mid-wave here to stop Fnatic from being able to play on a second lane. We'll see if they can defend the siege on the inhibitor, though.
Don't have the strongest wave clear here right now. Armut's going to try and do what he can. Has the collateral damage. Will pop it, but look, there's no damage. Unforgiven still has that ultimate. Could go full Pikachu in this fight, but he just can't get the damage down. He just can't find the stacks. Fnatic push in, get the top lane inhibitor, and now turn their eyes towards mid. But as you say, the wave already culled by Mad Lions means that Fnatic will have to settle for one inhib for now.
A little bit of damage to Mad Lions' base. A lot of pings coming in. Maybe they can find some recalls. A little late recall. Wunder is not going to get cancelled. He's gonna get out. So Fnatic again, slow and steady, wins the race. They don't have to dive the Nexus towers. They don't have to make it too overcomplicated. Just take the inhibitor, back off. 2 minutes, 40 seconds on their next objective, which is the Hextech Soul. Upset getting close towards Infinity Edge. Look at Unforgiven's items. He just bought a Giant's Belt, for God's sake. I mean, look at how much damage Upset's going to do in these fights. 3 levels up. Elyoya might have found Razork.
Thought it might be the other way around because Hylissang was channeling his way through the Hextech gates into this side of the jungle as well. But Fnatic get the wave in the bot lane. Humanoid still has TP. Wunder expended his in that last fight towards the top side. Unforgiven trying to clear out the wave, but he's 3 levels down on Upset right now. Just so little he can do. Titanic Hydra on its way, perhaps with that Giant's Belt, but really you want the Hydra part before you get the Titan part of that item. Yeah, they had 8 seconds left of Baron buff, and they managed to get that tower, so I think that's it. The siege might be over for Fnatic. Like you said, Medic, Matt don't have that much wave clear other than Armut's Graves here. Might have to ult waves if he wants to stop some kind of siege. Elyoya on his way, only level 14. Wunder going in, Wunder overextended perhaps a little. Final chapter coming out. Elyoya locked towards the backline, but Razork already down. Shut down, that's one. The root comes out on the backline, the Chaos Storm ticking as well. Elyoya will skip across the wall and dash away to safety. Jungler down, a minute 30 on the Hextech Dragon. Yeah, Fnatic are just trying to siege this tower because they know they have nothing to lose. I mean, they need to make sure they play towards their limits and don't lose the entire team fight, of course, but
see if they can dive it, see if they can push Mad Lions back, see if how Mad Lions respond to this kind of siege. Because even if they lose Razork, there's still a minute left on the Dragon. They've still got a load of time to set up, but still, this all comes off the back of Wunder trying to fancy himself a dive here. His E goes wide because Armut dashes away from it, and then everyone turns on Wunder. Razork thinks he's going to have to try and peel, but Elyoya gets knocked into him. Exhaust onto upset, forces him back, and then the Yuumi Gwen just mows straight through the Xin Zhao. Razork can't really do much against that. Humanoid tries his own way. Armut, he's a bit too tanky. And kill for Mad Lions, they'll take it. They'll take what they can get at this point. I mean, Armut is 120 CS up. He is getting towards 4 items on his Graves. It's just a case of, like, how much can he do in fights against the Philios Victor? There's so much range and so much more damage that he's up against.
That's the thing. Like, Victor, 300 CS or 293, almost 10 a minute here from Humanoid against a champion that doesn't scale that well into the late game. Like, Renekton really has much less impact, becomes a stun bot as the game goes on. Perhaps a meat shield for your backline. Upset now on 4 items at 314 CS as well. Yet to die this game, and honestly, it hasn't looked like he's been anywhere near dying for the majority of the game as well. I'd be surprised if his health has ever gone below 50%.
Yeah, Mikhail's now built for Hylissang, and the Lanterns are just always there to keep the carries safe. Mad have to take down Upset if they want to have a chance at winning this game. Soul in 10 seconds. Looks like Elyoya is going to go through bot. Wunder's reading the play, though. He's going to try to stop him, see if he looks for an engage.
I think Razork saw it coming as well. Wunder looking for the barrel. Can't quite get it. Elyoya is still only level 14. Off towards the top side. Armut going to step into the face of Hylissang, puts down the control ward. Hextech Drake channeled behind. They know he's coming. The final chapter. What can you do, Elyoya? Root doesn't connect. Armut stepping in. Rika Unforgiven, Armut down towards the bottom side. Elyoya and Kaiser off towards the top. Fnatic, Wunder dives into the backline. The hook from Hylissang just neuters anything Elyoya can do, but Rika with the dominance is on that front line. Elyoya is going to dash in, only for Hylissang, but Upset. He's so strong on this Aphelios. Is he strong enough? Elyoya gets one. Hextech Soul goes over to Fnatic, and now Elyoya's got to do it all. It's on him. He gets one. He's looking for 2. It's Upset. He flashes. Elyoya knocked up. Elyoya down. A quadra kill for Humanoid.
Oh, Humanoid says, do you miss me now, Elyoya? Quadra kill for the Victor. My eyes were on Elyoya the entire fight, but Humanoid was the one who was untouched. Upset was kiting. Humanoid cleaned everyone out with this Victor. 4 items strong. They have a wave to enter top medic.
And what a fight from Fnatic. Elyoya got on the backline, but you just couldn't kill off Upset in time. Unforgiven really didn't get to do too much. Humanoid's going to chase him out for the Penta, but I think that time may have expired. Unforgiven with the Tiamat will try and clear the wave, but what can you do in the face of Fnatic? They focus down the Nexus towers, and in a battle against their former teammates, Fnatic take the win.
Wow. Mad Lions throw a wacky curveball draft at Fnatic. They play it calm, they play it cool, they play it collected. And I think, to me, Hylissang, absolute MVP, just moving 100%. Between those lanes to make sure Mad Lions couldn't find a single thing. Wunder playing the weak side. Team fights are what decided this game. And Fnatic came out on top in those fights.
Thank you all for tuning in, and let us know if you enjoyed the game or have a specific match that you want to see by tweeting @LEC. Match History, we'll see you next time.
waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
The systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up! Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I swear I've never been better. The day that you left cut me deep, but I keep taking baby steps. Maybe I'll never forget falling deep, but I keep taking baby steps. I swear I've never been better. The day that you left cut me deep, but I keep taking baby steps. I'm on my way, ain't no looking back. I'm on my way.
안녕하세요. 저는 젠지 롤팀에서 원딜을 맡고 있는 룰러 박지혁이라고 합니다. 적어도 그냥 최소 10시간 이상은 매일 하는 것 같아요. 울트라 기어가 화질도 되게 좋고 나노 IPS 1ms/s이라서 이제 시야각이 좀 넓은 것 같아서 게임하기 좀 더 편한 것 같아요. TM보다는 좀 IPS가 더 색 표현이 되게 정확하잖아요. 그래서 약간 화질과 속도? 이런 두 마리 토끼를 둘 다 잡을 수 있는 것 같아요.
Maybe I'll never forget falling deep, but I keep taking baby steps. You left your mark on my anatomy. It's just the cards that I've been dealt. I hope that's all you're passing on to me. I wanna leave it at that. So did you really want the best of me? Or did you care about yourself? What does it take for your apology? Wish you would leave it at that. Maybe I'll never forget falling deep, but I keep taking baby steps. I swear I've never been better. The day that you left cut me deep, but I keep taking baby steps. Maybe I'll never forget falling deep, but I keep taking baby steps. I swear I've never been better. The day that you left cut me deep, but I keep taking baby steps. I'm on my way, ain't no looking back. I'm on my way, taking baby steps. I'm on my way, ain't no looking back. Cut me deep, but I keep taking baby steps. Because of you, I grew up way too soon, and I'm still cleaning up the mess. That night you drank too much, you cut me loose. Why would you leave it just like that? Maybe I'll never forget falling deep, but I keep taking baby steps. I swear I've never been better. The day that you left cut me deep, but I keep taking baby steps. Maybe I'll never forget falling deep, but I keep taking baby steps. I swear I've never been better. The day that you left cut me deep, but I keep taking baby steps. I'm on my way, ain't no looking back. I'm on my way, taking baby steps. I'm on my way, ain't no looking back. Cut me deep, but I keep taking baby steps. If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eye?
of the first round robin live from Berlin, Germany. After convincingly securing their 8th consecutive win yesterday, Rogue are looking for the perfect first half in the match of the week versus G2 later tonight. A team they have never beaten in the regular season. Ooh, they got a best 5 though, so they're probably not feeling too bad, but it's still important, people. My name's Dracos. I'm joined by Vedius and Nymera.
Can you see me over here, Daniel? You see me?
We were going to hide the production problems because I'm not used to wearing glasses, but fun fact, everything's blurry when I don't have them. For instance, the screen I'm looking at you now can't read a word.
I got the prime real estate.
Most of them. We're gonna suss it out here. Let's start off by recapping Game 5 from yesterday when Fnatic finally got a win over the Mad Lions again.
Okay, so they did, Daniel. Good job.
Thanks. Run the clip. Talk about the game.
It was indeed Fnatic getting themselves a pretty convincing win over Mad. It was an exciting game as well, and Fnatic overcoming a bit of a demon in that Mad Lions had a 9-1 winning record against them over the last year. It wasn't pretty, but getting a big win yesterday and in pretty convincing fashion, I think was great to see. Fnatic, there were some question marks after their 0-2 week in week 3, but it seems that they came in looking good yesterday.
And of course they had to deal with the Zeri, the one game we saw of yesterday. First day of the new champion, we did get one of those games in, and they just dumpstered it. They picked a very strong CV2 in the Fellows Thresh and its Hilly's Thresh as well. Put it to the sword. Zeri never got online, and even though there were some moments where Mad looked to scare Fnatic, it never really amounted to much more than just a feel-good moment.
And Nymera, what was the actual thought? Obviously, this Zeri got bodied. Are you optimistic for more Zeris, or are we now just like, we don't have to ban this champion anymore? Turns out she's not that strong.
We heard about it on PGL, because Humanoid was with us, and they said, actually, you know what? When people get more practice at this, yeah, probably going to be a ban anyway. I think that they were abusing the fact that not everyone knows how to play optimally with or against the champion yet. But later on, when people are settled in with it, I would imagine we're going to see this champion a lot in the meta.
Yeah, I can totally see that.
I'm
Terrible.
proud of you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Rogue yesterday beat XL yesterday in the fastest game of the season so far. Of course, they can go 9-0 today and tie for second best season start in LEC history. Remember, first is still an 18-0. That said, Rogue still looking like the clear #1 in the league.
So my favorite part about that was yesterday when we were talking to our producers. I was talking to one of our producers, and I was just like, hey, things are looking pretty close, right? And he was like, nope, fastest game of the split. And I was like, what? What? And he was like, yeah, fastest game of the split. And it was like, huh. Okay then, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, Rogue looked good, and I mean, I think XL made it easy for them, and I think that Odo Amne only further reinforced that when, in the interview, he was basically saying, I feel like that we're just draft diffing a lot of our opposition, and I really think that when you give them an opportunity to scale, they will happily take that and run away with it.
No, because again, like, one of the questions that matter is, how do you deal with the core key? Can you counterpick it with anything? It turns out not with Sona. That's lesson done. We don't need to revisit that one again, thank you. And yeah, that's just one of those mistakes where you think, it's a bit of a sitter, really.
Yeah, tough to find redemption for the Sona when she was down 100 CS.
Didn't have enough gold for a redemption.
She was less of a Sona and more of a so-no.
I wish I could mute. Okay, the voice in my ear says standings. We're going to listen to the voice in my ear. The voice in my ear is the voice of reason. Let's look at the standings. That was awful. You should both feel bad. Obviously, one more game for each of the team before we end the first round robin. A lot of 4-4s in the scoreboard, a lot of 3-5s. We could see teams tying up, but I think we're looking right now. Vitality picked up that win over Misfits yesterday. It's an important battle as those two teams are neck and neck currently. We'll see who can edge out into 5-4 to finish the first half.
I think what's really compelling about our standings is moving into the second half. It's going to be really close, right? I think that initially you'd look at those top 6 and you'd think those look like the clear favorites for playoffs coming into the season. That's probably the 6 that you would vote for, give or take a few names. But given that they are only one win ahead of XL and BDS, depending on how quickly those two teams can improve, where they can sneak away those wins, our standings can get very competitive as we get closer and closer to playoffs.
What that means is because a lot of the teams, we've questioned their consistency, if not their peak play. It means that stupid losses mean that much. You might have to look back at the split and say, you know what, that's actually one moment. You can drill it down to one bit and say, yeah, we've kind of let that one slip from us, and the standings are going to make that even more important.
Absolutely. We've seen so many times in the past for EU where it's been a single game or a single tiebreaker that has defined a team's entire season. Sadly for many teams, happily for many others, but of course 2 teams that are near the top of the standings, 2 teams that are not only united in a rivalry, but are united in second place, G2 and Fnatic. Overall, looking pretty solid. Fnatic expected team to come out swinging just based on raw talent. G2 rebuilding, though, has been an interesting sight to see. And while it's still a bit of a Jankos cap show with a side of Broken Blade, Targamas and Flacken aren't doing too bad either.
No, we had that, you know, the off year last year. We had the Rogue and the Mad, but these two have always been consistent. They were always going to be somewhere in the upper echelons. And yeah, Rogue was the team that surprised. They kind of pipped them to the post so far. But seeing both of these teams replace core members and still come out swinging and live up to their name, it's exciting for the fans. It's exciting for us. It's exciting for the whole league.
The thing that I think is funny is the narrative that we've been hearing a lot from Rogue is expectations low. What? They're doing extremely well. The expectations are actually really low for G2 as well, right?
True.
The fact that they replaced Reckless and Mickey as a bot lane, the fact that you were losing Wonder, and while Wonder didn't have the best year of his career, there was still a lot of doubts and question marks around that roster.
Wow, only one of the greatest players of all time in the Europe
And then he then goes over to Fnatic, and there's a lot of expectations. So I've been really impressed with what we've seen from G2 so far.
Look, Betties, I don't want to talk about expectations. I want to talk about something different, because earlier today we asked you on LEC Twitter to give us your spiciest hot takes now that we're rounding out the first half of the season, and we'll be reacting whatever ridiculous statements production has chosen for us. I just came out of the O,
reasonable.
And your statements are probably coming out of nowhere.
Is that a new cereal, like Dracos O's?
Honestly, we've kind of done music a lot. Now it's random, bad.
Now it's time to move into your
cereal career. All right, statement from none other than G2 Esports themselves. Zyra is broken. Interesting. Let's see the evidence we have to support that conclusion.
I mean, one could think that Targamas had broken hands when operating the champion based on the results, but I don't think that's much of a hot statement.
I will say a confident not when it's ganked at level 2. I don't think we have the best data for it, but that one's certainly not in its favor.
Well, and fun fact, the one before this was played by, I believe, Sir Nukes a lot and was 0-7. So just the track record of the history of this champion in general.
G2 games, Zyra, not a great history.
Not really, actually, terrible history, to be completely honest with you. But also, I'd say lukewarm take G2 Esports. Like what?
You could do better.
You could be spicier. I've seen your Twitter account. You post some weird stuff. Anyway, statement number 2. Misfits would be nothing without VTO.
Oh, okay.
Now we're getting hot. All right, we're moving up. This little Thai chili action.
If we didn't have yesterday's game, that has more grounding. But I think yesterday, you look at a couple of members we've been saying, actually, maybe they've not been stepping up. Yeah, actually, Misfits succeeded in their early game without Veto for the first time in the split, really. So, 1 point against it, but a lot of the split has been largely Veto focused.
I mean,
I'm kind of inclined to agree. I know you're trying to be like, you're trying to give both sides here, Nightmare, but like,
I'm good cop today.
Like, don't get me wrong, like, Misfits have some good elements to them, and I have faith in the Misfits organization to grow young players as they proved that they could do last year, but right now, it does feel like the VTO show.
It is the VTO show, but credit to VTO because last season it was kind of like, is he going to show up? Yes, if he gets jungle attention. Now he's consistently showing up, so credit to him for stepping up, and we'll see if the rest of Misfits can do the same. Statement number 3, Rogue and Astralis will make history. Never did a team go 0-18 in LEC history. The worst was 2-16. So I guess the assessment here is that Rogue are going 18-0 and Astralis are going 0-18.
So
here's
at the same time.
Hold on. Here's my follow-up question to this. What is more likely? Astralis going 0-18 or Rogue going 18-0?
Rogue going 18-0. I think it's actually really difficult to lose every single game.
It is, but they did just lose to their closest competitor.
Yeah, but I've seen G2 in the past, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. I have seen teams that look unbeatable, then lose to like the last place team.
but then when you're saying about this Rogue lineup though, this does have a sense of consistency. It does have a sense of well-roundedness. I feel like for me, actually, because of the results yesterday, I'd actually say, unfortunately, the 0-18 is more likely on my side of things.
That's super depressing.
It is.
To be honest, hopefully both of
Why would you say that so cheerfully?
I have a rebuttal to that. It's like, wow, yeah, I'm sad.
It is sad. But you know what's happy? Good performers, good performances. So from ambitious overreactions to serious gameplay, we've been looking at some of the best performing players during the first weeks of the season to crown the unofficial mid-season MVP. Let us know who you think deserves this the most by tweeting at LEC on Twitter using the hashtag ping the lobby. You see it below me.
Oh, that's old school, I feel.
Spell it right so you can see it. Now, you're going to see our 5 candidates behind us. This does not stop you from spamming Flacket and saying L plus ratio, but I'd appreciate it if you'd stop. Not every tweet needs it. So let's take a look at the 5 players. We do have Elyoya, Malrang, Hylissang, Jankos, Selfmade. Where do you guys want to go first?
Well, I think it's important that we just highlight, of course, these are just a couple of options and potential candidates that we think could be worthy of being that mid-split MVP. But what I think we have to start off is the only non-jungler there, Hylissang. The dude has had a really incredible split. The truth is that when you look back at previous splits, he's been a little inconsistent, but he usually steps up when he really needs to, right? He's a very reliable player in that you can count on him to play his best when the stakes are very high. But this season, he's just, I think he's only had like 1 bad game. He's been really incredible, and I've absolutely loved watching Hylissang this split.
And then obviously we come back to the conversation about, you know, who's actually like most valuable. It doesn't necessarily mean best player, but then when you look at more well-rounded teams, sometimes they have a couple of names which kind of detract from each other. But you look at a couple of these players on that list and you think these teams will not function without them. They are too pivotal to their rosters.
Yeah, and I think the beautiful thing about Hylissang in this split specifically is the variety of play that we've seen from him, from the zillion more reserved to the multiple Thresh games that somehow he continues to get his hands on. Zeri for Hylissang, Thresh, worst deal in the history of deals, but there it is. We'll see if that one shapes up. And obviously an impressive season so far, but speaking to some of those other players, the players who teams might perform about, Rogue is a team that is 8-0. It's hard to pick a single Rogue player to say this guy is MVP, because when a team wins that much, it's often so many people stepping up. But ultimately, Malrang is our player on that list.
And I think what is really, really impressive with Malrang is how quickly and how visibly that difference has been made. Because we talk about him so much on the broadcast, we're going to keep talking about him because he deserves that. He's a player that has instantly picked up a lot of different champions, has played them to be this baton pass from the early game into the mid game so their laners can start taking over. This team with Malrang, of course, there was little expectation on it comparatively, and now suddenly we're talking about them as, hell, one of the better rogue lineups that we could have seen.
He's been nothing but impressive, and especially when you compare the expectations coming into the split, replacing a jungler like Inspired, like, that's a tough task. That was always going to be a difficult thing to do, and we heard it from Jankos. He was not expecting Malrang to just come in and be better than Inspired, but I don't necessarily think it's about being better. He just provides something else that seems to be working perfectly for Rogue, and they're on track to go undefeated.
And my favorite part of this is just the exact contrast of styles, where Inspired was a guy who you got strong lanes, you played through him, you set him up, you built giant CS leads. This guy's
ironically, it was very Damwon.
And now we have the other half of the Damwon coin, where this guy will like literally does nothing for himself. He's like, I will gank you, and it's like, Malrang, you're bleeding out on the ground. Go back to base. He's like, I will gank for you. Yeah. I will make it happen. But you brought up Jankos, and I think Jankos is another player that we have to talk about because we highlighted him earlier. Him and Caps feel like a rock for this lineup, but Jankos especially has been so consistent this season.
He certainly has. Jankos, I think, whenever you have a big shift in rosters, you tend to look at the veterans to provide that element of consistency, especially early on in the split. And I feel like Jankos has done just that. His early game setups, his engages in team fights, just overall his mechanics. For an old man, he is doing pretty damn well. Like, he is approaching his 500th game today. Yet he still seems like that he's able to compete with the young and the best and anything that you throw at him. So huge props to Jankos. What he offers to this G2 squad, I think, can't afford to be underestimated. And I think he's a large part of why they currently sit tied for second in the standing.
And he's so versatile too. So versatile. We know, I mean, I'm a big fan of Malrang and that way he uses his favorable jungle matchups. We saw that Poppy yesterday completely shut down the game. And there are certain picks where you just have to have them in the back pocket. It seems like Jankos has brought a lot of them to play.
And I love it. Always love seeing something crazy come out. I hate how Poppy interacts with Bard Portal, particularly. Everything else about it looked ludicrous. Adam had the worst game of his life. He got out of the worst laning phase he's ever had, and he had to look at that Poppy and know that it was not going to get better. That said, 2 more players on the list. Want to talk a little bit about Selfmade and Elyoya. I think for both of these guys, Selfmade especially, easy to say, hey, does anyone on Vitality really deserve mid-split MVP after that pretty miserable week 1? But he was the one constant, it feels like, on this Vitality lineup. He did show up in that week 1, and he's continued to make good on that as we move through the split.
And so with Selfmade, we talked about yesterday a lot about how the Vitality laners give a lot of space to Selfmade. Now, that's easy to say, oh, well, that's just the laners doing the hard work. Isn't that how it works? Well, you still got to do something with that space you're given, and being able to, again, like the other 2 junglers that we kind of talked about in regards to the champion pool, pull out stuff like the Gwen. and be a massive carry. Pull out the Kiana, be a massive carry, and always be a threat, and use what you've been given better than anyone else has done from this role.
And the reality is that these two players just bring so much value to their team. And like that's why we kind of had to bring them up into consideration.
Wow, it's almost like they're valuable.
Yeah, exactly. They are super strong, and I think that they are a core of what makes their team successful.
True. I can't wait till we go back to a jungle meta where junglers don't do anything, so we can get like a top laner on this list. Maybe we'll give them their teleports back so they can do something before 15 minutes. Until then, it's Jungle City and support. Of course, we're going to check in on your tweets later in PGL, so keep tweeting us your thoughts with the hashtag #PingTheLobby. Yankus and Malrang will also be facing off later tonight as Rogue are looking to secure their first regular season win over G2 Esports in the LG Ultra Gear Match of the Week.
They lost the finals in spring, they came third in summer, and lost their 2 key superstar players, and no one gave them a chance.
The loss of Hansama and Inspired is huge. It's not going to be the Rogue of old.
I think it is a really big loss for the EU scene.
I think this off-season for Rogue is just damage mitigation.
Well, I know the fans are a bit, let's say, disappointed of losing like their 2 superstar players, but I still think like Rogue knows how to succeed, right? And I'm pretty sure we will do this still.
So this year it feels like talent-wise we're at a comparable level. Time will tell how good we can become. But just the fact that we can improve so much easier is definitely the big benefit for this roster.
I honestly believe that we should have won at least one LEC last year. And now I want to make it work. I want to actually win LEC.
Got no time to escape in this one. The curtain call come. The sniper the team needed.
It goes down, Call of the Portugal used as well, and there's a blast going for Comp. Hook onto the Red Tail and will pull LeBron into the waiting arms of Comp. Selfmade tries to trade it back. Who are you going to go for, Malrang?
Still don't know. They don't know, Medic.
Unforgiven! Welcome to the party! Unforgiven gets dunked by Larson. Malrang going to get chased down here, trying to turn it onto Dayor, and Magbang actually just kills off Zanzara.
This guy is just way too good, I think, for you junglers. And after being next to Kenyon for like a year and watching him play, I'm pretty sure he should gap on many people.
I feel like my drive doesn't only come from not making it to Worlds, but also from us just not being what we used to be. You know, when we were winning in G2, that was the best time of my life, and I really want to bring it back.
Standing in the way of what could be an undefeated season is the final test for Rogue. They have never beaten G2 Esports in a regular season game.
And in fact, by pushing through the mid lane, they get the TP immediately into the root, into the stun, into the death! As the Broken Blade, the Darkin Blade slides in. Razzle and Humanoid forced up to the top side. Flanker gets the Chrono Shift. He doesn't need the life, but he does need the assist from Targamas. As much as Upset can get a single shut down.
If it's forcing a fight, it's a good call, but G2, are they too far ahead? Now Alti coming across, VTO buying a bit more time, but he's going to get burned down before the fight kicks it off, and now Broken Blade comes into the backline. Misfits had a man advantage for a brief moment, but it will not matter.
Atlanta against Rogue will have to be quite creative to win, but at the same time, I'm very confident that if we play scaling, we can actually win, and if we play early game, we can actually win. So, yeah, we will see. It's going to be a banger.
I think they will still have the similar style, the style of playing control, playing with pressure. That's just Rogue style, so we'll see what will happen.
Will Rogue finally be able to overcome G2 in the regular season, or will G2 put a stop to Rogue's rampage?
I love it. I love history in the best of one. You heard it from Yankos, guaranteed to be a banger. But before we get to the matchup itself, obviously coming in later in the day, Namera, are we overdosing on narrative when we say G2 could win based on the history? It's a 12-0 history. Don't undercut the history, but also Rogue 8-0. Thoughts?
So I love plot armor. It's great. That's wonderful. But there is a first time for everything. And I feel like today, with this unique chemistry we've got with this Rogue lineup, yes, we've talked about them a lot, and we just keep talking about them because I feel like this jungle support synergy from Rogue eclipses everything else in EU right now. Now, there is every chance G2 come out swinging and really try and hit it home. But for me, it's an uphill battle.
I mean, I see both sides, okay?
On the
I
one
feel
side,
like
plot armor,
on the one
historically
side,
very successful.
You know, but like I've also been in that position where I've been as an analyst gone and said, there's no way they can lose. And then, I don't know, like the craziest draft of your life happens, the execution, it can all sorts of things can happen. And I think one of the cool things about this G2 roster is you can expect the unexpected in a way. Like their drafts have been adapting and getting better week on week. I think that one of Rogue's biggest strengths is their approach to the draft and how they are coming in prepared. So I think that the draft battle is going to be a really exciting one for sure. But as you rightly said, this you have a very big contrast in styles, where you have a big mid focus from the side of G2, whereas Malrang, usually when he ganks a lot more focused towards bot, he'll actually way more gank Odo than he will Larssen. And Larssen is definitely no stranger to being attacked by 3 members, but this is something that has often got the better of Rogue in the past. So we'll see how Larssen handles that pressure today, because you know that it's going to be thrown mid.
I mean, consistently have not done well in that pressure, at least in best of 1, even if they have found some success in best of 5s. It's interesting, though, because in this meta right now, I feel like we so rarely talk about AD carries outside of crazy hype matchups. We so rarely talk about top laners. But in this case, we know this top lane matchup has the potential to be incredibly explosive. Odo said yesterday that Broken Blade is G2's win condition, and both these players have been performing extraordinarily well. So normally, it's jungle support in this meta, but right now we do have to cast our eyes to the top lane.
Yeah, and I want to quickly draw your attention to the jungle proximity stat, where you have 1st for Broken Blade and you have 9th for Odo, but then you compare every other stat, and these two are actually very comparable. It's just a very difference in approach, where Odoamne gets a lot more involved later on into the game, is a lot more involved in the team fights, whereas Broken Blade, you have 3-man roams up towards the top side of the map. The purpose behind enabling Caps is to allow him to get out of the lane and then start attacking these side lanes, in particular up towards the top side, to make sure that Broken Blade can be a carry threat.
And there are so many factors in an ensemble which makes this happen, right? Because you also have like Targamas, who even back in the ERLs was a big roaming support. So they draft towards, let's just not have an interactive bot. Let's scale up with something like a Senna. That's fine. Targamas can go out, help topside as well. Mid jungle draws the pressure away from the enemy jungler to impact top, isolates the top lane matchup. Everything starts flowing across the map.
Yeah, I think one thing we know for certain is that one of these rogue solo laners is getting 3-man dove and is going to post something salty about it later on Twitter. But speaking of this historic rivalry, G2 versus Rogue, Rogue never taking a game, there's a similar story between XL and Fnatic in our 4th game of the day. XL have never beaten Fnatic ever because they've never made it past the regular season. We don't have to add that quantifier there. So right now we have to see again if history can be made today. Maybe today is the double upset day, but while G2 Rogue feels like, maybe a coin toss could go either way, XL Fnatic, I hate David versus Goliath. We have to find a better metaphor or comparison, but I'll just use it because it's easy. David versus Goliath. It feels pretty impossible.
It does, and what's really working against XL in this sense is that they're still adapting the changes. They're still kind of like this boiling pot which needs to start simmering. It needs to settle down, because while you are bringing in a star player, Mickey, you bring in someone with all this history, something like support equal with jungle needs to have that synergy with the rest of the team. We talked about that in that last matchup, and this is really going to work against them in this match.
Certainly is. Of course, for now, we have to focus in on our first game of the day because SK is coming off of an important win over Astralis yesterday, and today they're facing Misfits Gaming, a team that they would want to beat to be in the fight for playoffs. Coolin is joined by their head coach Swiffer to talk about SK's season so far.
Thank you very much, Dracos, and thank you, Swiffer, for joining me ahead of your game against Misfits. Once again, I can say congratulations for that very important win yesterday against Astralis. Now, I do want to ask you how the morale and the atmosphere is after that very important win yesterday.
Well, I'm not going to lie. My heart was basically in my throat for the first 15 minutes of the game, as I'm sure you know if you watch the game as well. But after, I was like immensely proud of how well we came together after what could have been or what was a pretty disastrous early game. And I think the tenacity that we showed in like the mid to later parts of the game, I thought was really, really good, and morale definitely on the rebound.
Yeah, it's interesting you start talking about that early game, because you were on Ready Check 2 weeks earlier and you talked about market-oriented playstyle, and you certainly talked about early game, how some teams were going to struggle with it. Well, you said it yourself. If you watched the game yesterday, we saw an example of how an early game could work out. So I kind of want to ask you how you guys have been working around these key factors.
So I think like a really important part is just basically to break down the early parts of the game into, I think, a lot more like bite-sized, tangible things rather than kind of everyone playing a little bit disconnected. So just tackling that, and we're going to continue tackling that going into like the following weeks as well. But that's basically made it a little bit more manageable, I think, and it's kind of in the same way that you look at like mid game and late game, like you also have to break down like early game into various parts as well, which is what we've been working on.
Yeah, because as we are closing out the first half of the round robin, I mean, these things are things you need to get out of the game now. Now, looking at that last game of the first round robin, it's going to be Misfits, a very tough loss yesterday. How are you coming into this match?
I think it's really interesting that they picked blue for the first time this split, I believe. I know that they had one blue side game earlier, but I can't remember if it was by choice or not. And I think that just basically has to do with how many like OP picks there are currently in the meta, like OP. And it's really, it's interesting to see how their priorities are going to shift, because they're not going to be able to secure like double counter picks in their solo lanes and everything on blue, I think, unless they're doing something completely whack. But I think that's going to be really interesting. And I think, we're on red, so I think, if I think like we have a decent strategy going in, so I am pretty confident that regardless of what they decide to throw at us or how they decide to mix it up, we should be in for a banger.
Well, I hope your confidence is going to pay off, because we're going to head on back over to the Analyst Desk. Thank you, Swiffer, for your insights. Back to you, Dracos.
Thank you very much, Colleen and Swiffer. Always good to hear from the coach and his perspective on the situation. There were a lot of deep breaths between, yeah, we're ready. Yeah, it's going to be a banger. Maybe they were happy
but
deep
he said
breaths.
it with such a wonderful voice. You know, you can't help but be convinced.
Swiffer, let me tell you, bro, casting team.
Yeah.
I can't poach like that. That's too bad. Sorry. We never poach. We're hiring strategy. Sorry. But
move along.
SK, of course, did beat Astralis. That was our first win after 5 straight losses. And you heard it in the interview. Pretty tough early game. The bot dive really epitomizing that. And we get to see it now, but it did turn around in the end.
And what I find really interesting about this in the context of the match they have now is that often we have Misfits drafting for scaling. SK did the same. They just had to survive until a big enough shockwave hit. That's what they were waiting for the whole game. Of course, the story of the game led that way.
It certainly did. SK were basically waiting for that single play to turn the game around. And props to Gilius, I think he did have some highlight moments. I know that he's been a big point of criticism for this SK squad for the first few weeks, but I think his Lee Sin really did come and drew a lot of focus in this play specifically, which really set up for the highlight shockwave from Certus. And the problem is, I will say for SK, is they can't rely on play like this. I think that drafting for scaling and looking for team fights is great, but things like team fight setup and actually playing better around objectives is ideally what you want to see, and not finding yourself at a deficit in the early game.
You just can't capitulate. It's within reason you have to survive.
Absolutely. Of course, they really need to keep that momentum going if they want to continue to find success here, because ultimately, that was the easiest opponent they expect to face, but you have to hope that a win like that puts them in good spirits and maybe helps them prepare for an opponent like Misfits, because Misfits are looking like a playoffs contender at this point in the season, certainly stronger overall, and while their early game also hasn't been fantastic, we did see some lights of hope yesterday.
Sure, and I really want to cast my gaze over to Mercer, who has had some rough early games, but credit to them, yesterday they're high rolled. Now, it's not quite the Nat 20 yet, we're waiting for that one, but we're looking at this 2v2, and landing the hooks, landing the autos in a very volatile lane if the summoners are gone was so important to set them up for success. Obviously didn't tide them through to a victory, but it's a good start.
It certainly is, and I think that Misfits as a whole, their early game is not the most reliable, but I think that against weaker teams, they've always shown a very solid early game. They've very rarely been shut down or punished, and again, I think it comes back to that element of being a playoff contender. This team, while they do show elements of consistency, they have very solid and reliable players across the board. They're still a very good team fighting team, and I think that as long as they keep with their approach of sit back and scale, I think against a team like SK, you should definitely put Misfits as the favorites coming in.
Potentially. I'm wondering if we just get both teams on the sit back and scale plan and we wait till 30 minutes till they kill each other in an absolute bloodbath. That's what I'm hoping for, more action in the early game, but the meta has shown us that a lot of times you just wait and then you fight and then the game is over. But that's enough about that. Mercer is one of the 8 rookies joining this season, and we got to talk to him about making it to the LEC and his expectations.
Hello everyone, I'm Mersa, I'm from Greece and I'm 19 years old, support for Misfits. I started playing League back in Season 3. I started playing competitively in Greece in 2020 and then I had graduated from high school. I won the Greek League and then after that I had a good run on EU Masters. I faced K-Corp on top 8, had a good individual performance. We also almost beat them. That drew a lot of attention and I got picked up by Gamers Origin in the LFL. I look up to Keria, who is the T1 support, and he's playing a lot of champs. He has big champ pool. So yeah, you can see me on engage champs, you can see me on enchanters and even crazier champs. I don't really feel nervous. Maybe it's because of my personality. I'm pretty confident and yeah, I'm pretty excited to play and make my debut. I expected it to be harder, but I think I fit well and I'm doing pretty well in scrims and my team is doing pretty well. To be honest, I was confident that I would make it soon. I didn't expect it to make it in spring, but I was confident and I believed in myself. So yeah, I don't consider it as a big jump, but I'm very excited to play here.
Great to see Mersa telling us all how it all came about from his ERLs right up to now. He still feels confident, and he's going to need that today because Misfits, they're looking okay, but they need to get a little bit better around those edges.
Hey, look, I think they looked fairly well coming in yesterday. They had a good start against Vitality, but we have to see if they're going to be able to continue that one on here against an SK who definitely struggled yesterday.
They definitely did, and this is a big moment. This is the halfway point. This is the moment we hit 9 games. You need to have as much as you can get in the tank before you go into that second round robin because your time is ticking. It's still very early for playoffs, but it's coming. Destiny waits for nobody.
Yeah, and I mean, look, SK, I got to see more out of you, lads. I mean, yesterday against the Stralis of all teams, you really did struggle, and we'll have to see exactly what the plan is going to be here coming in. It sounded, at least from the coach interview, that SK had something in their back pocket, but with Misfits already banned away the Caitlyn, we'll have to see exactly how this one's going to go through, with Zeri being banned away by SK as well.
Yeah, we only saw Zeri once yesterday. Gonna be totally honest, didn't really do a lot. I'm gonna be it wasn't bad, it wasn't good, it was just there. So we'll see how teams end up prioritizing or not prioritizing as the split goes on, with her now being a part of the ensemble, and we can see now just going through those very standard mid lane bans, LeBlanc and the Corki.
Yeah, Gwen being taken off the board as well, and I think that's a nice one, right? SK kind of said, hey, look, for Misfits, they do like having Hero on towards that Gwen pick because it is a kind of a safe blind pick on that top side, but Hero won't be able to get his hands on that one this time around. And SK, we'll have to see what their plan is because Hero's going straight towards that Renekton, and that's what the Gwen ban was for.
That was the Gwen ban. You can see the Renekton, high priority there. Great bruiser in that top side. Gives you so many more options. Not only just in the top side, can go into the mid lane, which we have seen multiple times. And now you're looking for a response here from SK.
Yeah, it feels like your jungle and more than likely an AD carry going to be picked up here as well. Genax has gone a lot towards the Gragas. I just don't know if this is your best bet here to go for, right? Realistically, I think prioritizing a jungler could have been the better option. You take that Gragas pick in the third rotation here and you end up in a pretty good spot, but the Gragas has been locked in as the counter, and it's something Genax has looked pretty comfortable on.
And it's a curious thing as well when we look at this. We're obviously seeing the high priority on those scaling AD carries, as per usual has it been in the 2022 season, but it isn't being paired or as highly prioritized with its preferred matchup in bot lane. We're seeing supports going lower and lower down that matchup.
One of the big things here, though, is that there is that Diana-Yasuo combo left open if they want to go for it. Diana does get locked in. It pairs super well with that Renekton on the top side, and there we see that combo locked in. So I do like this from Misfits Gaming, and especially for Neon, right? He's more than comfortable going back towards something like that Jhin in the bot side that you can look to play around. So kind of providing that engage tool and setup for this composition that wants to chase you down.
Well, the Akali locked and loaded there. Very slippery champion here for Certus in that mid lane. Can still be a flex. We could maybe see Gragas bot and Akali mid. There could be some shenanigans there.
I imagine it's still that chem tank Akali in the mid lane, right? Something that can do reasonably well against the Yasuo. Get a lot of armor coming through and just makes it quite difficult for Yasuo to take you down. And as you said, quite mobile, so it is going to be an issue. I want to see SK, though, banning away these big engage supports or get rid of that Jhin, because Jhin fits into this combo super well and also fits kind of going into the lane against the Jinx because you can push in super well and can give a lot of room for Mersa if he wants to try and roam around the map, or honestly for Shalatan to kind of have another lane to play around. So we'll have to see if that's going to be the call. The Rakan taken off the board, the Alistair on the other side, but I mean, realistically, I think if I'm looking towards champions here for treats, something like a Jinx could be excellent in trying to deny, something like the Thresh could be great in trying to deny access to the Diana, the Yasuo into these fights.
Yeah, and again, the thing that we see, why we see Thresh picked in with Jinx and why I mentioned it earlier is that Thresh kind of covers all of Jinx's weak spots, has a bit of mobility, escape, also a bit of kiting, lots of stuff that you can be able to use. The Nautilus banned away there by SK, exactly what you wanted to see. You just don't want to give them more synergy.
Yeah, I think though, like, we are coming across from the LPL, right? Thresh has been in way higher priority. Yeah, no way. Over there rather than here. So, and we've kind of seen even with the Jinx teams don't really prioritize as much of that kind of lane focus and keeping her safe. They're perfectly happy to go towards things like the Leona, these kind of things that can still provide that a big engage tool. Especially when I'm looking across at SK, right? That seems to be the big thing they're missing. Gragas is more of a counter engage, so trying to take something like the Leona that they've just locked in can help solidify that strong team fight.
Well, the Leona does end up going in, and that is going to be able to push forward, like you mentioned, with that Akali, with that Gragas, to just bring everything together. You will have a little bit of kiting power there, but curious to see now what the final pick will be here for the side of SK as we now move over to the other side, and you're just going to be picking your bot lane here. So Aphelios, they could take the Thresh themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I love the Aphelios Thresh combo, right? You keep him safe. It's kind of been a bog standard one that we've seen for quite a while, and something that allows you to play aggressive on lane as long as being defensive, especially against something like Leona. The Flay is just so good at keeping those Zenith hooks at bay.
Yeah, it really is just great for the laning phase, great for the Aphelios in general. And Aphelios, despite being that 200 years champion we love to talk about, he does have to be quite close in terms of the guns he's using and to get the most effectiveness out of them.
And that's the big thing about Misfits comp in general, right? They are super short range, so they need to make sure that they are finding these good flanks so they can close the gap onto SK, because right now, SK, right, they've got a really strong 1-4 with the Akali, they've got good engage, they've got long range that they can look for poke, and and we're just going to round that out with Gilius going towards the Volibear. So another kind of safe tank on the front line to provide that space for the Jinx, which is pretty much all that this SK composition's built around.
Well, God Gilius getting himself a demigod in the Volibear as well, and see if he's able to make some work for it. Very beefy front line, very much, a front-to-back team fight I'm looking at from the side of SK Gaming. And like you said, for Misfits, it's jump on your face and stay on your face.
Yeah, I think the big one for SK, though, at least they have some early level control here, right? Diana wants to hit that level 6 before she really starts impacting the lanes. Well, that's where Volibear can shine. Really strong early duelist. So I want to see now if Gilius is going to start playing towards Certus, if we see him setting up Jesu on this bot side around treats as well, because that seems to be the best place to try and get this early ball rolling for SK.
Well, we'll wait and see as we're going. Everything has been locked and loaded. Looking at these two teams, like you said, you got that big wombo combo, you've got the front-to-back team fight. Who are you favoring right now, and where do you want to see them work towards?
I mean, I think Misfits' composition is just a great all-rounder, right? Even though you have a lot of short range, it's only really the Jinx on the opposite side you got to worry about. And when I'm looking across at SK, it's not exactly like the early game has been the strongest, and you definitely feel like you kind of want to get rolling at this early point, because you've got a Yasuo and a Aphelios, Diana, everything else there. It's going to be tough.
It's going to be very, very tough, and we're going to see how they do it on the Rift. And here we are. Misfits coming off of a pretty not serious loss. That makes it sound as if, it was the worst thing in the world. But definitely something that they wouldn't want to continue on in terms of a trend. And SK, honestly, as we saw with the interview with Swiffer, counting their lucky stars, they were able to get a win yesterday at all.
I will say, though, for Misfits, right, they came out of that game in the early stages swinging. I thought they actually looked fantastic, and we saw that big fight in the mid lane that kind of cost them, where instead of actually trading the objective, they end up trying to take the fight against Vitality, and it all fell apart at that stage. This composition, though, isn't about trying to play through side lanes. This is much more of a team fighting style. So if we can actually try and play through that, I think Misfits are going to be in a much better position to continue to just, power through the strong fight that they have against SK.
For SK, it's got to start now. You got to use yesterday's win as momentum. Again, going back to that interview with Swiffer, he did mention the tenacity, the drive, the commitment from the players to not give up, to not just get their heads down and to keep pushing forward and find that opportunity. But similar to how they said on the desk, you don't want to be relying on that miracle play every single game.
And it feels like we're going to be relying on Gilius to have that, right? You got the volley bear here, you're running the press, the attack, you can do a lot of damage early, and already we're talking about Zlatan, he's going to be taking a bit slow. He wants to hit that level 6, so I'm keeping my eyes on Gilius pathing from this top side down to the bot lane. It looks like he wants to try and set up with treats to get that going into Jezu. Maybe look for plays around Certus, because you're either looking at a 1-4 with Certus being your prime example on that side about how you can deal that damage, or you're looking at Jezu, who's going to be trying to be the big carry for this team.
This is something that's been a bit conscientious. Like, if you look at Jezu's stats throughout the season, this isn't a guy who, personally speaking, I would have a lot of confidence in. He has the lowest damage percentage of any AD carry in the league. He hasn't really been someone that has, in my opinion, stepped up to show that he can be that carry.
And especially when you're looking at his counterpoint here, right? Neon, like, this guy has been popping off in the last 3 games. Goal difference at 14 has been 839. His CSD at 14 has been 11.3. This guy has been an absolute monster in this bot lane. You can see already getting a nice push here on this bot side as well, which is going to buy a little bit of space here for Zlatan, because if Gilius tries to go for any sort of invade, should have his bot lane able to help him out.
Wait and see. Good push coming out here from the Aphelios Thresh. To be expected, Aphelios does have the extra 2 guns, or an extra gun on top of the 2, so he's able to just kind of keep going, keep rotating, keep putting pressure down, gets the push in. It is lane dominance. We see both junglers are going to find each other. In the bot side, Xenoblade lands as Mersa slowed by the Glacial Augment as Treat still pushing forward, but everyone backs themselves away. Just a trade of health bars.
Yeah, and just by time for Zlatan, right? Picks up that scuttle, could even move back towards the top side if he wants to try and get 2. But it looks like it is just going to be Gilius who's able to make his way back up top. But that early game kind of play by Gilius, a little bit too early from Treats, and it means that Misfits can just back away.
This is the safety you get, as we've talked about many, many times. Thresh just puts out the lantern. Even if you do push a little bit too far forward, it goes to you. But a little thing I'm going to stop myself. I was going to start talking about the top lane, but Gilius coming down here. He is going to be spotted on a ward, but do they just fully commit? Yes, they do, as Treats just completely whiffs the Xenoblade, but they go in, they get the cleanse out of Neon. He was just a little bit too early, though. Exhaust has come down, and that's going to force Mercer to flash, but a 2-man stun coming out from the Aphelios means that they can back away. I like the idea from SK, just missed a little bit on the execution.
Yeah, execution a little bit awry, and I mean, Zlatan goes in, but you don't have the damage to try and go up against the 3 members of SK, especially when Mercer and Neon are low. But you can actually see in the top side, here it wandered down to grab that Scuttle Crab, which giving him a nice little bit of a boon up in this top side of the map against Genex. So at least these early plays not going the way of Gilius is still going to give Zlatan that time to get to 6 and have his own impact in the lanes.
Well, bot lane not without its trials and tribulations, and something that you mentioned there, here able to kind of cheat down, get himself that little boon. It is just going to be that way. Renekton not really going to have a lot of kill pressure on the Genex on a 1v1. That's kind of why you pick the Gragas. He's just an absorbing man who can just heal through his passive, gets himself the W, as we can see there, which gives him extra resistances, and he's just going to be fine, just happy out surviving.
Yeah, it just sucks for Renekton in this matchup. You try to go in, you get Biley slammed, he ends up throwing down a Q to slow you, and then you can't actually get any of your damage off.
And then he
right?
regens.
Yeah, and you're just out. So you can even see with the tier start here as well, he's going to be perfectly fine, at least for the moment, to sit around a while and get the waves that he wants. Will reset now, be able to work himself up towards that Fimbulwinter at some stage, but just the fact that Fimbulwinter has been introduced is why Gragas is kind of coming back is so strong on that top side as a tank. You don't have to worry about any mana issues now that there is a tank mana item for you.
About damn time.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Excuse my language. just something that I've always been very annoyed about. It's just like, it's kind of like Zhonya's or QSS, you know? It's like for so long, QSS is still, in my opinion, only used for like AD carries.
So actually interesting, Certus isn't going towards the chem tank build. So we did see those nerfs come in this patch. We've still seen it be very good, and a lot of players are still using it, but Certus is actually just going to go for that full AP build. So looking to see if he can dish out a ton of damage, but definitely won't be as tanky as we've seen on Akali's in the last few games.
Well, actually, Genex putting in a lot of damage there onto Herod. He will be able to sustain himself out with that empowered Q. Still keep himself nice and healthy. Shouldn't, I put a very big asterisk on that, be dying 1v1 into the Gragas lane. But we have seen stranger things, and specifically on the Gragas pick, you think of Gragas in LEC in 2022, and it has been Wonder who was the Wonder Kid. And honestly, this is getting a little bit close right now for Herod. He knows he's dangerously close. He pops the Dominus and keeps himself alive, but this is risky.
I mean, it may not be over. Flash for Genex.
Yeah, he's thinking about it, but he's thought about it and didn't think it was worth it. You're not worth the time.
No idea where Zlatan was as well, so wasn't sure if it was going to be a flash trade and suddenly the jungler's there, but Gilly is trying to make the play boss.
Gonna go for it as I take a gulp of water, and they're gonna try and just push into it. There is no flash available for Mercer. He's got himself a hook though, so first blood goes over, and important for Misfits, they get a kill back onto Neon.
And the kill went to Treats. It didn't go to either Gilius or towards Jezu. They would have loved for the Jinx to be able to pick up that goal, but Neon gets the kill for himself. He managed to get all this wave as well. So the grand scheme of things, Misfits kind of coming out on top in that play, and we see it here, right? Why Thresh is so strong into Leona. Mercer gets the reactions for the Zenith Blade. The Glacial Augment means it's really hard for Treats to catch up, and great hook just before he falls. That death sentence bringing life back to Misfits in this bot lane.
You see just the range of the Leona Shield of Daybreak. He's almost there. He's almost about to boop you with it. But as you mentioned, getting slowed by the Glacial Augment means he's not able to make it and does have to trade 1 for 1.
We're about to hit the danger zone, though, Usheen. You're now going to have 6 literally just hit now for Zlatan. 20 seconds until this Rift Herald starts up, and you can already see Mercer helping Video get control. In this mid lane, as Treats is trying to do the same, but you now have access to that devastating combo between Diana and Yasuo, and I wouldn't be surprised if Misfits are trying to eye up this topside objective to see if they can get this used. Always the option as well, if they really want to kind of like forego that and maybe look for a dive onto Jezu by himself in the bot lane, but we'll have to see.
We will. Certus feeling the pressure there as VTO just runs himself around. I did learn how to pronounce his name now off of yesterday. Apologies to anybody if I was, you know, annoying you, but it happens when you have to look at, you know,
okay.
Several.
You annoy me.
Yeah. Wow, you can do me dirty like that. Just gonna throw me under the bus. I have like over 100 players to learn over 2 different leagues, but speaking of players, we're gonna see Treats just kind of stops and doesn't really go anywhere there as Neon gonna try and just kite this one out. Has got himself the Moonlight Vigil should he need it, but Mercer still not really out of this one yet. They're gonna get the resets on the Jezu as one goes down, but Zlatan goes back in. It's a trade of a jungler! But true, the ace in the hole. Jezu finds a double kill.
Somehow he manages to get that past Zlatan, and means that you're able to pick up the double kill now, and with that SK they can look for the reset. They're gonna have a good amount of going on to Jezu, and they can always look to try and move that up towards this top side. But we're going to have a repeat here, and Treats has his flash up and available. Gilius tries to go for the reset there, but on the reset he has to, but not able to make it. And now, from this point forward again, Gilius, we said we wanted to see him have action in this early stages. He's been sitting in this bot lane. He knows that Jezu is going to be the main damage dealer for this squad, and unfortunately Zlatan not willing to flash to block that ult at the end.
It's exactly as you mentioned in the early game. This is where SK's damage lies. This is where their win condition sits. I will say, I think Treats didn't realize he had his flash. He thought he had Hex Flash. That's why he just stood in the bush there for half a second and went, oh, cool, I can do this. I can just go ahead and use this. But good trade there for the side of SK. They get 2 kills for 1. Importantly as well, they got 2 kills onto the Jinx. Thank you very much, observers. And there's a little bit of a lead in that bot side. It is, however, being answered in the jungle and pretty much even Stevens across every other lane.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see that nobody's going for the Rift Herald, especially Misfits. They've been really good at securing these early Rift Heralds. I'm pretty sure they're first in the league at the moment with like 68% of the Rift Heralds, and I think it's G2 in second. So the fact that these guys have kind of been foregoing that when it's been such a staple plan for them is kind of nuts so far.
Little bit of a curious one as we wait to see how everyone kind of settles down. A lot of summoners have been blown. I will say Neon still has his flash and cleanse, so Mercer now has his flash back, and now they've heard you and they're going to go straight towards that one.
But Gillies is bot again. Gillies just wants to focus on this bot lane. Will be spotted as Neon will start to move away. Mercer going to take the long route back towards his home in the bot side.
This is where he lives now. Gilius is he's going to have the lantern to keep him safe. Neon gets himself out of trouble, but it does mean you have pressure here, so SK answering for the Rift Herald, which hasn't even been taken yet, so you are getting a trade across the map.
And here's the thing, right? Like, SK, I agree with what they're doing here, even moving Certus down, you're getting the gold onto Jezu, and this is fantastic for them. As we said, Jezu going to be the big carry. I want to see, though, how Misfits are going to answer.
Moonlight Vigil has got the Gravitum gun, is going to force the cleanse out of Jezu. Jezu recognizing he would have been caught by the hook, needed to get himself a bit further away.
Yeah, I want to see Zlatan, though, if he's going to start, like, kind of foregoing bot side, right? Kind of go, look, we're not going to try and match toe for toe. You're stronger here in the 3v3. I'm going to use this mid instead and play through our strong mid jungle. Neon spotting out Gilius once more, being the bane of his existence, but he will just back away this time.
We'll back away, and now we can see where the real pressure comes from. This should be a dragon here for the side of SK with the amount of time and pressure they've put in, but they found Mersa. Mersa does not have flash, he has nowhere to go, and they're going to be able to give that one over to the Jinx. Zlatan, though, now in a lot of trouble as Certus has roamed all the way down. He thought about going over the wall, but he said he'd keep his flash. They got themselves a summoners, and they got themselves a kill.
Yeah, Mersa did not need to be that far up at all. Gets caught out, and now SK can start up on these dragons. Video might be next in line. Just managed to hit Certus.
He gets him and goes straight in there with the ultimate as well. Gilius is here. He's going to jump down on top of him as well, but there's nowhere really for you to go. That was just so over-aggressive from VTO.
I mean, for a team, though, that we... Oh, hang on, Neon.
Neon, he's going to use the cleanse, has flash available to himself. He's been slowed, and he flashes away. That's both summoners again, this bot side. Misfits, what's happening?
Can we confirm that these nameplates are the right way around?
Yeah, I'll get on production.
Thank you, because honestly, SK, this is so well played. Gilius understanding exactly where he needs to be on the map, getting Jezu this big lead, including the turret plates. Wouldn't be surprised if he's already finished his mythic off this reset. We're seeing great roams coming down from the mid lane as well, with Certus being in position. Mersa way overextending on this play. It's an easy setup for SK, and I mean, SK have had control of this bot side river the entire game thanks to Gilius. So the fact that Mersa didn't expect himself to be walking over wards when he went in there is kind of bizarre to me.
I mean, yeah, yes, you go on a Certus, you knock him up, you're kind of delaying him, but you know that everyone's on bot side there. Yeah. There's no real reason for you to try and go for that 1v1, because even in a 1v1, I don't even know if you win that 100%.
Yeah, and you're not going to burst out in a Kali, right? With video going in, you assume, even in the best case scenario, that Gilius is on Dragon. So Gilius just runs up while you're there. Like, you're not going to get anything out of that. So, I don't know, Misfits haven't really been playing with their heads screwed on properly, and it's costing them a lot. But even though we say that, right, it's only a 1,500 gold lead. It's not a crazy big one, but you can see it there on the bottom side. 1,000 of that is between the two AD carries, and this is where we got to see Jezu step up. He hasn't having the greatest of times. This is his moment to prove otherwise.
And this is the big thing. You're putting a massive amount of priority on this Renekton. It's been null and void. It's been muted. It hasn't done anything because the Gragas is just saying, cool, you stay here. You're never going to kill me, and I don't need to be with my team right now. Your early game advantage is slowly falling away.
And sometimes when I see Gen X take this Gragas pick, I'm not the biggest fan, right? I've seen him take it into these like super long range compositions that deny SK any sort of engage, but Gen X actually, maybe?
Yeah, maybe going for it, but they're going to move back straight into mid as they go straight in underneath the tower. They find Certus, and he gets caught out by the Ignite, and he ends up being taken down. So with the Rift Herald to mid, they get it, hear it. Still going 1v1, and still not really coming out on top of this one here, but it is still a positive move here from Misfits.
Much better for Misfits. We just said, hey, look, the 3v3 in the bot side, you're not going to win if you're a Misfits side. So instead, play through video. Use that other big late game carry that you have, and one of those core parts of your team fight combo that you can work through with video. So get the kill, get the tower, and now this Yasuo is in a far better position, and it's now something that they can try to work through.
Again, good response here. You had the rocket belt, no longer in development. It's no longer a proto belt. Fully upgraded and set up. But let's have a look at how it really went down, because this is just, again, smart from the side of Misfits. They wait until Certus walks too far forward. They know they have him locked under the tower, and they can go straight in.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just so much damage. There's nothing you can do. That combo is absolutely obnoxious, and every single time it's going to be able to catch you. Now SK trying to see if they can answer with either the turret on the bot side or maybe the kills on Neon. Don't forget that ult from Volibear will turn off the tower and set up treats nicely, which is why Mersa is playing just safety with the Lantern.
I mean, this has been one of the best early games we have seen from SK. This split, I've just checked with stats. Their best early game start was minus 600 gold. That's how they are the worst team at 15. They're minus 2,200 up until this game. This is the best time we have seen from SK in the first 14 minutes of the game throughout the whole split, and that's exactly what to be seeing, exactly what Swiffer said he wanted to see from his players.
Yeah, but the thing is though, right, like they're still pretty even, right? And a lot of that gold, although is on Jezu, when you look at video, when you look at Zlatan, that's where the gold differences are coming through for Misfits. That's what's keeping this interesting here on the Misfits side. And again, this is something that Misfits can 100% look to play through, because honestly, if you come into an SK fight, right, if you pick off Jezu, where's your damage? Like, Certus is great at picking off one member as a Kali, but he's not going to be able to carry an entire fight, well, in theory, against what Misfits have. So Jezu really needs to keep himself in check, and that's why I want to come back to the point I was making earlier on about this Gragas pick, right? Gragas is great at disengaging for you, keeping people at bay. And I love this pick for Genex here. Not only is it a great counter to the Renekton, it'll keep Jezu safe in these late game fights, alongside Gillies providing CC, Treats being able to provide both engage and just that crowd control to try and keep Jezu safe.
And that's the big thing. You mentioned how Jezu is the key carry, but on the other side of Misfits, they have so many that you can't just deal with one threat. You knock away the Diana-Yasuo combination, you still have an Aphelios to deal with. You don't find out that the Renekton's flanking you, you might be screwed. And speaking of might be screwed, it looks like we're going to have a full fight in this top side. No, never mind.
No,
they back
managed
away.
to get the lantern, but I do agree. I think the only thing is that if like Misfits manage to get control of side lanes, it becomes very difficult for SK to match like some sort of 1-3-1. I mean, ideally, Video doesn't really want to be there because of the Ignite, but we'll have to see now if that is the way it goes, especially as Rift Herald started up here. Video and Hear It on the way.
Certus is going the long way around this. Does not want to be 1v5 right now. Does look like Misfits are going to be able to secure this one. Will the fight come out? There's a great solar flare as Street starts to go in. They even get the Super Mega Death Rocket out. But Gilius goes in. They did not get the steal. Genex trying to go back on top of this. Certus goes in with the Shuriken flip. They get the exhaust down, but a 2 kills going straight over to VTO as they try and make this one work. Will he get a third? Yes, he will. It's a triple kill, and he's hunting. He knows it can happen. They want to try and maybe give it to him. They are going to try and keep pushing it for the ace. VTO still on his triple kill. I don't know if he's going to get a penta though, as the rest of SK have scattered to the winds, but it's going to be a 100% one fight for Misfits at the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Gillies is trying to hide, but there's nowhere to go. Jezu, not even the hook, line, and the kill. 4 kills for Video on the engage, and that is just such a, like, I want to give SK hope. I want to so badly. But every time, it's like they see the crack in the door and it just gets slammed on their nose.
Yeah, it does feel like every time you want to give praise to your child and then he just comes out with an F, so, you know, fights the kid at school.
I mean, look here, right? Genex is nowhere near this fight. Great front to back setup and a wonderful disengage coming through from Mersa on the engage from Treats. And even though Genex is here, the cast doesn't really set it up. And then you're already too far gone as SK. And don't forget, right, like, although Jezu is big, he's still a Jinx. He still wants to get to 2.5, 3 items before he really tries to carry, whereas you already have so much damage coming through from VTO, Zlatan, and even Neon will be pumping out more damage than Jezu at this point.
He goes back and finishes off his Infinity Edge, so there is going to be an even bigger Yasuo coming into these next few fights. And again, SK doing so great first, start to the game, great first 14 minutes, but it just feels disjointed. It feels not together, and that's the biggest issue we have with this team. It's why we don't really have such incredibly high hopes for them, because it just feels like their basics are just not really picking up on them.
Yeah, whereas when you look across the Misfits, right, they're playing fantastically. Playing towards the strengths of their composition. Look at the vision control that they have in this bot side jungle as well of SK. They're pushing Genax off of the bot wave. You still have that Rift Herald there.
Oh, they're going to go straight in as they know that Neon's in a little bit of trouble. They've got Genax trying to get him with the cast, but he's got a cleanse and he's got a Gale Force, so he's going to be just fine, and it's looking like desperation right now from SK.
Merce is a hero on this Thresh. Like, honestly, I know that supports don't get enough praise, so I just want to take a second to go, Mercer, like, the play that you had in the last fight, your target selection that fight there, being able to, one, stop the engage coming through on one side with the flay, and you get the hook onto the follow-up engage from Gilius, that was one of the main reasons that that fight even went close to even for Misfits.
It's almost like Thresh is a high priority support or something.
Who would have thunk it?
Prioritized by the best league in the world. I don't know, man. I had to get my dig in.
We have been doing so well with people be like, you know what? You guys sound like you've been on LEC for yonks, and now you're just instantly dividing us.
I'm here for a good time, not a long time, okay? And I'm probably not going to be brought back.
You're not coming back.
No, I'm not coming back, because I'm not an apologist, all right? EDG World Champions. Next. Got my dig in.
I was wondering if here was kind of looking at Treats and Gilius there as the next on the menu, but they are going to back away. But either way, right? Let's take a quick stop, because we're 20 minutes into this game. We got 5k gold lead coming through for Misfits. A lot of that situated on towards this Yasuo who's going towards that Wit's End, which I think is a great addition, because as you can see, the only person that you're really worried about right now, maybe if you're a Video on a side lane, is going to be Certus. You're up against Genex, so Video going to have that option to try and play through like the side lane a little little bit while staying reasonably clumped up with his team. And I think this is just nice of Misfits going, hey, look, team fights we win, sideline, let's do it.
Gilius, you're by yourself, buddy. You can't do that. And that's just means, look at the vision control. You can't walk into this. You're blind going into this. That's going to be a free Baron for Misfits.
There's only so much scolding you can give. You know?
Like a disappointed dad. You're literally like a disappointed dad. I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. But good solo fighter started off. This could be decent, but they got to try and fill up this fight with damage. They've got 1 kill down. That's on the Aphelios. Jezu trying to run away, but he's just being jumped on. The face melters that we talked about. And it's going to be 3 more kills. Make it 4 for VTO.
I mean, VTO is on fire this game. You can shut down Neon, but you cannot quell the flame that this Yasuo has. And right now, Baron on the cards for Misfits. It has just been non-stop from this mid-jungle duo. And SK are feeling the brunt of it.
They will see Misfits with the Red Bull Baron power play as we look at how they ended up making it happen, because this looked like it could have been good for SK, but they're just too far behind.
And that's it, right? Like, Jezu does a really good job here at the start of getting that damage off. He's in a great position, especially when everyone's in the pit. Jezu, in theory, should be able to free fire, but only getting 1 auto onto Neon there. Then as well, like, has to stopwatch instantly. Whereas VTO, he's just been tearing people apart. This Yasuo is so damn fed. And now, with the Baron gone, Misfits can look to keep this push going. And honestly, you don't have the best of wave clear for SK. If you've got to try and spread your team thin to deal with multiple lanes with Baroned up creeps, it's just not going to be a good time.
It really, really is. And now Misfits coming in with a 9,000 gold lead, maybe a little bit underneath it, but definitely not a good position here for the side of SK. They need a miracle. That's just straight up. And they don't happen very often in anywhere in the world. And you got to hope that you go for something. Gilius recognizes that his super secret mission has been thwarted and needs to get himself back out to safety. But I just don't know how you go into the team, because you need to go into them to get your front-to-back team fight, but that's exactly what Misfits want.
Yeah. I love these type of compositions from Misfits, though. Like, a lot of the times, like we kind of saw yesterday, right? We end up in the pseudo 1-3-1 comp that wants to start looking for picks in the enemy jungle, and it's kind of difficult to operate around that. But when we get into these straight-up team fights, Misfits just look good. They look so clean, and the combination that we're seeing between Schlatter and VTO is on point. Neon, although getting kind of butchered in that last fight, has been really good in general with his positioning. And when you've got this strong front line, why not just use it more often?
I will say, for SK, you're very much silver lining on a very dark cloud. As I stop myself here, Gilius might be in a lot of trouble. Yep, he's going to have to use his ult over the wall. I was going to say is that it's a very short-range comp from Misfits. They have to get very close to these turrets. They can't really siege that well, and you still have a Jinx and a Gragas, so you should, in theory, be able to defend relatively okay.
Yeah, it's the Baron that's causing the issue, right? Yeah. Like, once you got a cannon creep there, you just don't have the wave clear, and Misfits, honestly, can just look to dive you at how far ahead they are. So even though it's all nice and dandy, it's the Baron that's causing issues. And you can see here, right, Misfits already taking down that mid inhibitor. They've got a top wave here that they can look to go and sync up with. And what do you do as SK? You're kind of looking, holding your hands, going, maybe this Baron play will end soon.
It will. 30 more seconds, if you want an exact time on it.
Thanks.
No problem, man. I'm always here for you. I'm always there to make sure to pick you up. You know, that's what the play-by-plays do. We make you guys look great. Without us,
we're nothing.
I was actually going to turn around and say it'd probably still be a great broadcast, but but again, look, SK, you're basically waiting for a miracle, and you're also just basically waiting where gold doesn't make a difference. You need to get Jinx effectively up to 3 items, and then maybe you do have an opportunity.
And here's the thing, right? You're looking at the next dragon coming up. Not really a big issue for SK, right? You can give that up, try and get some semblance control back on the map. But eventually what's going to end up happening is you've got this late game Aphelios who's going to be in a great spot. You've already got this Yasuo with 3.5 items that is already tearing you asunder. So even if you manage to turtle in your base for ages, you've still got a Mountain Soul that's going to be coming up. You've still got so many different issues that are going to be cropping up in the not so near future. And Misfits don't even have to wait for that point, right? They've already got this mid inhibitor. They've got control in the bot lane, and honestly, it's a dark day for SK because I really don't see themselves being able to come back into this game.
It's a very, very dark day, and again, we go back to the expectations coming into this game. We did expect Misfits to be the better of these two teams, but there was hope for SK. They had a great start. They had a game plan for the first 14 minutes. They tried and tried and tried to make it work, and then just as the middle of the mid-game comes in, they just start to fall apart a little bit. So looking at on the other side, though, Misfits going to be very happy with how they played this game. VTO has been fantastic, and back to what the analyst desks were saying, you know, Misfits wouldn't be anything with VTO. Well, maybe not, maybe they are. It doesn't matter how you look at that. They are still a lot more with him.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting for me, though, because when I look at SK, right, like Certus coming in from EU Masters, phenomenal Rise player. Like, really good at utilizing side lanes and being able to get these roams off in the early stages. We saw him a little bit work with Gillies in this game, but it feels like that's a great spot that you could look to use. But honestly, they've banned more times Rise than they've actually even looked at him. So I think for SK, right, it's still them trying to figure out an identity of how they want to play. This is another different style, right, with Certus Elise kind of going for a 1-4. Jezu, who we've said has been a little bit lackluster, trying to see if he could be a carry here. Unfortunately, just hasn't really worked out with the way Misfits have come at them. But at least SK, like, you can see they're trying different things and trying to see if they can figure out something that can work for them when they're still 2-6.
Well, the short range of the comp from Misfits is hindering them in top side, but definitely not in bot. As here, it's just free hitting here. Zlatan playing Protector as Certus will go back, get himself regen on the health, and now you got to figure out what you want to do here. SK gonna flash in straight away. They're gonna TP onto Zlatan. This is it. This is your Hail Mary as they try and go for it. Jezu has to run away from the fight because he's so afraid, but he still gets the kill. But despite that, VTO comes in and goes, I can do two better. 2 kills to the Yasuo as they keep pushing forward. Jezu just doesn't have the same amount of damage, and VTO is feeling himself. He knows that this is a moment here for him as they back themselves up into 4v3. SK, do it now or never do it. You gotta try and push for it. They are gonna get Mersa, and that's another kill for Jinx. It's Jinx versus Yasuo as Neon nearly kills off Certus, but the Yasuo comes out on top. VTO with 3 kills in this extended fight. Probably gonna make it 4, and this is going to be as easy. Oh, hear it. That's not on. I mean, it's fine, but that's not on.
Yeah, how dare you here take 1 kill for yourself when the 11 kill Yasuo
I have played with enough Yasuos. 1 kill for yourself. How dare you? That should have been 0-0-11. You could have died a hero.
Share the love, man. That's all I'm here for. But Misfits.
Sounds like a support.
How dare you? SK, though, trying for the Hail Mary, right? Zlatan does get caught out, but he knows at this stage he's so far ahead. Great ult there, even with the exhaust coming in. Still, the damage and the CC is enough to just set up then for the rest of Misfits to come through. And it is a Hail Mary, right? It's the desperation play to see what you can do. It's just not enough.
VTO, that win wall was so good. It just took Jezu completely out of the fight. Thank you, observers, for highlighting that because I didn't even see it. Very hard when we're zoomed out to see that little bit of pixelation, but this was so close. SK just on a massive base defense, but what is their base? Their base isn't even their base anymore. It's part of the Rift. They have no real inhibitors left, and this was just, hear it. Could have went 0-0-11. All I'm saying, he could have went 0-0-11, and it would have been known as the best, the assist of the week. But no.
I feel like your bar of success here is a little skewed.
What are you talking about?
But look, Misfits now putting themselves into play here. Gilius, one more attempt.
Yeah, they're going to try and go for it, but Gilius has to jump straight back out. Certus trying to see if he can do something, but too far gone, nothing else to do. They'll even give a kill over to Mersa. Get him on the board with the Thresh, and they're going to keep going now, keep pushing into these turrets. Even Treats is just being taunted by Neon right now. Neon doesn't even want the kill. He's too much for him as they're going to eventually take him out. I will say VTO does die trying to get onto the fountain to kill off the Jinx, but at the end of it all, it is Misfits padding their stats. It is Misfits ending the first round robin with a positive win ratio, and it is Misfits doing it in absolutely fantastic style.
Nice way to bring out words to make them fit. But yes, I do agree. Coming in, I think SK, unfortunately for them, 2-7 after the first round robin, not looking too hot. But for Misfits, a team that obviously a lot of people are going, hey, look, this is a playoffs contender. We want to see what they're capable of. This was a statement game, especially for VTO. That Yasuo was clean.
It really, really was. It reminded me of Ireland versus Wales. That's how dominant it was.
Yeah, that big scoreline.
Big scoreline. Really, really well played there by Misfits. They're the Ireland here, in case you were wondering here. But if you want to know who you think, we want to know who you think was the key player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Zlatan, VTO, or Neon. See? if you had taken 0-0-11 on their Necton, you'd be on that board. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm harping on this. I do not know why I'm harping on about this. But anyway, coming up, we'll hear from Misfits Mersa after finishing the first half of the season with an important win over SK.
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
A lion!
Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion!
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm feeling like it's pulling me under. You tell me take my hand and trust me if you can. I know I'll be okay if I hold you. And I'm not letting go. I'm opening up this feeling inside me. It's opened up my eyes. This thing I cannot hide. Do anything to keep it around me. And I'm not letting go. Nothing's ever taken me over. I'm on a natural high. You make me come alive, and I can be as brave. Let me show you that I'm not letting go. I'm out of control. Don't know where this world will take me. I'm out of control, and I think it's gonna break me.
Welcome back to the LEC, where we have landed at week 4, day 2, and we are closing out the first half of the split. I'm being joined by Misfit support Mursa, who just took down the win versus SK Gaming. Mursa, first of all, welcome to the post-game interview. Before we start talking about what happened in the game versus SK, I want to touch a bit upon the game of yesterday versus Vitality, because that was, I would say, a very tough loss, especially how you played that level 1.
Hello, first of all, thank you for having me. About yesterday's game, I mean, I feel like it was mostly draft issue. Even though we got ahead in bot lane, it didn't really matter. Like Diana Yasuo is just too easy to execute, and their bans were too good as well.
Yeah, because now looking at things you changed up today, I mean, you got the Diana Yasuo yourself.
Yeah, and the bot lane didn't matter that much, right? Like I had some deaths in the early game. Me and Aphelios were low-key weak side this game. Not because like our champs are weaker than enemy bot lane, but because Volibear pressured us too much. But in the end, it didn't matter. We had the Diana Yasuo, and that was really easy to execute.
Mursa, with that win now versus SK Gaming, you close out the first half of the split with a 5-4 score. How are you feeling about that one?
I mean, I'm happy to close it on a positive win ratio. Like obviously 5-4 is not the best, but we have many rookies, right? Me and Zlatan, and we are a young team. So I believe in our developing our talent and growing. So the later the split goes, the better we will become.
Yeah, because it's interesting you start talking about that development. I mean, you touch upon it yourself. You're still a bit green. You're still a rookie. Now, looking at your own performance of the first 4 weeks, how do you think you've evolved so far coming from week 1 to week 4?
I'm not very satisfied with my individual performance yet, but I think I'm improving, not only in terms of mechanics, in terms of communication as well, like where to be on the map and stuff. Our coaches are helping me a lot. Like shout out to Hiva.
Yeah,
he is he has helped me a lot, and yeah, I'm really excited for the future.
But what are the things you're not really that happy about yet? Because you say mechanics are getting there, but what are the things we don't necessarily see on stage?
I'm not sure exactly. Probably being more consistent. Like sometimes, I'm not sure what to do in game, and I end up in bad positions. So yeah.
I really appreciate the honesty. And now I do wonder though, because another 4 weeks are coming up. What do you want to show then?
I don't want to repeat the same mistakes.
Yeah.
As I said, there were some deaths of mine where I was alone, caught. So yeah, I mean, be more consistent and don't repeat the same mistakes.
Yeah, I hope to see more from you in the upcoming 4 weeks. Mursa, thank you very much for giving your insights. And we're going to head on over to the analyst desk to get ourselves ready for that game between Mad Lions and Team BDS.
Thank you very much, Colleen. Always excellent to hear such a young player have such a candid interview early on. It can always be a pretty intimidating thing, but Mursa seems to be a very honest, upfront guy. I love it. Excited to see what he can do in the weeks to come. But for now, Mad Lions and Team BDS are 2 teams that we have to focus on. They're playing next, and surprisingly, they're only 1 win apart from each other after a pretty up and down split for both these lineups.
So BDS, obviously, a lot of their success has come against the teams which haven't had much success. This is a big hurdle, a big milestone for them to say actually they are willing to and able to push that just a little bit further.
Well, for Mads, they had a 2-1 week at the very start of the split. Then they went 1-1, and then they've gone 1-1 again, and now they're currently 0-1. And expectations would be that if their trends continue, they are looking to get another win today. But Mad Lions have that consistent trend of actually being consistently inconsistent in their performances during the regular season.
The analogy I used in PGL was it's kind of like being an awkward teenager where they're not exactly sure what they want to be yet. They're trying different things. They're not sure what they're set on yet. And we're just going to wait a little for them to settle into their groove.
Figuring that out. Speaking of settling into a groove, we're going to assume that that was not what happened with Adam yesterday. Super rough early game in the top lane. Got absolutely blasted. For comparison, important note here. He got his first CS at 3 minutes and 41 seconds into the game. Janna Smite Top, whose literal goal is to not CS, got a ward at 341, and that's just to kind of show you, that was in the LVP, how miserable this was of an experience for Adam.
It was just It was really bad. Like, there is no other way to describe it. This was just really bad play from Adam, and he was rightfully punished for it. And then Jankos made it even worse by pathing up towards top and just like, this is a game where like, you can't really take anything away from it because of like what happened so early on into the game, which is why I kind of want to just forget about it and then come into the week being like, okay, so we're all really excited for Synkrov and we're all really excited to see what it can do against another powerful jungler like Elyoya.
But you look at both those players and you're like, oh, he's trying to get that level 1, very solo queue top laner mentality. We're like, yes, I can actually beat them off the wave level 1. Poppy turns up and you're like, this is awful now, I got to run. And you just get forced off the wave.
Yeah, and of course, you brought up the jungle matchup, so I want to shift our attention there before we look a little bit more about some of the draft things we've come to expect. So talking about this matchup, Elyoya versus Synkrov, feels to me like these are the two rocks for their respective teams. Well, we talked about it yesterday that BDS does good, Synkrov is doing well. And it feels like Mad Lions, especially in week 1, and we've certainly seen this in the other weeks as well, if Elyoya shows up, all of Mad are looking good.
Well, I think the reality is that while Mad Lions has shown some inconsistencies in terms of their drafting, their execution, and like in many different ways, Elyoya is the cornerstone that you can usually count upon. Elyoya has had really impressive early games. I think that he matches up extremely well into pretty much any and all junglers, and I think that he's been really impressive with what he brings to the table. And I think Synkrov can do a very similar thing in that like he's very proactive in the early game. We didn't really see a lot of him in the very first weeks, but overall, as the weeks have gone on, you can see more confidence being built, better synergy with his team, and in particular how he's been working with Nuclear Int to leverage pressure to find things happen in the early game.
It's the school of grabs, baby. School of grabs.
Hey, working out well so far, but again, draft has been not everything, but just about. Mickey X called it 80% of the game right now, and Matt are drafting a lot of different stuff here, Vedi. Run us through this
So
one.
there are some consistencies in that for a while they were going for things like the Victor in the mid lane, making sure that Rika had something comfortable. But you can see 3 different jungle champions, 3 different top champions, a lot of different support champions. Like, they've been trying a lot of different things, ranging from team fighting to skirmishing to snowballing to all these different strategies and approaches. And it's one of those things where how much experimentation is too much experimentation versus this is also very traditional Mad Lions, where they really see the regular season as a place for them to get better, and they want to leverage the things that they've practiced and then put them into practice on stage. So I wouldn't necessarily say I'm concerned about Mad Lions, but you can definitely see that they need to be mindful of this experimentation, that it doesn't hurt them in their chances of getting to playoffs.
So that's true, but they found this formula for success last year, and a lot of that was actually, by the time they got to the playoffs, no one could out-team fight them. They were very aware of what roles they were performing in the game, and if it does take an extra couple of losses to be like, okay, all right, maybe having support on the Yuumi instead of someone with a bit more of a go button, maybe that's something that we don't go towards when the matches matter a little more. So I don't mind it for now, but again, there are safe limits.
Yeah, and again, a loss here ties them up with BDS, and it makes the entire playoffs race that much messier. 2 teams would be tied at 4 and 5 if BDS are able to find this win. And for now, it's chaotic because it's 2 losses in a row for Mad Lions. So, Zeri. Again,
well, I don't
what's the best?
Do the toaster
You can go walk back. You can talk about it. We can make her zoom by an AR. But I think the big thing is what so far has looked like the strongest core of the Mad Lions idea. What do we want to see more of in today's games and the games to come? What do we want to see less of?
So I think back to week 1. And I think about Rika having a very clear idea of what he needs to do in a game. I think that if you're giving them something like the Renekton, I don't mind the idea of it, but you need to make sure the whole team is on the same page to allow him to play the style of game he's been drafted towards.
In my opinion, they should actually take much more of a bot-focused approach, mainly because when we think about how this roster shapes up, Armut has not had the best split. Rika has primarily been revolved around either he gets all the resources or he's kind of left to fend for himself. Meanwhile, your bot lane, Unforgiven, regardless of the circumstance he's put in, usually you get a pretty consistent, solid performance out of him. So I'm like, well, why not then just put all your resources into him? Why not just make it the Unforgiven show, give like, more scaling, strong side, well, weak side, top side, and then invest towards the bot side of the map. That's kind of what I would think for Mad Lions, but it's one of those things you just have to trust the coaching staff process with Mad Lions.
Sure. I mean, if any team has earned to trust the process, it's Mad Lions after last year. We'll see if BDS can earn the same thing today. Of course, it's time now for us to get into picks and bans for the second game of the day with Dagda and Oshin.
Thank you so much, Dracos, Vedius, and Nymera. going to be an interesting one, I think. I think int is the very interesting key word there to use. I mean, look, we can't forget about yesterday's game, but I think BDS gotta forget about yesterday's game. It just from level 1 didn't go great, and you just gotta wipe it off the slate and move on.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping that they can do it today, because for me, this game feels like it's all about that jungle matchup, right? Trying to see who can get ahead. Can Syncroft actually get ahead of Elyoya, who's one of the best junglers in the LEC? So definitely has his work cut out for him here today, and it does feel like it's a little bit of an uneven matchup, though, because when you look at how well Kaiser's been playing around the Elyoya in that jungle as well, that feels like such a big port of call for Mad Lions.
Well, Elyoya, one of the best junglers in the LEC, big if true. We'll see if it does end up coming to fruition today. And again, big win for both these sides. Both these guys hunting for playoffs. Both these guys want to get as much done in the early stages before the real work has to begin.
As we get into Champs Select, though, I want to say I fully agree with the desk. I think you've been trying a lot of stuff here for Mad Lions. We got the Yuumi yesterday. I wasn't the biggest fan of it. I genuinely believe that having Kaiser in something where he can have that early game impact is far better for Mad Lions. Get him out of the bot lane. It's why we've been seeing bans like this Caitlyn so consistently for Mad Lions. They're not trying to go for the dominant 2v2. They want to try and go for Kaiser linking up with Elyoya and getting onto the map early.
Yeah, it does become the standard stock bans coming in. Twisted Fate taken off the board. They're Renekton this time around, saying Mad Lions don't want to first pick it, and they don't want it going into the hands of someone like Adam.
Yeah, and we've seen some kind of consistent high priority on picks coming through from Mad Lions. We'll have to see if Team BDS are going to go for them. The Victor has been a big standout for me. The last 3 games, they've had really high priority on that Victor, willing to first pick it for Reeker in that mid lane. Also for things like Armut, he has his kind of champion pool that he likes. We get the Renekton band away. Maybe he's eyeing up something like the Gwen for himself. But we have seen him kind of bring out some of the old comforts like the Aatrox as well.
Well, final ban going to be the Corki. Interesting to see it on the blue side, and we were talking about this a little bit backstage. Normally the red side bans do end up being the Twisted Fate, the Zeri, and the Corki, but you ban it on the blue side means you get the Diana ban.
I mean, it does feel like this is going to be the Victor, though, right? Like, that's kind of what the Corki says to me that maybe looking, but actually not going to be the case, right? So instead, it's going to be the Lee Sin.
Please don't.
Look, I'm grateful that he's embracing it, right? No, he's embracing it, all right? He knows, look, it didn't work out yesterday. I'm going to hover it, show the world that I don't care. And honestly, I think Adam, like, fair dues to him. He definitely seems like a player that does just bounce back from these, right? Doesn't let it slide him. And I'm excited to see what he can do. I do think it was a one-off thing, and I don't think we're going to get it much more coming through.
I can take a breath. The timer was going down very, very quickly there. As we can see, Xin Zhao, pretty standard pick into the Lee Sin, gives you that early game skirmishing and also good at just disengaging should you need it with that Crescent Guard ultimate.
Yeah, and now, again, we tend to see the AD carry priority coming through here. When you got Caitlyn gone, Zeri gone, we kind of look towards the Jinx and the Aphelioses, but Xmadi actually going back towards the Varus here. This is something that's kind of been a bit unique to LEC. Like, we haven't seen a massive amount across other regions, but honestly, I think the Varus, strong pick in that bot lane. We've seen the on-hit, you get good lane presence, and you got some good scaling coming through for the later portion of the game as well.
Well, they put a lot of priority on this Varus, saying we don't care which one of the other 2 quote-unquote OPs you take. We are happy going into whatever matchup it is, and it is going to be the Aphelios locked and loaded here for Unforgiven, who has honestly been a bit more of a fringe picker of picks, going with the Karthus, of course, earlier, and the Zeri, as we saw yesterday.
So the problem, though, is that now you kind of need to go, right, are we going towards a Leona? Are we going towards an engaged support here? Or do we want to go back towards something like the Thresh that we've seen a lot? But it does mean that now you're lacking a little bit of that engage coming through from the bot lane with that Thresh picking. So now we're kind of looking at, okay, Armut, are we going to see you go back towards things like the Ornn? Is this the plan here for Mad Lions? Just go for that straight up team fight engage, because otherwise you're lacking a huge amount of tools to actually get on towards BDS.
Still love the Thresh pick as well, even just in a 2v2 isolated setup. We saw in the last game how powerful, how potent it can be. Mersa was on Master on it. We'll see if Kaiser can do the same, but something that has slipped through the picks and bans was that LeBlanc.
Yeah, I mean, LeBlanc going to be great here, right? Because honestly, if I'm BDS, I'm kind of looking at this going, right, we can have a composition where if you're going to have to go towards something like the Ornn, we can hold on towards something like a Gwen counter pick as our last pick here. You got a good matchup here for the LeBlanc where you can actually ban away things like the Vex, make sure she's going to be comfortable in the mid. You've got great 1-3-1. You've got the opportunity to look for picks coming through with the LeBlanc and the Xin Zhao, causing nightmares for the Aphelios. Like, there's a lot of things here that BDS can do well, and especially against a short range AD carry like this Aphelios, things like the Gwen, the LeBlanc, the Xin Zhao can be a nightmare for him.
And standard bans coming out now, as we can see the things that beat out the LeBlanc being banned away by the side of BDS. They take away the Vex and the Rise and the Nautilus, and I wouldn't be surprised maybe even to see the Rakan or the Leona last ban here for Mad Lions, just again trying to keep that Aphelios safe.
Yeah, I feel like it'll be the Rakan ban. I think Leona is just slightly easier to deal with here. Especially because you've got a strong front line. You know, look for Xin Zhao who can engage and then follow up, but it's not actually going to be the case. So you're going to have your pick of both the Rakan and the Leona here for a limit if you want to go towards it. I need to see the support pick here though. Keeping that counter pick for top side is so important because you can just see exactly what Mad Lions are trying to go for.
Exactly. There's no real reason for you to hide your support coming into the last pick. You know that it's a Thresh Aphelios bot side. You know roughly what you want to go for. You actually have the option of the Leona or the Rakan should they want to go for.
Leona, right? And now you're looking across at Mad Lions going, cool. Armored, are you going back towards this Ornn? Are you going for engage? Or where's your engage coming from? Because it's really lacking right now. There's not a huge amount up and available for Reeker to try and be that tool. Like Rise gone, the Twist of Fate off the board. There's just not a huge amount there, so it's going to rely on Armored. And yeah, that's the Ornn, which means you get the Gwen on the other side. We get the potential MC Hammer comp, but also the fact that you can actually like play through these side lanes incredibly well with the composition BDS have drafted.
Well, it's going to be not the Ornn just yet. They're going to go with the Victor instead. So Reeker getting a pretty safe pick in that mid lane. Plenty of damage, plenty of scaling and wave clear. And honestly, my favorite arcane character. That's just a fact that I have to put out there. They even banned the Jace. They know the lore is there. They can get rid of the other partner.
Cool. Great show.
It sounded like
just leave it. I feel like I'm so done with it. It's just all. Anyway, Arma doesn't go back towards the Ornn. That's actually a nice one because it means that, okay, you don't have to go toward... Well, actually, I say nice one. I'm actually not a big fan of it because you don't have engage. You can try and play out through side lanes. I think you've got a strong side lane tool here coming through from Nuclear Int. You can play there and do reasonably well. You can look for picks in the jungle then. And you've got the opportunity for BDS here to still go towards a strong side laner. The Camille would work great here, right? Strong 1-3-1, phenomenal pick pressure as well. And if BDS can get rolling in this early game, get some deep vision in the enemy jungle, this composition becomes really difficult to deal with. But that is a big if, because Mad Lions are no pushovers.
That is a big, big if. And you're looking at the side of Mad Lions. They have a lot of tools, a lot of ways of keeping you off of them, a lot of ways of disrupting you and just setting themselves up. Because if they can keep you at arm's length, the Victor, the Graves, the Aphelios, they will put out more damage. It's just a fact of the matter. And we'll see how both these teams want to come into this. I like that Adam is still going towards, like you mentioned, a much more aggressive topside pick in the Camille. And I like the fact that they're not shying away from the fact that, yes, they happened, but today is a new day. This is a new game.
Yeah, and it definitely feels like for BDS, you have the tools to be the aggressive ones in the early game, right? Xin Zhao better at the skirmishing in the early stages than Lee Sin. You've got tools you can play around with a strong mid jungle and Nuclear Int, potential play off of Adam, whereas it feels like for Elyoya, he's going to need to track Syncrob and make sure he's getting these counter ganks off because that's where you can try and be successful here for Mad Lions.
Wait to see now. BDS obviously looking to put themselves a little bit further up the table than they currently are. Like we said, coming up to the halfway point of the season. This is where we start to put a little bit more pressure on these teams. We'll see how they're able to make it work. Here we are.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
I mean, I am super excited for this game. I've been looking at BDS. I think they've really made a lot of growth over the course of their time in the LEC, right? Like, we kind of talked about this matchup being a bit uneven when it comes to the jungle role, but I think a lot of this is going to be defined by the jungle role. Kaiser and Elyoya, phenomenal, are working together. But honestly, I've kind of seen this growth in BDS where Nuclear Int has done a really good job of now starting to work in with Syncroft, look for these invades. They're working through plays in the mid lane, and it definitely feels like Syncroft, who back in EU Masters was known for how well he could play off of his lanes, is now being able to bring that into the LEC as well. And honestly, I think when you've got like the LeBlanc versus Victor matchup, LeBlanc really wants some early help in this matchup, really wants to try and get this early lead. And when Syncroft has good setup in Nuclear Int, a great matchup in the jungle as well, this mid-jungle for me is where BDS can explode this game open.
For Mad Lions, you know, we're talking about the back-to-back 2021 champions. We're talking about a team that is was in the group of death at
back
World.
with the Mac attack.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, honestly,
Right?
this is why you write the raps, and you need to talk to Dracos. That's something you need to do. But you get a rap battle going for MSI. But this is a team that, regardless of how they look in the regular season, regardless of how many mistakes they make, or that they are, you gotta trust the process, like they say on the analyst desk. This is a team that knows what they are doing, and you really do have to just feel that, regardless of how they look right now, I feel like they are just slowly coming into their own.
Again, though, this is a slight pivot, I'll say, for Mad Lions, right? You're looking at this Thresh for Kaiser in the bot lane. This is not something where you're going to go and roam, right? You are linked to this Aphelios, joined at the hip, especially against something like a Varus and a Leona. This is kill pressure, pre-6, post-6, pretty much every point in time in this game. So for Kaiser, it is very much going to be a case of, okay, I need to stay around this bot lane and have some smart timings where I can have some opportunities to roam, but he's not going to be as active as we generally expect Kaiser to be.
And that's the big thing we're seeing, the adaptation from Mad as well. We saw it yesterday with the Yuumi, something that doesn't roam. It just literally sticks to someone in the bot side or whoever it may be, and they roam around with them at later stages. But this is a new idea from the side of Mad Lions. Again, a lot of respect for this team. They have a process, they trust the process, and we got to see how well they can make it work for them coming into the later weeks.
Well, at least for the moment, right? They should have a decent opportunity to get some vision to spot out where Syncroft is. You've got good push coming through in this top side. If Reeker is able to keep control over this mid lane and doesn't end up falling to some ganks, he'll have push in the mid. And it means that at least for Elyoya, right, we're talking about him trying to track the enemy jungler, get into the opposite side, try and see if you can get some vision control there, because that'll be the best way of keeping your lane safe and powering through the strong top and mid lanes that you have.
We're going to see the power of the Victor in the early stages. With that laser, you just have so much push and poke potential combined into one ability. You get the early reset off from the LeBlanc, forcing Nuclear Ring to use the TP. So, again, the TP changes, not the biggest of deals, to be perfectly honest, but it is still small little things like that for Mad Lions that they can use and can utilize.
TP being blown for Armor to get back up to top side. Vamp Scepter already picked up, and you're going to see the same kind of reset coming through from Adam. I really do feel like for Syncroft, playing through these two solo lanes is probably your best bet. You do have the option, don't get me wrong, to play around Limit. The Leona, as we said, really, really strong, but it does feel like getting Nuclear into head, having this LeBlanc being able to roam around the map is going to do so good for you. And Limit, as you can see here, moving in off of the mid push, just getting some good vision control down to let Syncroft know what he needs to in that jungle matchup.
Again, we keep talking about Syncroft. We keep mentioning this name because, yes, Syncroft is a bit greener when it comes to the LEC, but he is not green to the League of Legends pro scene. He has been around for quite some time. And if you want to get a bit more of an in-depth history on that, do check out Vedius' breakdown on the LEC yesterday. It was a fantastic look at the kind of history of what this player has done and been able to do. But it does feel like this guy is going to be the reason, or rather the cause of if this team does well or doesn't.
I love this, though. Limit linking up with Syncroft here, looking for the evades. Kaiser's read this. Kaiser's like, look, there's been too much activity on this bot side. Something's got to be going astray, and has linked up with Elyoya as well. But push in mid. This could be 3 members of BDS collapsing.
Are hunting. You know that Kaiser's going to be here, and there is a little bit of a cheat from LeBlanc, so maybe they know something's up. They know there's no way the Thresh would not be in that bot side. They're going to try and find them, though. Elyoya now sees Limit, but he doesn't see Syncroft, and immediately he backs away, says, nope, want nothing to do with that, but a hook does land. They're a bit separated as a 3v3 does come in. Syncroft goes straight in on the audacious charge as Reeker flashes away, but they flash forward. You don't have the Glacial Augment, but they are going to have the Death Sentence, or excuse me, the Dark Passage, as they now get a first blood coming in now for the side of Mad Lions. They get 2. Elyoya, did you go too far? I think you did. It will be a 2-for-1 trade. Mad Lions, though, still very happy getting 2 kills.
Brilliant response from Mad Lions. You end up moving on for giving up. He has that push in the bot side, and it means that you're able to turn that 3v3 into a 4v3. Now, Xmatty will get some time on this bot side turret, but Mad Lions end up picking up more than enough off of a play that BDS tried to enact.
And it was very... Oh, okay, Kaiser does miss out on the death sentence there, but it was very out of nowhere. It felt like Mad Lions recognized they could just go in onto it. Instead of just letting BDS say, look, yes, we lost the play, nothing really happens, they looked for the opportunity. And like you mentioned here, we can see in the replay, Elyoya and Kaiser say, no, we don't want anything to do with it. And then immediately look at the mini-map, you can see the Aphelios roaming up.
I think it's just such a good understanding from Elyoya about what BDS are trying to do, right? Because you know that, okay, only the Grom can be up or the Wolves have only just spawned. He did get a ward down to spot that, so he knew what Syncroft's pathing was, and the whole time Mad were like, there is a potential invade. We know that Leona's already gone to place wards on our jungle because she just moved out from base, so we know that this is a potential that can happen, and it's just so smart for Mad Lions to read exactly what BDS were doing.
It is going to be BDS, though, taking the first dragon of the game. It is only a cloud and will set us away. So it's actually an early setup here for potential soul for BDS. Next one's going to be an Infernal. Again, 7 minutes into the game, we haven't really much else to talk about apart from that little engage. But like I said, very smart League of Legends using the information you have to figure out what the enemy is doing.
And that's the thing that we said, right? It's like a lot of this is going to be on Elyoya trying to track Syncroft, keep him in check, and might even have found him here.
Oh, okay, one after the other. As we can see now, he actually gets caught by the chains of corruption. He even gets the knock-up. That was so nice from Syncroft.
Oh, Syncroft, take a bow. That was beautiful, just as the Dark Passage goes through, waiting with that auto attack, and really nice roam from Xmati as well, right? Caught out Elyoya because he just didn't realize, hey, this Varus is coming up through the mid lane, now passing towards bot. He won't even miss out on any of the CS.
And I will say that it was very unfortunate from Elyoya. He just unfortunately missed times when Syncroft was going to go in on top of the Raptor camp, which means he was going to left at no man's land. But I'm going to stop myself, because we do have a Hulk coming down here. Limit just going to walk forward and die.
I mean, there was nothing he could do, right? Like, he has no flash. He's not getting out of that. He's a level down as well. Just nice play from Kaiser and Unforgiven to punish that. And, I mean, it's just been so back and forth so far, right? Oh, you've got 3 kills coming through from Mad Lions, but it's been shared across the board. Elyoya has one. Reeker got one. Now we've got Unforgiven and Kaiser getting one for themselves as well. And set up pretty nicely, but we're going to get this repeat here coming through as unfortunate for Elyoya. Tries to go for the kick, but Syncroft had gone for the Raptors, and the knock-up just beautiful there.
I will say it was kind of sick from Elyoya just as he was going on the Dark Passage. He did get an auto attack off to steal the big chicken. So it was a little small thing. Unfortunately for him, he just traded for his life, so not really worth. But BDS still 1,000 gold behind. Mad Lions still looking for Elyoya to make plays, and it's going to be on Shelly.
So one of the things, though, that we got to keep our eye on is this mid lane matchup, right? Because a lot of what we're seeing is movement coming through from the jungles and plays around these junglers. And the mid lane kind of is a big focal point in that regard. And Nuclear Int has managed to pick up 2 kills for himself. You can see there's only a slight gold lead there, but if Nuclear Int continues to pick up a few of these kills and get control, it becomes a lot more difficult for Reeker to survive in these trade patterns. A lot of it relies on this matchup being even. So if that's the case, Syncroft then has a roam buddy that he can work with that isn't just Limit, and that could be a potential issue for Mad. But Mad at the moment, still that slight gold lead for themselves.
Yep, Limit is going to put down a Vision Ward and recognize there is one there from the side of Mad Lions as BDS now walk themselves away. They don't want anything to do with it. Reeker does TP back into the mid lane, and everyone goes back to their states of lane. No one really going to go for anything too crazy. Now our focus does shift again back to Elyoya. He has got the Rift held in pocket. Where does he want to prioritize it? Where do you want to see him prioritize it?
It feels like a lot of it should be around this bot lane, right? Like, Unforgiving, getting him ahead is going to be great. He's already had a little bit of time to take at least 1 turret plate. And I think for Armus, like, he's still fine to just keep going by himself, right? If this lane is left in isolation, you can see Armut has done a reasonably good job of getting some nice trades for himself and getting that CS lead. Leave Armut to his own equations and see if you can actually get Kaiser and Elyoya to sync up on bot side.
We're going to see BDS ready for this potential move here from Mad Lions. It would only be a 2v3, but on the minimap you can see already Elyoya roaming down. So they're ready for what could be a potentially explosive moment. Syncroft now revealed. They recognize they do not want anything to do with that just yet.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Unforgiven's build is going to be this game as well. It feels like a shield ball would really help him out in this situation. There's just so much burst damage that can come through, and when you've got a ton of pick and also the opportunity to lock you up with Adam being there and Nuclear Int as well, I think just having that extra survivability could be really key here, but we'll have to see exactly what he decides to go with in the long run.
And I'm loving this from Mad Lions as well. We're seeing constantly they're putting down vision. They're making sure that BDS do not catch them unawares. And it's similar to what we saw in the first play of the game as well. It's them having the information saying, we know where you're trying to go, what you're trying to do, and we're not going to allow it.
Yeah, and I mean, look, that's something that Elyoya has been praised for, I mean, countless times, right? Like, he's renowned for how well he's able to track the jungler. We saw them the first play where Elyoya and Kaiser knew something was up. They link up, they turn around the play from BDS. Again, Elyoya just moving in, getting that vision control. He's the one that's managed to pick up the Rift Herald. They did trade it for the Dragon, but it definitely feels like Elyoya is keeping tabs on Syncroft, is okay just making sure that his team is going to survive and get to a point where they will be okay.
Adam really wants to go back. He has a TP, he can't use it, but Armut's just saying, nope, you will not get back, you will not be able to do this. And it's more chip damage as well. We can actually see that 2.5 plates effectively gone down by this turret on the top side. BDS not really focusing or putting a lot of focus into Adam, neither out the side of Mad Lions, and it is just how the matchup goes.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of what BDS have been trying to do is enable Syncroft, right? And I do like the idea, play through the strong jungle, and certainly something that I think as we go forward will be a winning formula in a lot of their games. It's just a case of Mad being there to take all their punches. I want to go forward though and kind of look at like what happens when this Dragon's up, because Mad could look for a potential engage, but BDS are collapsing.
Both top laners have TP. They want to try and join it, but it's not 14 minutes yet. We do see a solo flare landing onto 2. It's a lot of good work from Limit, but can the rest of his team follow up? Yes, they can. Nuclear forces Elyoya away, and BDS get themselves a Dragon and a kill.
Nice pick coming through from BDS, and this is something that we talked about their composition excelling at, right? If you give them the opportunity to have Limits set up, you are separated. Nuclear can pop in with a chain. It's very easy to pick you off, and we get good execution there.
We're going to get the top side, though. As you can see already, Armut already popping out his Immortal Shield Bow, and he's going to be in a lot of trouble. It could be a solo bolo, but Armut has the flash, which the Camille does not, and that was not exactly how I thought that was going to go on top side.
So very close, and Armut, few solo deaths to his name. Didn't want to add one more there, especially against the Camille, but you can see that eventually this is going to be a matchup that turns, and Adam making sure that that's going to happen sooner rather than later. Syncroft picking up the Dragon as well. I like the fact that this is going to give BDS something where Mad have to come and play against them. And when you're looking at BDS's composition, again, like, they have reasonably good team fight, great pick, but more importantly, they have the opportunity to look for several angles and not a huge amount to CC that Mad can really play with to lock flanking members down, and that feels like how BDS play.
Well, they're going to go straight in again. Limit will be able to jump into Elyoya, and they're going to just try and CC him down. He could not take the Dark Passage, and that means that Kaiser's caught out as well. Reeker has to flash away. They did not care about Shelly in the bot side. They are just getting kills, and that's how they're going to keep pushing forward.
Great pick, and as you say, right, there is going to be that goal going on to the bottom side, but Unforgiven wasn't really in a position to pick that up, I believe. I could be wrong with that one, but honestly, Max Matty has to be careful here. Is Unforgiven still in the bush?
Yeah, he's still there. They are going to see the heal come out. They're going to try and get him, and wow, Unforgiven just takes him off the map. 1v1, gets himself a solo kill.
Yeah, Gale Force stiff there. So much damage comes through, and they're able to pick him off, and nice job from Unforgiven. Now I want to see what Mad Lions are going to do, though, right? Where do you try and move Unforgiven to? Feels like mid lane's your best bet, but BDS, honestly, stronger than you in side lanes, so it means you're going to have the opportunity for BDS to go towards these side lanes, start to rotate towards mid, and again, the vision control for BDS has been outstanding this game. Like, you can see it on your screen right now when you look at just how much they have. 1, 2, 3, all just sitting in that small little area, and it's spotting Elyoya every step of the way that he makes.
And again, we go back to that support jungle matchup. We look at how let's have a quick look as we hit 15 minutes of how these two sides are doing. It's 1-3-1 and a 0-2-3 versus a 2-1-3 and a 0-1-5. It's how we expected this matchup to go. If BDS want to get themselves advantages, it is with this duo.
And this would be a statement game for BDS as well, right? Not an awful lot of people had faith in them coming into the league, right? You've got a lot of guys that are fresh to the LEC, not a huge amount of experience here, but we're seeing that BDS against the Mad Lions are giving them a run for their money.
Definitely doing very well indeed. I will say it is good, of course, for Unforgiven. He's 2-0-2, very much on his way becoming that 200 years. However, you got to be careful. Does not get hit by the solar flare, but does get himself out alive. Unforgiven, very close to death, but not going down just yet.
Great job from Nuclear though. Pops in, pops out, knows that Kaiser's hook is down, and that's the only thing that can really lock him up. So he's free to go for this and managing to force them back. That'll be Rift Herald number 2 going to BDS as Reeker just going to be able to push in a side lane, but I mean, he's not really going to be able to get too much here. So wins for BDS. And again, if you start to take this towers out of the equation, get that deep vision, these picks only become more potent for BDS.
I mean, the pick potential is just extraordinary. You look at this full lethality virus, you look at the LeBlanc, both of them getting even a Q off on top of you or a distortion on top of a Q. It is going to 100 to 0 you. There is no other way about it. That's the potency of it. And for Mad Lions, it's about finding that solution. I want you to tell me, where do you expect them to find it?
Yeah, that's the big one for me, is like, it feels like for Mad Lions, right? They don't really have the engage tools to look for picks, and you're relying on Elyoya denying vision and making plays off that way. Armut is in a reasonably good spot, but again, we've already seen Adam starting to be able to fight against them. It feels hard for Mad Lions in a lot of situations to see exactly how they try to play out this game.
I will say it's a little bit unusual. Limit does have himself Shelly in the back pocket, so it's going to be on the support to make that one work for a team, but Nuclear ain't going to find himself with the Luden's Tempest going against the Leandri's Anguish, and is going to be pretty much a farm lane unless BDS decide they want to do something about it.
I mean, trying to just bully Reeker off of this bot side. I don't even think they want to try and use the Rift Herald down here just yet, right? I think you just take this with Nuclear Int, and then you can always, as Nuclear Int disappears off the map, make this play mid and make sure that Unforgiven has to give up his spot, because he doesn't really have the wave clear either. So you end up getting the 2 for nothing essentially on BDS's side with just good map rotations.
Very, very smartly played here from BDS as they maybe look to try and go for something. Syncroft is actually going to walk away from Limit, who does get the Shield of Daybreak down. Nicely done there. No potential for a big play onto the support.
I like what Mad Lions were trying to do there, right? It's like, look, we're going to lose bot. Let's try and make a play elsewhere. But unfortunately, not able to get there in time. Limit with a nice stun onto Elyoya, denies any sort of insect play. And now, Reset coming through from Nuclear Int. He's going to start moving in, and you can outnumber in this mid lane for BDS with 13 seconds on towards the Dragon as well. Mad need to try and find a pick before this starts off.
And BDS have the Rift Herald. BDS can create that pressure in a wave. They can look for mid, they can throw it in bot, it doesn't matter. But it is going to be Syncroft by himself for the moment, holding down the fort. Mad Lions not got the best of vision established just yet, but they're dropping down the pings. You got to be careful as well, because this poke is very powerful. Piercing arrows and the LeBlanc just pushing in and pushing out is going to be very annoying, just like that. So you got to be able to go for it. Chain of Corruption misses, but you've lost your flash on Armut.
Yeah, I think for BDS, you just back away, right? You don't have to throw it in the Rift Herald. You've got Adam pushing in that top side, and you only giving over the first Dragon. So for BDS, good restraint here from them. They know how to play this. They can get 2 towers for a Dragon here.
They can get 2 towers, and they might even have to give it up just yet. They know the Dragon has been started now, and they know that Armut is just kind of keeping everyone away. They're not even going to try and contest it. Exactly what you said. They're going to say, look, we're going to 2 tier 1s. We're going to trade that for the Dragon. That's what we gained from taking the 2-1s earlier.
And now you just exit out to this top side.
Oh, hang on. Flashed in. The Solar Flare comes down. They're going to try and make this one work. The TP right in the middle. And now Adam actually has to walk away. They don't quite have the damage. Limit is still ticking, but he's not going to go down. UA able to find Unforgiven as he gets jumped on straight away with the Hextech ultimatum, and he is down. Great hook on the Syncroft, but he's not the target you want. Double kill for Adam, and it's fully on BDS now.
And the desk said it at the start of the day. BDS, if they beat Mad Lions here, go 4 and 5, and Nuclear wants to make it happen.
He wants to make it fully work for them. Even another one for Adam. That's going to be 3 kills off this fight alone, and Armut's just trying to go for it. They're going to turn back. Adam goes golden to try and keep himself in relevancy for this one, but he's going to get shut down over the wall, and they're going to trade back 2 more kills. Mad Lions do salvage it just a bit.
Just a small bit. The patience for BDS was so close, but some of that hungerness coming in and kind of ruining it a little bit at the end. Still though, great play here, right? You get the top tower from Adam, you get the mid tower, and then this engage from Limit was fantastic. But you can see, right, Kaiser's hook goes wide, and there's nothing to lock up the members of BDS. Yes, this Chaos Storm is doing work. Adam gets to walk away freely, and as soon as Unforgiven takes that step too far forward, Nuclear Int and Adam just leap on him, and this is why it's going to be really difficult for Unforgiven in these fights, because if he steps forward at all, there is so much on BDS that can shut him down.
And the scary thing about that fight as well, you saw with Reeker, it was basically all his damage. It was the gravity field on top of the Chaos Storm. There was just so much he was able to do in that choke, and it still wasn't enough. That's the side of Mad Lions they need to have it happen a little bit more often, but BDS need to be careful of it as well.
And that's the problem, is that BDS have so much non-committal damage, right? Nuclear Int can kind of pop in, use his combo, hop back out. You've got Poke from Xmati that can come through because he hasn't gone the on-hit build. He's gone for this poke build, so he's just free firing from miles away, and I think it's a great adaptation from Xmatty here because he's gone, look, you guys don't have any way to close this gap, so we're just going to keep poking and prodding, and the second you try to go for this big engage, we've got Adam who can do so much. And I was kind of, I mean, you questioned me earlier on how I want to see Mad Lions play this game. This is why I was kind of struggling to answer. Like, there's so many answers on BDS's side to how Mad try and play.
Now, BDS did lose tier 1, but Nuclear Int is the target of Mad Lions as of right now. It is still a LeBlanc. Very, very unlikely that they get caught, and they hexing away. Yeah. Isn't it mad, though, just before we go quickly onwards into the game, how loved the Hex Drake was and how hated the like
was
how
it loved?
I love the Hex Drake.
Okay.
I love what it did to the Rift, and we'll see Nuclear Int just going to block himself away. They're going to steal a blue buff. Nice work here from Mad Lions. But anyway, you were going to make a point.
Yeah, I think the big thing here for Mad Lions is trying to punish BDS mistakes, right? Because we can see even with the chase that we had after the Dragon fight that BDS can overextend. They can get too bloodthirsty, and it's something that you can look to punish. And BDS are not playing a perfect game. Maybe that's where Mad Lions can find moments to get picks, and it's something that they did really well against G2, and where they were able to find picks before, like the Herald fight, that snowballed the game back in their favor. We've seen that Mad Lions can pull off some miracle plays before. We just have to see if they can do it when their backs are against the wall, like at the moment.
Well, back's against the wall, but it is still only a 500 gold lead here for the side of BDS. 2 dragons to 1. It is a Hex Rift, as we were just talking about. You have 2 items onto your Aphelios. It is equaled out by Xmatty, and you are looking to get your second item onto your Victor. However, the Shadow Flame on the LeBlanc is going to be very key to keeping you alive if you can avoid her.
Yeah, I think the big one here is like seeing if BDS can actually try and get into the opposite jungle to get vision control, right? Like a lot of this is, hey, can we find the poke damage? Can we get the pick that we want before these fights really kick off? And right now they don't have the movement from Limit and Syncroft to actually get this vision control down. You've got 45 seconds until the dragon comes through, and the resets are starting to come by, and now BDS are starting to move through after creating pressure on the spot side to see if they can get that vision and deny Mad access to this dragon.
Oh, we are going to have Dragon coming up now in 30 seconds. You should have the flash up available for Reeker. Armit's just getting his there, so across the board, pretty much summoners all available, just waiting on the mid laners to get their flashes. Now, BDS are the ones that are going to have first push in bot side and in mid, so they're going to be the ones setting up first. Hasn't spawned just yet, and Nuclear Int's just roaming in, so it's going to be a full 5v5. Nuclear Int goes over the wall, doesn't want to get caught out by Aloya just yet.
You do need to be careful, though, as Adam. You don't want to be caught out in no man's land, especially to go through. But again, BDS playing this well, right? You still got a couple seconds before the dragon is up. They're just looking to to poke and see what damage they can find.
Yeah, ooh, Chain of Corruption does not land onto anybody, and that's a big engage tool down. That's a lockdown tool no longer available to you. And I think BDS are going to take that as a sign of, like, they can't fight this anymore.
Yeah, Xmatty goes wide. I don't think Xmatty really needs to be the one starting these, though. I think leave that to Limit, right? So Dragon will go over, BDS committing.
They're going to commit fully to this one as the Solar Flare comes out. They found Mad Lions separated behind the walls, and they're going to find Unforgiven just unprotected. It's a trade of supports after the fact, but we can see now Adam going in over the wall, and Mad Lions are on the wrong side of the map. It's 4v3, and this poke coming out from Xmatty is starting to do a hell of a lot of damage. Reeker gets caught out by the LeBlanc, and they're going to find Armid as well. Nowhere for him to go, and that's going to be a 4-for-1 in favor of BDS.
We talked about the growth that we'd seen from BDS, and it's continuing to shine. The patience that they are showing in these fights. Give up the dragon. Know that they can get more after because they win the fight, and this is going to be the Baron for Mad Lions.
Not a lot you can do unless Aloya really thinks he can go for a smite steal. It does go down fairly quickly, so he's got to make a decision now. He's not been spotted just yet. 4,000 or 5,000, I should say, onto the Baron. Now down to 4. 3, 2, 1. He's not going to be there in time, and now he's in no man's land. Aloya going to try his very best. He tried to go towards the Hex Gate. I respect the attempt. Not going to happen. Aloya does finally go down.
And now you get the resets coming through from BDS. They were already in the driver's seat, but they are accelerating the pace of this game so quickly. But look at the way that this fight is set up by BDS. Incredible patience, great target selection. And you can see Mad, as soon as they separate, that's when BDS collapse. Even Xmatty here flashes over the wall with Adam because they know the blood is in the water. And Mad Lions caught on the wrong side of the map. It's only a matter of time before they get picked off.
Pew.
You needed to put a little bit more oomph into it.
Like pew!
There you go, yeah.
Well, it is going to be the Red Bull Baron power play coming in here for BDS. They have full control of the side lanes as well. You're against the Camille and LeBlanc. No one wants to go 1v1 against them. How do you got it again? Mad Lions, we're similar to like the last game. You're looking for something of a mistake. You're looking to try and get back into this.
And I mean, maybe this Mad Lions curse isn't so real, right? With the 1-1s not coming through each week.
I mean, not at the moment. We'll see now as we can maybe get Arma taken down. No, he just about survives, has his flash, and of course had the Immortal Shield Boat. Does make him immortal in this particular instance, but while you've committed all 5 members of Mad to the top, you still have Adam splitting on bot.
And there's no one who can actually deal with Adam. I mean, Death's Dance completed Divine Sunder. This 4-1 Camille has taken over. A very big difference between today's game and yesterday's game, must be said, where he was behind 1.4k at 8 minutes into the game. This time, Adam looking far more confident and looking in total control of these side lanes. And BDS, honestly, they're just looking in total control of this game.
Still have the Baron up buff for another minute or so, and it's already a 4,000 gold Baron power play here, and this is going to be hard for Mad Lions. They need to find something. You do have 2.5 items onto your Fellows. You're almost there to the 3 items. Once he gets that Infinity Edge, you should be able to look for something a little bit more aggressive. But now Adam goes in. Kaiser's trying to make something happen onto him. He has no flash, and that means he has to fully commit. He does trade 1 for 1, but that's not really ideal there for BDS. Good catch here for Mad Lions.
Yeah, managing to shut down the pressure almost completely with that, right? Nuclear now has to reset. You got the kill on towards Adam, and at least Mad managed to hold, but you can see a lot of the damage has been done, right? All outer towers are gone. It's only the inhibitor turrets remaining, and for Mad, when this comp is so short range, and now you're the potential for BDS to get total vision control, whether it's the Dragon in a minute and a half, and look for those picks, it's going to make that really tough for Mad Lions to try and answer for the pressure that BDS have.
And I don't like calling it the Shopkeeper because it gets done a lot in how he wins games. I don't like the Void Staff really here for the victor as we come into a replay here. And this is just Adam, sadly, going just a little bit too ham.
Yeah, Adam going way too far forward. Look, I get it. Go for it, see if you can get the kill, right? If it works out, it breaks open the game, that's it, done. And honestly, I don't think it's going to cause too much of an issue here. Again, as you can see, right, vision control once more established for BDS on this bot side jungle. Dragon is going to be up in 45 seconds, and you're just not going to be able to contest this because you don't know where BDS are hiding.
Well, they don't know where they are, but they put down a hell of a lot of vision to try and check him out on that bot side. They recognize the Dragon up in 30 seconds. In fair play to Mad Lions, they've gotten 2 out of the last 2, so they are not willing to give up the soul point just yet. And important to note, their base has not been broken.
Yeah. Also, sorry, to come back to your point earlier on, I actually like the Void Staff just because you've gone for the Merc Threads, so you've got no Magic Pen at all that you'd usually get in the Victor, so I like that he's got some. Syncroft, though.
Oh, you're going to see Syncroft getting caught out just a little bit, and Elyoya puts him right back into the team. That Crescent Guard, though, doing so much, and Elyoya now getting jumped on himself with the Hextech Ultimatum. Adam getting him jumped straight back on top of him. That's the jungler dead. However, you still have an Aphelios, you still have a Victor, and it's a trade of 1 for 1, but importantly for BDS, they still have their jungler.
Yeah, the health bars are so low for Mad Lions, they got to back away. BDS going to be able to move over towards this, and 1 for 1 trade still in favor of BDS with this Dragon going down. Adam takes his rightful place down in the spot side of the map to continue pushing, and again, like, this is the issue for Mad Lions, right? Little CC, little opportunity to find picks, whereas there's so much there on BDS, and that non-committal damage is doing work, but it's actually, ironically, Syncroft making the commitment here that started this off for BDS. Could have gone a little bit better if there wasn't as many members of Mad Lions there, but I mean, as we said before, right? You've got so much here from BDS that these small errors just aren't able to be punished by Mad Lions because you don't have the CC to lock up these people.
And this is why Xin Zhao is so heavily prioritized. This ability to survive the Crescent Guard means you just have to be either basically in melee range to do any sort of damage to him, and just doesn't really work out. I will say for the side of Mad Lions, not going to be too unhappy. A kill for a kill when you're behind in gold is still fine, but now you're on soul point here for BDS, and the side of BDS are now looking towards that Dragon spawning in just under a minute's time limit. Take a bit of health off of him, and he'll back himself out.
One of the saving graces for Mad here is Adam has no TP, so this defense actually becomes a little bit easier until that is up and available. So maybe BDS make that step too far, and this could be the point where Mad can try and make the pick, but you can see Adam has to stick with the team because he no longer has that opportunity to play side lanes with both teleports up for Mad.
Well, 3 items finished up here for the Aphelios, but I gotta look on the other side. Rabadon's death cap for Nuclear Int. If he finds Unforgiven, he will die. There is no if, buts, or maybes about that. You even have 4 items here for Xmadi, getting those 4 lethality picks up, and he's gonna be pushing even more with those piercing arrows.
Yeah.
Oh! Big moment there, Solar Flare. They flash in with the Chain of Corruption. It's really trying to hard commit to this one. And Adam goes straight in onto Unforgiven, but he's being kited back out. Unforgiven will fall eventually, but they get the LeBlanc, they get the Camille, and now it's a 4v3 in favor of Mad Lions. They reset it off, and it was just too far reaching for BDS. Triple kill for Reeker, and it's just going to be Mad Lions finding themselves back in the game.
They committed so hard for Unforgiven when they really didn't need to. Reeker, still a big issue. Same when you look at Armut, and that's the mistake that Mad Lions needed to wait for. And now they can turn and get a Baron for themselves. Syncroft still up and available though. Still can try to look for the smite. But this could come down to a flip.
This could be a little bit of a flip coming in now here. They have vision on him. They've gotten the Q onto Xmadi. I don't think Mad Lions want to just run this off on this one play. Chain of Corruption does come back up. They do get it straight down on top of him. Syncroft, though, gets caught by the hook, and they're going to be able to put down so much damage. The Baron down so low. If they're going to try and maybe push in on top of him, they need to finish it or go for the kill. You need to go for one or the other. Neither jungler is in the pit, and they will end up going to Mad Lions. That was scrappy at best.
Now, BDS have come back onto the map, though.
Nuclear Ring TP's in. He's going to try and look for these kills. He's very low health bar, but he's got no resistance.
The
reinforcements have come all the way back in. What is happening? But it's still Mad Lions time and time again getting these kills. They're not going down. They're not dying. And Adam now has to run away. But Armut says no. Armut says he's going to try and cake you out. What is this game? What is happening?
It's just blown open. BDS, they're trying so hard to punish Mad as they stay around with the Baron, but they're all over the place. It's a messy team fight, and Mad Lions are a team that is so good when it comes to these orchestrated fights that they just can't do it. And just like this Mad now, they've got the pressure.
They've got all lanes pushing as well. They're going to be able to get so much off of this Baron power play, and from going from objective bounties at the Baron to now ahead by nearly 1,000 gold. How did that even happen?
It's just punishing the overextensions from BDS. We said that this is a new team. We said that they can be bloodthirsty, and we're starting to see it, right? Great hook coming through from Kaiser here, forces the stopwatch. And all the BDS are trying to do here is either force the burger flip or wait for the rest of them come back. Nuclear Int TPing in behind Mad Lions. They think they can take the fight, especially with the Hex Gates to bring them into play, but Nuclear Int spotted on a ward. Mad are ready to deal with them, and there's just can't get the damage down. I think a mistake from Nuclear Int there, just mechanically. And when they come through here, right, look how separated Mad are. They're coming in from all different angles. Aoyoya smacks out the Xinjiao into Unforgiven. Armut's able to deal with enough damage. Adam is separated off on the right-hand side. It's all over the place from BDS, whereas Mad are working in these small, concentrated groups that are all on the same page.
The big thing as well, you look at the side of BDS, Nuclear died almost immediately. Great flay, by the way, from Kaiser to stop the double damage from the distortion, but Xmadi couldn't catch up. He couldn't follow his team, and that's no fault of his. He's a virus. He wants to be staying at arm's length, and he just couldn't keep up with everybody.
We are back into this though. 3 seconds until the Dragon. Looks like BDS are going, we're not interested in this, right? We've already seen that Mad Lions have been able to beat us once. We don't want to go for it again. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's try and play towards where our strengths are. Moving off into these side lanes. You get the push from Nuclear in, but Mad, they're realizing, hey, if we have this LeBlanc on top side with no TP, let's try and use the remnants of this Baron buff to push in on the bot side.
Well, Armut's going to do just that and push up with a lot of minions right now. You're going to need a hell of a lot of wave clear to get rid of these cannons as well. We're going to see the Chain of Corruption come out. They're going to try and catch out on the side of Mad Lions as BDS Adams goes straight in and he dies straight away. They do get low health bars, but the tower has now fallen. See now what Nuclear Ring can do, and he finds himself a pick, so it's a trade of 1 for 1. And now Mad Lions got to be so careful. They do not want to get caught together when a double distortion comes in from Nuclear Ring. They have to respect it. They have to back away.
Again, though, we're seeing BDS go for these engages before they've got the poke in. You've got Xmadi who can land that damage down. You have the damage from the LeBlanc, but Nuclear Ring 2 can pop over the wall very quickly and just get those quick bursts. And they're not using these tools anymore. Instead, they're trying to go for these big engages, and Mad are kiting back so effectively, but Reeker getting the zone control down from his W, Kaiser playing like a monster on these flays, and there's just nothing that BDS can do to follow up on Adam's dives.
And let's talk about the big picture here as we come into the 35th or 36th minute of this game. Gold pretty much dead even. The Dragons 3 apiece. This could be the difference between Mad going into a 5-4 scoreline, bridging that gap between themselves and the top 4 teams, or BDS. On BDS keeping themselves in the playoff race. BDS need this win against another playoff contender, someone that they will want to try and take down in the standings. This is a huge moment for either of these teams. It could be something that we look back on when we hit playoffs of why you did, why you didn't.
And such a confidence boost as well for a team like BDS. The end of the round robin, you managed to come in with that 4-5 scoreline. That could be so good, but the mistakes are there, right? We're seeing that inexperience coming into play. They're not using the fact that they've got that the poke. They're not playing those slow fights that we saw again, that patience that we saw in the early stages, and they're not really looking for picks. And now that they've lost control of the map, this type of comp can struggle to get it back, especially when Mad are playing so well around, hey, let's deny vision, let's start to group up away from where BDS are and make it so difficult for them to play things out.
And the effectiveness of this Varus does fall off a little bit as we get later and later into the game. You will start to see the Aphelios get stronger and stronger and stronger, and the Victor, we mentioned it at the top of the thing, as soon as we saw that Victor pick, it was about how the late game scaling of this pick is masterful, it's monstrous. And now it's about Mad Lions pushing that forward, keeping themselves in the advantage.
Resets are coming in though. 40 seconds until the Baron. This is going to be the fight that breaks open the game. So let's take a quick rundown, right? GA available for Lee Sin. The Zonya's there as well for the Victor. There is still a vulnerability for Unforgiven with no GA or stopwatch for himself. So that could be a potential play for BDS. Whereas you look across the opposite side, Xmati has his own stopwatch. And we'll have to see if Adam and Nuclear Int can make the plays happen, get that synergy down that have been so sorely missing from the last few fights.
Well, TP comes in there from Adam. He wants to be with his team as quick as possible. He has a GA himself, and Mad Lions are running towards that Baron pit. Baron spawning in about just under 5 seconds, excuse me, and now we're going to see how both these teams approach this objective. A minute 30 until the Dragon. That will be sole point for either of these sides. Remember, Mad Lions has gotten the last 3 Dragons back to back to back. Excuse me, they got 2 and then they missed 1. So they got 3 out of the last 4 to keep themselves available towards the sole point. And 3 Hex Dragons on their own is so much power for you as well. Oh, here we go. Syncroft goes in. It's the junglers going on top of each other. But Elyoya, you're separated from your team. As we can see them finally get him out with the Dark Passage. He's ticking down. He loses his GA. Nothing was lost on the side of BDS, and the only summoner they lost on top of that was the Ignite.
Slow and patient, though, from BDS. Adam.
Oh, he thought about it. He didn't want to go straight into it, though, because he was by himself.
Nuclear Int is doing such a good job of creating problems on the side, though. Popping in over the wall means that Mad Lions can't follow up on Elyoya, so that's a big tool down now in the GA for Elyoya. He would have loved to have this up for either the Baron or the Dragon.
I mean, both are there, and I think at the same time, you can't really trade the Baron for the Dragon. This is a permanent buff here, so both teams are going to try and fight for both. You either get the fight and you win, or you try and flip it.
And it feels like you've got a ton of vision on the the top side here for Mad Lions. That's why they're trying to play towards top. It looks like they've already started the Baron. BDS here to spot us.
They're going to try and go for it. Here we go. Baron's already dead now, as we can see it coming into back to the line. It is going to be taken by Mad Lions. The TP is here from Nuclear Int, but he's just too late to the party. Syncroft does not have his Crescent Guard just yet. Reeker down the half health, and BDS have lost themselves the Baron. The resets can come in, though, as everyone's got to rush towards this Dragon Soul.
Yeah, you've got the double TP for Armored and Reeker, though. They can back and TP in. BDS are being closed on both sides.
Yeah, they're being pinched down. It's going to be Reeker on the backside of this one. He's out by the blue buff. They know he's there now, though, with the Scryer's Bloom. This Dragon will go down so quickly. The permanent buff goes over to BDS. So you've traded Mad Lions. The Baron for the Dragon buff, as we can see there. The support has already gone down. No engage from Limit in this fight. BDS trying to run away with their one. They flash forward. Xmati will not be caught, and he's kiting away. They're getting themselves out of here. They're looking to just try and keep putting this damage down. Mad Lions can't catch up.
And this is the problem. We said no engage, so BDS, they're separating, and Mad Lions can't keep them in check. Nuclear Int is on the wrong side of town, but can Mad get him?
And while this is happening, you're losing time with your Baron buff. You're losing the trade that you opted into. You went for the Baron, burn. You said we didn't really want to go for the soul straight away, and now Lucarine's just keeping them going for a run. He actually jumps straight onto Unforgiven, but he's not quite able to pop him. Gale Force difference. Unforgiven didn't even use a summoner.
It's very close though, and unfortunately not able to pop him. Isn't able to take the kill, go for one. Probably could have got out in that situation, to be perfectly honest, but tries to make the play, and now Mad delayed on the Baron. They're only starting to come back out onto the map, but look at where the lanes are. Xmadi's just managed to push in that top wave. Bot is sitting mid in River, and now they're grouping up in the mid lane to see if they can try and push this through. With Nuclear Ink gone, it makes it a lot easier for Mad Lions to siege, not having to worry about the LeBlanc coming in off the side from the dark.
Well, they'll give over the red buff, and the base has been broken open a second time. This time around, they're going to try and get themselves onto this inhibitor. Again, you got to be careful with this AoE damage that comes out. They'll get one, is the mid lane going down, and the inhibitor, they're going to turn back down towards this bot side and maybe look for something. I think BDS are quite happy to wait until Nuclear Int is here, and then they'll take to try and find their last stand.
And now, as Mad reset, this game suddenly becomes so much easier for them. Bot, inhibitor down, mid down, 2 pushing waves, and they can group as a unit onto the top side and deny the opportunity for BDS to look for picks, deny the opportunity for BDS to try and clear out these waves. And you're not going to find most moments here for BDS to try and look for picks, because it looks like Mad Lions have found them out now. Grouping up as a unit means that there's not really an opportunity for BDS to find those moments.
I will say, with the Hex Soul, you do have a little bit more potency. There's full items here onto Armut. You have full items onto your Aphelios. You're 1 item away from a full build Reek or Victor. On the other side, you've got full items on the Varus, nearly full items onto the Camille. We are looking at critical mass for both of these teams, and we can see Nuclear Int is still fishing to try and find that moment.
The problem though for BDS is, right, Adam can't try and play through side lane. He's got to reset now. Does get the wave nicely pushed out, which can buy some time for BDS to deal with this push from Mad. Mid going to be shoved out as well, but Mad are now combining that mid push with the top play, and BDS need to find some answer for the Mad Lions pressure. This is where it becomes more difficult though, because as you try and jump in on top of them, that's where the zone control from Kaiser and Reeker can be played. They got to make this poke land and make this poke stick.
43 minutes, and this game is as tight as it can possibly be. We do actually see the Hex States being used by Nuclear Int. He does recognize that he might be able to find someone out, but again, super minions in bot, super minions in mid. Mad Lions don't need to go anywhere else except this top side, and like you said, stay as a 5-man.
And they have a ton of vision on this top side as well, right? Absolutely nothing for BDS, so trying to move in there becomes so difficult. Armut though.
Oh, the Solar Flare comes out, the Chain of Corruption as well. If they can get a little bit more damage onto him, Armut would be dead. To keep himself safe, and I'm not going to say that was a real big investment from BDS, because those cooldowns are coming up very fast.
Yeah, the Mikhail's Crucible need to be used by Kaiser there to keep Armut safe, and that was not an investment that they really wanted to go for. But I mean, BDS saving themselves here, controlling the waves, managing this defense reasonably well, and they just need to not.
Oh, you face check, and Limit now forced to flash away. This Chaos Storm is still going strong. Can he keep himself alive? I don't think he can. The burn hits him down. That's your engage now falling off. You need to try and go for something here, BDS, otherwise you're going to die a death of 1,000 cuts. There's going to be the Chain of Corruption coming back out, but they've lost their final inhibitor turret. Nuclear Int went back to the base. They get Armit's ult, or excuse me, not his ult, his Immortal Shield Bow out of him, and that means he's going to reset, but he has TP.
Yeah, Limit not tanky enough to try and face check that, and Mad knew it. They hid in the bush, and now one last inhibitor for Mad. Poke from Xmadi, TP coming back through from Armus. Mad, they want to try and end this. They can feel it clothing.
They go in, Elyoya finds the kick, and they get the GA. That's going to be no damage for Xmadi, and you can see Syncroft using the Crescent Guard, but it's not enough. Mad Lions find the pick. Mad Lions delayed the game. Mad Lions are going into the second round Wobbin with a 5-4 scoreline.
It looked dicey, but Mad's team fighting once again comes out clutch. Adam manages to get one pick, but he needs to get away. Limit now playing safety for the top laner. The shots are coming through, but healing is there.
It's there, and Unforgiven gets the pick off onto Nuclear Int. There's nothing he can do. Another fantastic hook from Kaiser stops Adam from doing anything. Limit comes up just to die, and at the end of it all, Mad Lions will take themselves the win, and Mad Lions will get themselves to the top of the playoffs. Race. That's the word I meant to say at the end.
It is not an easy win for Mad Lions, but they will take it. Hard fought, big smile on Reeker's face there in the mid lane. But my word, did BDS push them to their limits in this game.
And that's fantastic for Mad Lions. We talked about the momentum, how you want to be going into this, second round robin as high up the standings as you can. And for BDS, it's heartbreak. You're now down back on the bottom end of the standings. You don't really want to be standing there for too long because you're going to miss out on the boat.
Yeah, and I mean, look, at least for BDS fans out there, right? Like, this was a very strong game, right? Going up against Mad Lions, the guys who won Spring, who won Summer as well. That was a statement game for them.
Well, let us know what you think of Kia player of the game at LEC on Twitter, Reeker, Unforgiven, and Kaiser. It could really go to any single one of them. That was a team effort. I'd nearly even put Yoya on there as an honorable mention because he found the kick right at the end.
I'm going Kaiser. That's my
Of course you would. Of course you would.
It was sick. His plays were on point. His CC
I
was
said
nuts.
everybody.
Yeah.
We literally just we added the two people, the other two people on the 5. But we are going to send it to a break, and after that, we will hear from Mad Lions Kaiser on that win, and Nymera will be breaking down how they made this comeback happen.
The systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up!
Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Hello and welcome back to this little post-game breakdown. We have a clip from one of those pivotal fights which did happen here. This is going to be around about the 32-minute mark on that crazy Hex Tech Gate Baron. So we're going to go straight back into this and see how things are rolling if we do actually have the clip on here. Waiting for it to load up. But of course, when it gets to this point, we know that the Mad team comp is one which has very little engage, has good range, has very strong backline carries. And if they do get that Baron, it's going to be very dangerous for the side of... Okay. Just hearing now that we do have a couple of errors. So wait on us just one moment. Going to go back up to the decks and try this again later.
Yeah, so we don't have a chair for you, bro.
Yeah,
This is, I mean, like, look,
this is great. I can walk off here. I can just keep walking.
You just keep walking in a lap. I'll scoot this way.
Lovely.
Ladies and gentlemen, we here at the LEC have a history of rivalry with the Telestrator, and it's come to a head where I'm declaring open war.
I feel like I've been treated. You know, I get shares on demand. It's wonderful.
It's fine. I'm just going to tell you right now, this is the gauntlet. I wish I could tell you this was planned, but this is like when Yamato came on, technology. Everyone, K-Roll, technology. We are cursed is the easiest thing to say. When we get that clip up and available, what I would love to do instead is, as long as we have EVS, the guys in charge of the replay, listening, if you can call when you want it to pause an MRL, tell us what you were going to say with the power of drawing, with just your words.
So I could do that. I'm good at describing things. So obviously the start of this fight is very much about BDS trying to fight tooth and nail to deny this Baron. You can see the team from Mad doesn't have great engage, but their siege is awesome. Their damage is incredible. If you could just pause right here, just very quickly, what you can see now is BDS trying to go for this last ditch and say, we cannot allow all of these Barons to escape. And they start getting a little bit over-aggressive with how they're trying to close down these carries. Because you might think, okay, there are some half healths here. We can do something with this. If we just keep rolling, watch what happens when it's just one solo laner trying to get onto one of these carries. See here, Flay comes out. First amount of cooldowns comes out. And then even though all of these come through, pause here. So what we see at this point is Kaiser is out of this fight. Kaiser has used most of his rotation already, but you haven't killed the carries just yet. And by the time Thresh re-enters this fight, he's got his cooldowns back. Play it out again. We've got Camille in the fight. Camille hasn't got any summoners at this point, so if we just keep rolling the clip, please. See, once again, Rika managed to use his summoners at this point. They still can't get onto him. Varus is far too out the way, and look what Kaiser does. Has the second round of cooldowns back up. And at this point, you can see the power of Thresh dealing with diving threats onto his backline. The carries are safe because BDS's solo lanes can't quite close them down coordinated enough.
There was a cool little thing that I noticed there as well. Armut's smokescreen actually blocked vision from Limit, which meant that he completely missed all of his utility as Rika flashed over the wall as well. So just a small little interaction there, because I was very skeptical of this Graves pick. It's cool that I had some value. Doesn't mean that I still like the draft that came out from Mad Lions overall.
The key thing for me about this Mad team comp is that they are so strong. If you are coming into them and they are efficient at using their abilities, what we saw there is when it got to the late game, because they had the lower cooldowns even on their supports as well, that became really, really important in how you can't quite close down those carries, and they have so much damage to turn these fights around.
Let's take a look again at that draft, though, because I think this is something that we've been kind of going back and forth on. Obviously, this game was chaotic. It could have gone either way. Both teams drafting for different win conditions. But when we look at it, I think the Graves top is such an interesting point because, as highlighted, when you play into it, the smokescreen feels pretty good. It kind of reminds me of the infamous late-game Renekton. You know what I'm saying? Because here's the thing. Like, everyone's like, late-game Renekton's trash. It's like, yes, but if you dive on to late-game Renekton, he just stuns you. And look, smokescreen, in some ways, way better than Renekton W. In some ways, way worse. But it's similar vibes.
You try aiming skill shots while blinded.
So the thing about the Graves is, like, it's a pretty contentious topic right now in terms of, like, well, how good is it? Well, the truth is that it is a weak side, strong top laner that scales. He doesn't have a bad laning phase, but he doesn't need resources. You can leave him by himself, and he'll offer value pretty much at every stage of play in terms of lane, side laning, damage, all that good stuff. The problem is, and this is where I have a really big issue with it, you're against LeBlanc and Camille, right? And so these two champions are not only super mobile, but they also have very easy access onto your carries, and they work very well in side lanes. They often outscale almost anything that you can throw against them in a side lane, and like their mobility is a really big problem, especially when we look at things like skirmishes. And this was actually something we saw a lot of in the early game and why Mad ended up falling short, because the skirmish power of this comp from BDS was like, we go for a bit of an engage. Oh, okay, fine, we'll back off. And then the re-engage comes through, and they're just so mobile and with like very little crowd control on the side of Mad Lions. I think that there were more options that they could have gone for that would have made this game a lot easier for them to execute.
But what did we say at the start of this game, though? We said that Mad Lions still trying things out, still experimenting a bit, and I actually really appreciate that they went for a hard-to-execute comp with some real payoffs at the end of it. To me, that's a bit of a confidence move, and it could have slapped them.
See, he's
really optimistic perspective. I get to be the good cop today.
So one of the things that I was speaking with Cadril about was he was like, so the problem that you have, which is fair play to Mad Lions, is like drafting against Adam on red side, because I was like, well, I think Gangplank makes a lot of sense. And he's like, well, if you blind pick Gangplank into Adam, he's picking Olaf and he's going to murder you. I was like, well, okay. And they were like, well, what else could he go for? Well, he could go for Ornn. Like, yeah, but he's going to pick something else like Darius. That's again,
as much as I would love to go into the depths of depravity that is drafting for and against Adam's champion pool, we do have an interview on standby here. So let's talk it over to Colleen and Kaiser to talk about that chaotic win and maybe even chaotic draft against BDS.
Thank you very much, Dracos and Kaiser. Yeah, chaotic might be one way to describe that game. How do you feel about that win?
It actually kind of felt like winning, I don't know, Worlds Finals or something, like getting a win like that, 45 minutes, I think it was, or something. I mean, it was just crazy, right? Like back and forth, Baron, maybe even an Elder coming up, right? It just felt like an eternity, right? And after we got a pick on Leona, I knew the game was like kind of in our bag, and then that was just relief.
Yeah, it went very back and forth, and it's interesting that Des already start talking about the draft, but they mainly talk about what happened at that Baron. We see a lot of things happening right there. It's very chaotic, but I kind of want to know, how was the communication between you guys?
I mean, the communication coming up to the Baron, I think it was kind of rough for us because we don't have that much to engage, right? And to keep the Xin Zhao out of the pit was pretty hard for us because we only kind of rely on my hook, right? And if he dodges that, like he's free to do whatever he wants for like the next 8-10 seconds, right? And they have a lot of poke with Varus and the Blur coming in, right? And yeah, we just had to kind of flip it in a way, right? And like trust me to hit the hook, and yeah, we got the Nash. So yeah, that was a big win for us afterwards.
I mean, you named the hook, but I kind of feel when you pick up that Thresh, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're also there to support Unforgiven a lot on the Philios, and that the main task is to keep Adam away on the Camille.
I mean, for sure. I think the Camille was still annoying for us, right? Like they played some fights really well, and like the Camille just dove in really deep. But since he had no flash, like he could never dodge my hook if he actually went too deep. And we really kind of after the mid game, after we got caught a few times, we like developed this game plan that we just like kill the Camille when she like ints or like when she goes too deep because she can't get out, right? Since she has no flash, and she had GA after some time, but I think GA usually doesn't really help you if you go too deep because you will just die again, right? And after we developed that game plan, I think it was a lot easier for us to play team fights. And yeah, like Camille was not as useful in the late game anymore because Victor and Afield just kept scaling and just kept one-shotting her.
Yeah, I think you had a lot of options with the comp you drafted here. Now, I do want to focus a bit more on Unforgiven. He's one of the rookies we've been talking about a lot. It's a rookie that has been showing a lot of promising things. How's it for you as his direct lane buddy on his performance these first 4 weeks?
I mean, I think he developed really great, actually. Like at the start, we had some like troubles with like wave control or like moving, for example, or not being too greedy. I think that's like stuff that every ERL ADC kind of has troubles dealing with, especially because he always plays strong side, I think, on his team. So coming like into Mad Lions, which traditionally only played weak side bot lane, right? It was a bit different for him for sure, but I think we taught him well, and I think he also like adapted really well, and I think we could see that like he's just a really strong player, right? Like individually, like he's performing in team fights, he's performing in laning phase. For example, today as well, like he got a solo kill on Xmati, right? Which like kind of kept us in the game. So yeah, I'm really happy with his performance. I think he's a really great guy as well. So there's not really anything to complain about with him.
It's all good to hear all those things about Forgiven, about his performance and all that stuff. But I need to give it to you, Kaiser. You are the Kia player of the game.
Oh, I mean, I'm happy for that because I think I didn't get a single one this season yet, so I didn't really perform that well. in the season compared to like my last few splits. So yeah, I'm really happy that I can maybe show some good performances here and then again.
Kaiser, I am going to thank you a lot for all your insights, and we are going to head on over to our next game, which is going to be Vitality versus Astralis. We're going to go to Matic and Cathedral.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Cathedral, the hallowed ground of Challenger achieved by him today. Yes, he's a dirty Zilean one-trick, but...
No, everyone's banning it
you
now.
Can't say, yeah, but you're still a one-trick.
No,
just because it's banned
playing a
against
mid
you.
laner mid doesn't mean that you're a one-trick. It just means that...
Okay, so of your last 20 games,
yes,
how many were Zilean?
20. However, it's still a mid laner.
That's true, but it's still a one-trick. I'm a Rakan one-trick. I will happily admit that, and I play at support.
Okay, but it's not like, Janna smite top or any kind of whack tech.
You're not cheesing.
I'm not
just
cheesing. I'm just playing
one-tricking.
Zillion. I'm losing my
100%.
lane. I'm happily missing cannon minions, and I'm pressing
that was
R.
that's what you were doing when you weren't playing Zilean as well, so it's much
Good
better
one,
for
Medic.
you now. Anyway, so Vitality up against Astralis is our third game of the day, rounding out the first round robin of the LEC. We are halfway through the regular season, and when you look at these two teams, it's a vast chasm between their performances so far.
I mean, Astralis still yet to pick up a win. If they get it against Vitality here, I mean, props to them, it's great. But the thing is, they've got so many losses right now that looking forwards towards Week 7, Week 8, playoffs, it's dire. I think the playoffs record for making it in is 9-9 is the safe spot, 8-10, you're teetering on the edge. If you've already got 7 to 8 losses already, up against teams that are like Rogue, G2, sometimes when you're looking at the split, you're kind of looking at guaranteed losses and guaranteed wins. And right now, this has to be a win for them to clench some kind of hope.
Okay, Kadra, I've been doing some studying. I've been doing some.
What have you been studying?
Pick ban prep. Are you ready for this?
Okay, yeah, hit me with your master tier pick ban prep, Medic. Hit me.
Vitality will ban Zeri, Twisted Fate, and Corki on the red
Okay, well,
side.
let's keep our eyes on it. I think Astralis are going to ban Caitlyn? Karma, maybe? I don't know.
It's definitely a
Caitlyn
possibility.
Thresh on this time. So I lost already. It's
You're
all up
done.
to you, Medic.
You're done.
I'm rooting for you here, buddy.
I mean, considering I picked the 3 champions that have been banned in basically every single game this weekend on red side, I don't feel like I've pushed the boat out too far, but I'll take all the plaudits I can get.
Yeah, we definitely will. I mean, we're 2 for 3 right now. Will they leave Corki up for Dior? There's the Caitlyn ban, so at least I got one right.
Good job, good job.
Dior has played Corki, of course, once this split. Obviously still not found a 1 on anything at all. Vitality should know that they're the favorites coming into this, and being the favorites is all good and dandy, but you don't want to disrespect too hard. Yes, Astralis has lost every single game, but is it the time to start playing some wacky picks when Vitality already picked up, I think, 4 losses so far in this split? Probably not, but no, it's a Trundle ban.
No!
They've left Corki open. Now in LCK, they normally sometimes leave open Corki and pick Tryndamere mid into it.
Okay.
Maybe the top teams in the LCK looking at T1 and stuff like this. I'm not sure if Vitality want to do the same kind of thing, but we'll have to see what their option is, because of course leaving Corki open, they must have a counter for it.
They definitely have something in their back pocket. Of course, the Trundle ban targeted at Zanzara. He's played that twice already this season as one of his signature picks, we will say. With the Corki locked in, Vitality going through the motions of deciding what they want to pick first here. Of course, things like the Lee, the Xin, the Thresh, the Jinx, the Aphelios, all still options for them.
Definitely are, and Renekton's up as well. See if they want to opt into that. Don't tend to see too much Renekton prio anymore, because it feels like without Diana, it's not really worth picking, and then you're forced into things like Nidalee. So we'll see if Vitality want to opt into it. Of course, Jace is open. Alphari special. Maybe pick Jace on 3 and ban out 2 champions. Give him a pretty free lane phase, but like you said, Aphelios Thresh, insta-lock there. Astralis now to respond. Do you pick bot lane as well, match it with something like a Jinx, or do you just go full top side, take away that Renekton, take away one of the strong junglers? Xin Zhao picked up now for Astralis.
And they will have a strong mid-jungle duo. Xin, Corki can do a lot of work. And alongside that, Jace for White Knight in the top lane. So it is a very strong top side for Astralis already locked in.
Yeah, taking away the Jace from Alphari, I think they know the draft pretty well themselves. If we leave Jace open, they're going to pick it on 3 and ban 2 tops. White Knight's going to have a tough task ahead of him, so let's deny it. And Alphari's going to match that with a Camille. So both teams have different priors right now, where Vitality still yet to pick up their mid-jungle, and Astralis yet to pick up their bot lane. We're probably going to see things like Jinx ban, perhaps, maybe a Senna ban still open. See if that gets taken away. Jhin are the kind of AD carries that come to mind.
Of course, Copy Promiscu have been playing Xayah Rakan a few times in succession as well, so possible Rakan ban, but instead Nautilus taken away by Vitality to start us off.
Yeah, tends to be good into Thresh, of course. The Nautilus pick, it was banned out, I believe, last game on 4-5 or in the Misfits game, I can't quite remember, when the Thresh was picked up. So support bans is where Vitality is going to target. Now, do you target jungle here or mid? You could take away things like Lee Sin, Viego, but then Selfmade can happily pick things like Olaf and Gwen. Or do you target perks for this Corki pick? Victor open, Orianna open. I think control mages do well into it. Syndra, of course, notoriously good into the Corki.
Yeah, get rid of some of Perks' strength in the mid lane. Corki scales so well, as does Jace. So Astralis, if they can keep even in the early game, do have a composition that will work well to poke out Vitality later on. But of course, poke compositions work best when you have control over objectives first, when you can gain vision control around them and just poke out your opponents. So I'll have to see if Astralis are able to maintain parity, at least in the early game.
Yeah, Xayah ban taken away there. Of course, as you said, they played 3 games of Xayah Rakan. Just want to make sure they deny that bot lane, which just has good self-peel, right? Yeah. Xayah has such good self-peel, especially with Rakan by her side. When you have Camille who's diving onto those champions, you want to make sure you actually lock onto their carries pretty well. And of course, right now, if you look at the 3 champions on both sides, you said it, poke on one side, engage kind of on the other. Good scaling from the Aphelios, good engage with Gale Force and really good 1v1 potential. We'll see if Vitality want to kind of follow up with more engage here. I think Gwen on 4 could be a good AP jungler if they want to play an AD mid on 5, or Lee Sin, Viego are up for self-mid.
Of course, picking the jungle here as well gives you that option to lock in. Well, you already know the mid that you're countering, but something like the Tryndamere that can be hampered a little bit by some other picks could be a good final pick for Vitality. There's the Lee Sin. AD jungle does imply that we're going to see an AP mid laner.
Yeah, I think something like Vex on 5 here would be fantastic for Vitality. It's just a full dive comp, isn't it? So how does Astralis want to match it? Do they want to pick something like Senna Tam Kench, which we've seen into Thresh? Do they want to pick something like Jin Leona into it? Jin Leona, classic LPL bot lane there. They love to slam Jin Leona on 1-2. Now, last pick here for Vitality. Perks has played 1 game of Vex against, I believe it was Nuktak. Did struggle in the lane phase, but I think he was running something like Ignite, so the lane was just naturally hard. Orianna would work as well. I mean, you've got Camille, you've got Lee Sin, 2 divers you can put the ball on. They'll lock onto Jace. So just a little bit more scaling and wave clear to make it safe for Vitality. Don't over-enforce this damage kind of dive comp, because then you lack a little bit of wave clear.
Vitality with a relatively strong composition, especially when it comes round towards team fights. Astralis have a little bit of poke, the utility that a Jin can provide in starting off those fights as well.
A lot of poke, really, isn't it? I mean, Corki Rockets, Jin W follow-up, Jin Ultimate, JCQ. I think they have so much poke. Good disengage as well with the Xin. Worst case scenario, that can peel for the 2 carries against the Camille. So yeah, very stock standard compositions coming out. Engage for Vitality, good scaling on both their carries. Vice versa for Astralis, really good poke, not so much engage, barring the Leona. Ultimate will be the main source of engage against the Thresh, not very reliable, but still a lot of poke to work with around these objectives. I think when you're looking at just lane prio overall, Astralis will have top push. I think mid push will go in favor of Vitality, as will bot push, so we'll see how both junglers kind of dissect the map.
Have to always keep our eyes on the junglers in the early game. Astralis will be trying to get through that early game unscathed, but they have been relatively muted so far. Minus 1.6k at the 15-minute mark on average throughout spring 2022. And if they do fall behind, poke comps really struggle against compositions that are ahead just because they're too darn tanky for you to do too much.
Astralis first Vitality.
Good one, Kadril.
I heard those.
And on to Summoner's Rift we go. As you said, as you exclaimed so tremendously, so triumphantly, Astralis versus Vitality is where we'll be for the 3rd game of today. Having a quick look across our runes and masteries, nothing too surprising. No flashes on the top lane Camille, something we see relatively often. She's gone for the grasp for those extended trades. First strike on Dayor on this Corki. Of course, with the rockets, you can get a lot of that early damage out, and you put more damage out, you get more gold in the equation as well.
First strike rune just scales really, really well. Of course, it's kind of like a... It's very comforting to be able to proc your first strike in lane phase itself, but against Orianna, that's going to be very, very difficult to do. I think some mages, like Victor especially, can go first strike if they're into melee matchups, because of course you have a free lane. It scales really well, and you can get a little bit of extra goals from the lane phase itself. Looks like Selfmade's going to start solo on the blue buff. Zanzara getting a leash on bot side. I think he knows his bot lane won't get push. He knows his mid lane won't get push, so he's pathing into his top side to get that early scuttle crab. Selfmade matching though, wants to make sure his Camille can't get dove in the early game. Maybe has some kind of kill pressure if the Jace walks up too far, but level 6 is where Alfara and Selfmade will probably focus up toward the top side a bit more.
And 2 wards coming out from Vitality up towards that top river early on. We have seen Zanzara look for those red steals a few times across the course of Spring, so just adding yourself a little bit of protection there. They should expire around the time Zanzara is going up for the Scuttle Crab, but they give awareness, at least for now, that Selfmade is on a pretty free and clear path to his top side.
Definitely is. So it'll be quite a quiet early game here. I think Karsi and Labrov will keep bot push up. It's very hard for them to walk up and try to contest the wave when you're playing Leona, especially level 1. It's Perks. Does take a slightly bad trade there, but won't be the end of the world. Fiorina obviously outranges the Corki, so the more levels, the better for this champion in lane phase itself. And I think Perks has been putting on a clinic these last couple of weeks. Week 1, of course, very, very disappointing. A lot left to be desired. As the hook goes wide, but still, from that G2 game onwards, it really feels like Perks has kind of found his form.
Yeah, definitely coming back towards what we knew him for when he was in Europe a couple of years ago. Still not quite there yet, but having strong performances over the last 2 weeks only builds anticipation come playoffs. Of course, Vitality not guaranteed playoffs. No team really is as of yet, but on their current form, I think a lot of people say they're a shoo-in to make it into our top 6.
Yeah, definitely are. The week 1 was just a bit of a hiccup. And I think the only kind of issue I've been seeing with Vitality in the early to mid game is just their top jungle 2v2 looks a little bit off sometimes, a little bit disconnected, whether it's communication or just different ideas in what they want to do. I think the comps they've been drafting have been focused more towards the top side. Especially with that Renekton-Diana combo towards top with Yasuo, as Alphari misses the E there. Selfmade's around, so again, looks for the gank, doesn't work out in the end. They know there's a ward in river, but still aren't able to land the CC for the follow-up.
And one benefit there for Zanzara is he can immediately just go to this Scuttle Crab without having to hover topside to make sure that Selfmade couldn't find that gank. With the grapple missing, Zanzara gets top Scuttle and knows that his top laner is safe as houses. Selfmade spotted on a ward here as well as he works his way down towards the bottom side. Looks like he skipped out the wolves on his first clear alongside those Razorbeaks, so we'll now go and collect those souls for this second rotation.
Yeah, looked like he went for a quick level 3 towards the top side. He's going to backtrack down now. Should be able to get this bot crab pretty free now. A lot of junglers with tunnel vision on, oh, I got top crab and the enemy jungler's top. I can get bot crab as well. That's not really the case anymore because, yes, Scuttle Crab is weaker and the gold is nice still, but both mid and bot are pushing in, so it's a little bit risky to just give up your position or just try to contest. When the enemy jungle shows top, you can always backtrack back down. Selfmade's going to ward out Zanzara's second Krug's respawn. Now he's hovering around the bot side. Kobe has no cleanse, so if the hook hits, he might die.
It's definitely a possibility. Labrov stepping forward, flash, flay, the hook with the root not even needed. Kobe underneath the tower will survive. Promiscu will tank up the hook. Zanzara coming in as well, lands the stun onto Selfmade and is able to force Kazi away. Vitality invest the flash and the ignite and get 3 summoners for it.
Yeah, that's the danger of not running cleanse on the Jhin there. I mean, the second the Aphelios has the purple gun, can get the root, can get followed up by the hook. Luckily, Promiscu was sort of blocking it. So Labrov couldn't find the correct angle to follow up with the CC. But anyway, still, summoners out of the AD carry will make that bot lane matchup even easier for Vitality. Only Labrov might have to be careful when they come back from base, but still, lane's going in their favor, and now top as well. Not actually losing whatsoever. Alphari actually able to crash a wave and get a good base off as well. So all these lanes in favor of Vitality so far.
Yeah, it's about getting those base timings off whenever you can. Fake base, no cannon minion here as well. Labrov and Kazi will use that Infernum just to shove this wave into towers. 6 CS lost, well, probably maybe 2 or 3. Well, it's probably actually all 6 looking at them. All 6 lost there for Kobe.
Yeah, smart play there by Vitality. We didn't see it on screen too much, but what they do is they crash a big wave, and then the enemy bot lane thinks, oh, we can push out this wave and base and match their tempo. Joke's on you, as you've based, they've stayed pushing another wave, and you're going to lose that. And they'll be slightly behind in tempo, but they'll be back in time enough to catch the wave that you decide to push in or stack up. So now they're going to move towards mid. Labrov might want to hover around Perks to make sure he's safe, and now it's Promiscu and Zanzara looking for Alphari here. No flash, of course. Selfmade is running straight top, so maybe there's with this stacking wave, I think Astralis want to make a play on it. Vitality kind of reading it.
The question is if Alphari uses that wall jump proactively, aggressively in this lane. Doesn't really need to do it. White Knight now ticks over to 6. Alphari yet to be there, but should be on this wave. Maybe even after the cannon.
So what's the plan here for Astralis? Are they trying to protect White Knight from the gank setup? Or are they trying to stack the wave and dive?
They're looking for Selfmade. They get the stun, they get the root, and there's nowhere for him to go. Promiscu takes the kill with the Eclipse, and now Alfari, not yet level 6, stunned up once again. No way for him to get out. Astralis with a great play in the top lane to take 2.
Yeah, fantastic map read. Stacking wave top. Let's look for the dive. Oh, Selfmade face checks us as well. 2 quick kills for Astralis. That really helps out the Jace in this carry matchup. Helps out the Zinza and the Lee Sin matchup so much as well. So fantastic map read, and Kobe loses nothing on the other side. Karzi has a minor freeze here, which bounce back eventually. So nothing lost on the other side of the map.
It's also one of the benefits of, although Karzi and Labrov were able to deny a wave bot lane, they had to stay for that little bit longer. So promisQ was out and back on the map a little bit earlier. They knew that Kobe could catch that wave by himself. Labrov would be a little bit late to any play on the top lane, giving promisQ probably about 20-30 seconds of extra time to play with.
Yeah, and you can see the top jungle of Vitality maybe a little bit disjointed because Selfmade reads the play that there's a stacking wave coming, but then he's instantly face-checking the support jungle. And now, of course, it's very hard for them to have tracks as to where promisQ is because they expect him to running back bot. So, yeah, a lot of disjointed stuff coming in from Vitality. I mean, maybe they could have set up a bit better for this top stacking wave, or, I mean, Selfmade wants to cover the dive, but he's face-checking the tri-bush. Anyway, 2 kills to Astralis. Good early game start for them. I think their carry potential is always coming from the top side in this draft, and we're already ahead.
Zanzara with 2 assists to his name as well. promisQ getting that early kill. We'll give him a no magic medicine and some boots, which is nice.
No flash on Labrov. promisQ can hex flash over, and Zanzara can follow with flash as well.
He can just flay away the Zenith Blade, but Zanzara is there for the chase. The Lancer comes down, but the Q3 knockup will be enough. Labrov gifted to Kobe.
Yeah, so a lot of plays happened top, and then all that time, Kobe had a little bit of a freeze against... Karzi had a little bit of a freeze against Kobe, but that eventually turned into a slow stack. The wave slow pushes into Astralis. Zanzara makes sure he reads the play, goes towards bot. Labrov no flash from earlier on. Good follow-up, good kill. So Vitality going to answer with a Herald here. They didn't get the Dragon, of course, as Selfmade died top on the first play, but now they're able to cross-map.
And this is always what you expect to see when you get towards these trades on opposite sides of the map. When your bot lane dies, you go towards the top side and try and make a play. But Dayor already here with the package. We're not on 12-3 yet, so that package isn't delayed, but won't be able to do anything about Selfmade and Perkz taking the Rift Herald.
Maybe a minor waste if they can't find anything from it. I mean, the Corki package is just so powerful. Good Herald timer, but yes, because of the bot play, you can't contest this Herald, but maybe you can get some kind of Dragon. Unfortunately, Zanzara is top side, so he's going to fish a little bit towards the top side here, see if Selfmade goes for a gank. They should know the package is coming, though.
Oh, Alfari goes in with the ult, immediately knocked out of it. White Knight's going to turn it around. Dayor waiting with the package. Selfmade has to flash it, but Alfari doesn't have that summoner and doesn't have a hope of escaping. Selfmade next on the menu, and Astralis constantly finding these picks in the top lane.
Yeah, great play from Astralis, but Vitality are the ones forcing it. They know Corki has package. He just showed towards the top side. They have no vision on top side river because of the pinks placed from Astralis. He just runs top with the package and gets the double kill for them. So, yeah, Vitality top jungle just over-forcing there on the Jace. Not able to cap close, get his flash, and Zanzara again runs through lane, counters the gank very well, and they saw Corki with the package just around 10 seconds ago.
Just a little bit over-eager there from Alfari and Selfmade in the top side. And even though this package doesn't connect and the tick doesn't start, Dayor has another Valkyrie to chase Alfari down.
Yeah. Selfmade W's Alfari there to try and give him a little bit of a shield to help him live, but of course then he has no escape himself. So 5 kills for Astralis in the first 10 minutes of the game to only 1 of Vitality. Around a 2,500 gold, 2.2k gold lead already. This Jace 2-0 in this Camille matchup, upper level, 3 plates to his name. And Vitality only really have a Herald to work with.
I just want to remind you, Kadriel, before this match started, I told you Astralis average 1.7 thousand gold behind at the 15-minute mark. Vitality average 1.2 thousand gold ahead. Tables have turned.
Oh, yeah.
Tables have been flipped. The coin is landing heads for Astralis right now, and currently, if you took the nameplates off, everyone would think Astralis were Vitality in this matchup.
Definitely would. Fantastic early game from Zanzara specifically. Just at the right place at the right time of practically everything. Him, promisQ initially making the play top and then reading the play bottom, and then reading the play top once again. Perkz might use the ultimate here.
Does have the shockwave. Dayor flashes it. Intelligent use of the flash there. Rift Herald coming down in the mid lane as well. You can see Vitality looking to funnel more and more gold into Perkz. This won't take the tower, but with the Dragon up as well, with Dayor not having flash and no package for him, Selfmade and Vitality can use this opportunity to play towards that bottom side.
Yeah, the one lane that's been quietly winning is mid. Perkz has a CS lead over Dayor because of the roam and now has the plates under his belt as well.
Gold even though. That kill, first strike, helping out a lot for Dayor. Solar Flare comes out. Karzi dodges to the side of the root and did have to use the cleanse to escape the sun. The stun that the sun brought down.
The stun that the sun brought down, I like it. Definitely did, and just good play from Astralis overall, because that cleanse is going to be on quite a long cooldown. Leona ult will be back up earlier, and that ultimate there was very... I mean, I think Promiscu was very aware he's going to use cleanse there. He just wants to force it out to make sure they have some kind of bot pressure the next time the ultimate is back up. But Selfmade gets the dragon, and Zanzara wants to invade his Raptors here. No flash, no W.
Wind becomes lightning. There's the chase. Selfmade has to use the kick just to escape from his own jungle. The Razorbeaks will reset. Zanzara could be able to secure this one. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, LeBrob looking for the hook. Promiscu sidesteps it.
All of Selfmade's top camps are up. Is he going to have to give them up? If he does, it means he's going to have to force something bot side. Watch Selfmade on the minimap. He's sprinting bot. I think they might try to force some kind of dive after Perks' midwave. Look for some kind of camps. Astralis should read this play and know that their bot lane has to back off. And their jungler is the one winning out here, getting all these camps for himself.
So Deo has TP, so does White Knight. Astralis may just look to try and answer this, but
wow.
Actually, with this tower almost down, Alfari's just over pushed here. The tower's gonna fall. White Knight just needs one more auto. Takes his time to get it. 610 gold in his pocket, and tick, tick, boom goes Alfari.
Again, great play from Astralis, but Vitality know Xin Zhao's in their topside jungle. Selfmade intentionally ran bot to find something there, and they know Xin Zhao's up there, and he's trying to catch a wave. Perks has TP, but he can't use it in time because Alfari's trying to run away. So again, very disjointed this topside map from Vitality, but Astralis are the ones capitalizing on it.
Just really beautiful play from them so far. They've been able to read the map pretty perfectly. 6-1 the scoreline. 4,000 or 3,400 gold ahead right now for Astralis. White Knight 202. Mythic complete Manamune on its way. And it's, although there were lanes that were losing in terms of CS and in terms of push, no lane for Astralis is monumentally behind. They're all like about at least even with their counterparts, if not ahead.
Yeah, or the kills kind of balance it out, right? Mid and bot down in CS, but the kills will always balance it out. The strongest point for the map is their top jungle. And now White Knight pushed top in all the way. And he has TP to TP back to top tier 1 if he wants, so he has so much free time to run bot, help his bot lane get vision, retake some control, run towards mid, take all their vision around there, look for all the pinks. And that's exactly what he's going to do, because being top right now, he has no job really. Unfortunately, not going to be able to force anything out, so I wonder if Kobe is going to go top and catch the wave, and then it's going to go for a full kind of lane swap.
With the Rift Toad already being down, it's about a minute away from spawning, so perhaps that lane swap will commence, and Astralis will play for that Rift Toad, because they've still got 2.5 minutes before the next dragon comes out. White Knight's just going to work his way back up towards that top side. And Zanzara gaining a slight lead in the jungle as well, with taking those topside camps. Now got his own red, now can take his wolves and his grump, and there's a scuttle crab up here as well for him to boot. Have some garlic butter crab if he so desires. Maybe even look to catch out Selfmade once again, because right now that 2v2, I take Jace's in every day of the week.
Yeah, White Knight has flash up. A Vitality top jungle are going to look for the play again. Zanzara is in the vicinity though. Judging by Alfari's position, he definitely wants to look for this play. They have 2 pink walls, but now Zanzara will show. So now Alfari's in a weird spot where he's just going to have to recall in the alcove, you expect, and then catch top wave. But they know
who's hiding. Alfari tries to jump away. He misses the wall and is met with the fountain. 4th death of the game for the Vitality top.
Astralis smelled something fishy in the top side. 2 pink wards for the top river with no top tier 1. Why would you invest that much vision control if you weren't looking for a pick? And they checked the bushes. Maybe they thought Selfmade and Alfari were in there, and then they caught Alfari in the alcove. That's going to get them a Herald. Now, the only thing Astralis has to do is just play safe on the other side of the map. Watch out for Selfmade.
He's jumping onto Deo. Does get the package out, means that Deo can't make that play down towards the bottom lane. And that ward over the wall just helping Selfmade make sure that passive was used.
Yeah, but Deo just reading that very well. Again, Astralis just everywhere, basically, covering the plays, right? Deo doesn't need to be towards the top side. This Herald's pretty much free. Alfari's dead, so I'll go bot, cover any kind of play Vitality tried to do. And that's been the name of the game here, whether it's covering the plays or Vitality not even be able to find their own plays. But Perks will get this mid tower. Herald was invested earlier on, able to pick it up in the 1v1 now. So that does unlock the map a little bit for Vitality through mid.
And the question now becomes for Astralis, can you continue this? Can you translate this? Can you take this early game lead into the mid game, into the dragon fights, into the possible Baron fights as the game goes on, and actually close this out? Because you have a sizable lead. You are 4,000, 3,500 gold ahead. You have mythics complete across the board. Every lane is in a good position, and the momentum is on your side. But can you actually translate this into your first win of Spring 2022?
Yeah, mid game might be where Astralis struggles. I think when it comes to early game, it all comes down to junglers, supports matching up, or individual mistakes where you can find leads. But now when it comes to mid-game, it's more of a team game. But of course, Astralis is super favored. They have Herald, they can crack open bot tower, they should be able to play for Drake. I think the fact that they have so many options makes it easy for them to decide, right? They're going to trade tier 1 towers on side lanes, but maybe they find a kill.
Labrov with the play, flash done, Solar Flare flashed away, Merc treads there. Paying dividends for Labrov, got him out of the stun before the Solar Flare could find him. Rift Herald was available for Zanzara, but I think Kobe and Promiscu should be able to take this tower pretty much down with the next wave if they stay around. Dragon also secured for Astralis.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to save Herald for mid tower, so this is kind of like a late game invest in stonks kind of play, Medic. So what they'll do is they'll take this bot tower, take the dragon, so it's a 1 dragon for nothing basically trade, even on the towers, but
you hodl onto the Rift Herald.
You hodl.
Hodl for as long as possible.
Diamond hands.
Diamond hands.
But wait, they're not even going to get this tower, so maybe they misjudged because White Knight was hitting Drake. He could have been hitting this tower the whole time, so I think a bit of a blunder there from Astralis. They could have easily taken that bot tower if White Knight just didn't help on Drake, but now they just lost out on the tower trade. They should be able to get it later on, but definitely a mistake.
Just weren't quite able to take that down. Inferno from Kazi clearing out the wave very quickly towards that bottom side. Once again, the resets come out. The gold lead still only about that 2,000 mark. Actually shrunk a little bit because of that tower trade, but Astralis were able to get their first dragon of the game. With it being a Cloud Soul, neither team too overjoyed with it, but of course, Cloud Soul can be impactful in some of these fights.
I think the issue with Astralis is this is kind of like a snowball play against themselves, because if this bot tower died, they could have pushed bot to tier 2. Jhin would be able to run towards mid. Jace could push out top, and they could 5-man Herald mid, but now they've quickly realized, hang on a second, we've got no pressure top. I have to base as Jason, recover my bot side, stop the enemy team from taking our bot tower, and now we've lost full control of the game.
Kobe Gale Force flashes away Alfari here. TP's coming in though immediately. White Knight's going to join this. Hook goes short. Selfmade not back. Get back under the tower, says White Knight. Selfmade down. Hex flash across the wall. Promiscu going in. Blade does not connect. The Solar Flare doesn't either. Perks forced back. Dale trying to stand at the edge of the box, and Zanzara's coming in for the flank. Flash. Wind becomes lightning. Still misses, but Kazi will fall anyway. Perks now overextended. White Knight and Zanzara on the chase. Shock blast accelerated to the face of Perks, and White Knight continues to chase in. No flash is available, but there's a TP, and Deo is not letting his enemy mid get away like this. Shockwave hits Zanzara, and he still survives. Astralis clean up the fight in the bottom lane.
I think the Orianna Q damage didn't hit there because Perks died as it was about to hit Zanzara, so 4 kills to Astralis. All of a sudden, Vitality had some kind of tempo on the map, some kind of control, and they tried to force, but you're 4-5k gold down and you're diving the enemy team with their bot tier 2. Kobe dies, yes, but White Knight's TP looks a bit scuffed, but it makes it so he can get there in time to whack Selfmade back under the tower. And then Dior collapses.
With Lee Sin.
And Alfari, the important thing here is Alfari, look at him on the left side of the map. White Knight pushes him out to move all the way to the top side. So now this 3-man unit of Vitality are getting collapsed on against the Astralis with a gold lead and with a numbers advantage.
It's just such an easy cleanup for Astralis in the end. Perks did everything he could. Shockwave under the tower almost keeps him alive.
I think the Q damage didn't register because he died as he sent it out. Oh, if it hit, he would have got the kill.
And the ball disappears when Orianna does. As we all know from Reddit, the ball is actually the one controlling Orianna. She's just like a flesh suit, and it's the ball that holds the brains.
Oh, really?
No, I just made that up, man.
Oh, okay. I don't know that story. Is that a Reddit story?
I'm pretty sure I read it on Reddit once, but...
You read it on Reddit?
You can read a lot of things on Reddit. Doesn't mean they're all true. Alfari forced away by Dayor. Once again has picked up the package. There's no actual timing for this. Usually you want it around a dragon fight or something, maybe just looking to gain control of this bottom side jungle, but that package will expire before there's any real neutral objective for Astralis to play around.
Yeah, and the small blunder Astralis made on that bot tower has kind of been... brushed under the... Yeah. What is it? Brushed under the... Oh, hang on a second.
There's the package. I said there's no neutrals. Astralis weren't looking for something neutral. They were looking for another kill as Labrov falls once again.
I turned to look at Medic for half a second, and all of a sudden Corky's flying in. There goes Labrov. No flash. He gets taken down. Quick pick in the mid lane, and this is the thing. When you take the mid tier 1, you can put a ward in between tier 1 and tier 2 towers, and it gives you so much vision and information. Second Labrov steps up too far. In comes the package, and down goes Labrov. So now... huge gold lead now for Astralis, 5k gold lead. They've got a poke composition, and being ahead as a poke comp is so important because these carries of Vitality, like the Camille and the Lee Sin, they want to dive on you. But if you have vision first, and you can see them coming towards you, you can poke them out before they can actually find an engage angle.
It's the benefit and the cost with a poke comp, because if you fall behind, you're just tickling the opponents. You're getting some feathers out, you're chucking them at them, and you're like,
and you have to face check.
Yeah, and you have to face check, right? And hope you're allergic perhaps to Goose Down. But right now, Astralis very happy for a Vitality to face check into them. There's no real dedicated tank for Vitality either. You don't have an Ornn who can just walk into the enemy team. You don't have a Gragas who can step forward and then dodge back. Instead, you have Alphari Flashless, who's died 4 times so far this game. And you have Astralis looking for their first win of Spring. They've been memed a lot this season so far. Last Astralis is what we always hear. Well, currently, I think they're earning their name Astralis because it's Vitality who are taking the L.
Damn, Medic. They might be taking the L. We'll see what they say about it, because now 5 seconds on the Dragon. It will only be the second Dragon for Astralis, so yeah, Vitality happy to give it up. But what can they play for? Nothing really on the map to do so. They can't do a Baron, so again, free objective for them. Astralis can set up towards the top side after this falls. And the key thing for Astralis is just don't make mistakes. Track the Camille, track the Lee Sin. When you look at the enemy team comp, you have to always think to yourself, who's the divers, who's the damage, who's the person I want to kill, most important in the fight, all that good stuff. The only divers are the Camille Lee Sin, right? If you keep tracking of the Camille Lee Sin, the Jay should be fine on side wave, so getting him a little bit of vision and helping him move towards your team and staying together is very important.
White Knight has a single ward here at the moment. TP available for Perks, but no real ward for him to get to Alphari. Alphari trying to trade here. Second part of the queue does quite a lot of work there from Camille.
You can see that ward there on the blue buff. Yeah. White Knight knew the Thresh and Lee Sin were rotating across, so as long as he knows where the playmakers are, he should be able to push these waves safely. And now the game will slow down a little bit until Astralis decide to pull the trigger on the Baron, or if they find a pick. Next Corki package will be vital. They could also force a Baron with that Corki package if they want to. And it's all about pushing both sideways in, keeping control vision around mid. With the sideways pushed, you move towards mid, and you keep control of the game. Vitality getting control is dangerous because of the amount of kind of snap engage that they have from the Camille and from the Lee Sin, and the Thresh hooks, of course.
Astralis moving over towards that top side, as you said. Slows the game down a little bit, but they'll want to get as much deep vision as they can into this red side jungle. Perks and Selfmade trying to double team here, trying to check out. As Promiscu steps in, Selfmade with the kick. Good look for the chase here. Zenith Blade's going to connect, and Selfmade, even with the kickbacks, rooted to the spot. Tries to dodge away. Curtains open. Selfmade almost down. The Solar Flare from Promiscu sends his regard. Shockwave comes in with the Crescent Guard. Doesn't block the damage. Goredrinker healing him up. Perks down to half. Almost dead to the Shock Blast. Promiscu again. Supports. Reign victorious and then die afterwards. But Kami gets another in the end. Flashes away from Kazi, who chases him down. It's a 3-for-3 exchange in the mid lane.
What the hell is going on there? Diving them with the tier 3s at this point. 23 minutes in. Promiscu has no fear. Alphari might want to fish for more here. If he sees White Knight, he might dash in. Karzi's right behind him. Is he going to face check White Knight? Yes, he is.
I'm not sure that's the best idea because Dayor is waiting here as well, but the Moonlight Vigil will do a lot of work. Dayor trying to trade onto Alphari. The shield coming out from those adapted defenses. Kazi does get the flash out of Dayor, and in the end, Vitality actually come out on top in the fight.
Ooh, let's look at the replay, because Promiscu has massive balls. He just runs in a straight line. Selfmade wards on top of himself, so he can't actually ward jump away. Instead, he just kicks Promiscu backwards. The Jhin ultimate wasn't blocked here. It's from Perks, so that just connects onto Selfmade and gets the kill. And then how does Promiscu finish off Perks? Does he flash over the wall here and then just dash onto him from the tier 3? I think he does. Zanzara buys time, of course. In comes Promiscu from the side. E-flash solo kills Perks. And then from here, Karzi just does some 200 years damage, comes in with the Lantern and absolutely cracks down Kobe as he looks for Lebrov. And then the chase comes through later on, and we see White Knight fall. So overall, 4 kills for Vitality, 3 kills for Astralis. No towers fall, but mid and top tower took a little bit of damage.
And it all started around that red side vision, but Promiscu, X-Flash, Solar Flare coming out as well. Not a lot of damage here, but Zanzara is on the chase. Shockwave used there by Perks, and that actually might trigger Astralis to say Baron is an opportunity. That Shockwave still has a long way before it's off cooldown.
How are they going to force it up? I think Dayor has package in base if he wants to base and TP for it, but no, they're just going to take control of Vitality's topside jungle, dropping some vision down. Zanzara might have to be careful here for the poke coming out from the carries. Doesn't have flash, of course, and Lebrov really struggling on this Thresh. Yes, he has Merc Treads to stop the amount of CC, but once he gets locked down, every single time he has no flash, he just keeps getting picked off randomly by Astralis. Base is coming in. If Dayor has Ludens now in package, I think they have such a strong position to try to force around this Baron. He does indeed. Alphari will get a bot tier 1. And now, how do Astralis want to play the map?
You see, they've already got that deep vision we were talking about before. Sevilda's Grudge now complete on White Knight as well. So 3 items on White Knight, on Dayor, 2.5 on Kobe. Zanzara sitting at Sterak's, Goredrinker. Kazi, he's got the Bloodthirster. He's got the Gale Force. We have seen so many times over the years what Aphelios can do if left alone to his own devices in a team fight. But the way that Promiscu is engaging, the way that Astralis are playing as a team, I don't think that Kazi's going to get a lot of free time in the next fight.
And it's kind of like a wet dream for Leona this kind of game, because the enemy team has to build plated steel caps on their top jungle, right? It's so much efficiency from the stuns. There's absolutely no kind of tenacity unless they have maybe unflinching or the legend tenacity. There's no merc treads. You have double AD top jungle, they have to build plated steel caps. Leona can just stun up everyone. And even the Thresh, with the amount of tenacity he has, just gets picked off, because the second the CC lands, the poke follows up. There's the package from Dior, 3 items strong, White Knight as well. So now the question is, Astralis, do you start up Dragon, take the free Dragon and play for the soul, or do you fancy yourselves a Baron Force? But Perks just picked up a Rabadons.
Yeah, Perks at 3 items as well. Has been farming up a Storm 286 CS at the 26.5 minute mark. Astralis will go for the Dragon. They do still have vision up towards that Baron, so no possibility of Vitality sneaking away. And Astralis may actually look for a collapse as well. I'm wondering if they could see that Alfari was not with his team. Of course, does have the TP. Still no vision really from Vitality any further than their own jungle. Solar Flare from Promiscu into the root, but the Lantern is there for Perks to escape.
So they're going to get themselves a tier 2. I mean, Astralis have good siege. You're playing 4 range champions. 3 range champions, sorry, with so much poke and so much range. Jhin, Corki, you hit a rocket, follow up with Jhin W, JCQ. Vitality have to be very careful. Just going to check the Baron here. They have control of their topside jungle, but of course no vision in river. And that's definitely what they want to retake. They know Astralis needs a base, so they're going to try to push out mid here and try to get some Baron vision, just to buy time for this Aphelios who needs an Infinity Edge. Then you have 3 items on your carries as well. So Vitality is as far behind as they are. Their carries will do a lot of damage in these fights if Astralis overcommit.
Alfari seems to be in a position now where White Knight doesn't really want to face him in that 1v1. Camille, of course, scales so well throughout the game. The more items, the more levels you get, the more powerful you can become. Promiscu will spot out Alfari here. Shock Blast going to stop his recall. Promiscu has flash. Alfari does not. Does have that ignite. Jumps onto White Knight. Vitality going to start up the Baron. White Knight low, though. Alfari trying to win the 2v1 here. Pops the stopwatch.
He's winning.
Vitality on the Baron, down to 10,000 HP. White Knight's going to heal up from these minions, but Alfari should be able to escape. Now Deo and Zanzara on the top side. Alfari flashes. Solar Player only gets a slow. Curtains open on the top on the Baron. White Knight's able to kill off Alfari. The Bob has to flash out. Kazi has a Lantern there. He's still in the pit, but Perks is self-made. Off towards the side. Shockwave. Dragon's Rage still available. Astralis. White Knight has a TP, but he's trying and recall first and then TP into the fight with full HP. They're waiting on it. They're keeping it aggroed for now. 3,000 HP on it. There's a TP onto the trap, and Vitality now have to answer in a 4v5 situation. Promiscu has joined the fight. Selfmade can steal, but they just don't want to let him get into this. The Sonic Wave comes out, but I said it. Selfmade takes it. The Shockwave, Sonic Wave, Smite combination from Selfmade secures Vitality the Baron.
Oh, the map was in such a dire strait for Vitality, losing out on Alfari. All of Astralis collapsing on them. They knew they had to pull the trigger, because the longer they wait, the worse it gets. Astralis would move towards them. Promiscu would push them away. White Knight would push them away after rejoining the fight. So they have to burst it. They're on a timer, and I think it gets aggroed for a little bit too long here. Does Astralis hit it? I think Zanzara's just trying to stack up his Q. Dior does hit it as well. White Knight, the second hit is 2k. I think Vitality's just saying, okay, everyone burst it. Jhin, Orianna, the Thresh Hook, everything just go in.
400.
Selfmade will die, but the Baron will slow the game down.
And the thing with that sort of play is that is entirely a 50-50, maybe even Vitality favored, because you can Shockwave Smite combination for that extra burst of damage. Astralis, they played it well. They got the 2v1 on the bottom side, but we've seen now how strong Alfari can be. He almost outplayed that 2v1, almost was able to pick up a kill and stop Astralis from being able to answer on the Baron.
I wonder how many buffs Vitality got. I think the Orianna, the Thresh, and the Aphelios are the ones with the Baron buff. Alfari and Selfmade died. So, I mean, buffing these waves just slows down the siege so much. Not only do Astralis not have Baron, of course, but you having Baron means your creeps are buffed up more, so you can easily push these waves out. So many creeps to block all these skill shots from Corki especially. And it's just bonkers to see that the Camille is almost beating a 6-0 Jace with a Leona by his side. Alfari finding almost a super play there for Vitality. If he got the kill and then base TP'd in, the game would have looked absolutely different.
For the moment, Astralis have to wait it out. They did get the Cloud Drake first, so Soul is an option for them in 1:30 seconds, but Vitality now the one stepping forward, gaining sight of the enemy jungle, gaining vision, placing down these wards and making it harder for Astralis to have that freedom of movement between their lanes, making it easier for Vitality to find picks. Promiscu, he snuck in here, but there's no one here to follow him up. The Brawl will get spotted. Zenith Blade going in as well. Deadly captive audience going to come out. There's the curtain call. Promiscu trying to escape from Kazi. Moonlight Vigil will get him out. It's 1-for-1. Support for support. Selfmade hits the Sonic Wave. Zanzara knocks him back. TP now coming in. Alfari joining the fight. Perks not here yet. Look at the damage on the Selfmade though. He's almost down before he can get out and he's killed. Dayor takes him. Jungler down. Perks now joining the fray. Kazi stepping forward. But there's 40 seconds on the Soul here, Cadril, and 40 seconds on Selfmade.
Yeah, it's kind of like a 3v3 on the map right now because Dayor's going to base. I wonder if he has package in base and then he's going to TP back. Perks needs to catch the mid-wave. 30 seconds on Selfmade, 33 seconds on the Dragon. He definitely won't be in time. I think Vitality's just going to have to give this up. He's recalling on a ward. He's going to get cancelled. Yes, he is. Karzi has flash, though. Astralis needs to be very careful running into that Aphelios.
I mean, just delaying his recall is all you really want to do here. You've got 20 seconds before the Cloud Soul comes up for you. Looks like Zanzara is going to reset here as well. And we take a breath, we take a moment. 32 minutes into the game. Astralis have killed Vitality 20 times. Vitality have only answered with 8, but they're still within 4,000 gold. And we've seen over the last 5 minutes or so just how close this game has become.
Yeah, this Cloud Soul will be absolutely free, and just Promiscu, props to him this game. He doesn't care who he's against. Yeah. He doesn't care what the enemy team's nameplates are, how many titles they have. He couldn't give a crap. He's just going in non-stop. The trade 1-for-1 was good initially, but then Dayor and White Knight collapsed and just melted through Vitality. So now Baron buff's fallen off. They have a Soul, and they have a bot wave to play on. Promiscu might be caught out here.
Maybe you should care just a little bit as Perks tries to push forward here. He turns it around. There's the package. Perks pumps us upward. Promiscu's down. Dayor almost falls as well, but just look at the Gatling gun rattling through Vitality. Kobe steps in. Selfmade falls, and it's just too easy for Astralis. A beautiful package delivered to the back line.
Okay, now Vitality have to run for the hills. Perks is trying to recall in the top tri-bush. Labrov's going to get away as well, so a little bit of wave clear remains, but there's 35 seconds on the rest of them. Astralis have waves to play on. They're going to get this mid inhibitor for sure. I don't think they're going to be able to push for more because Zanzara's gone off to the side to look for Perks. And wow, Promiscu looked like he was caught. Hang on a second, curtain call.
Shockwave hits. Oh, he's dead. Kobe couldn't get there. And the inhibitor doesn't go down either. White Knight does have TP, 50 seconds before he comes back. We're going to aim for a reset, and let's have another look at this fight. Promiscu for a ward sacrifices his life.
Yeah, but he sacrifices it pretty well because Dayor has package, gets the chain CC on Perks, package on 3 people, and yes, Dayor very lucky here. If he died 1 second quicker, he wouldn't have got this Gatling gun QR combo off before the Zhonya's. So much burst damage. Eliminates Vitality. Kobe flashes to try and get Perks. Perks flashes away. Selfmade's on the wrong side of the map. He dies as well. The Astralis kind of biting off a bit more than they can chew later on that inhibitor, but still a 1 fight for them. Only a small shutdown across to Perks. So 1 minute on the Baron, 4 minutes on the Elder Dragon, and Medic. Astralis might just be winning this game.
And what a game it's been. Both teams have made mistakes, yes, to be sure, but both teams have shown us when it comes down to the crunch, every single player in this game wants it. Every single player in this game will fight for their lives. Vitality now 4 strong in the mid lane. Alfari off towards the side, doesn't have TP, but does have the Guardian Angel. Across the board, we're approaching full build. Perks at 4.5 items. Kazi, Infinity Edge, and a stopwatch here, Cadril, as well.
Definitely can, and Astralis just want to get the poke down on the carries of Vitality. First Shockback's going to miss. 1 Shockwave could decide the game here. Astralis are very aware of it. Yes, the top jungle on the front line's weak, but the carries have a lot of range, and they have a lot of damage. Karzi building towards the Guardian Angel as well. 3 minutes on the Elder Dragon still, so Baron is a setup for both these teams, but Vitality have control of the top side river. Alfari snuck himself into some kind of flank.
Promiscu knows.
Astralis knows. He's on a ward.
Alfari forced away towards the bottom side of the fight. Now they step forward. Vitality start up the Baron. Perks takes it for a little bit, but there's vision on Vitality right here. Where is Alfari? He's the guy we've got to keep track on, because if he can get onto this backline, he can absolutely shred through them. Promiscu in a flank position, but now Astralis is the one separated.
Oh
They're
no, Dayor.
being pinched on. Dayor the first target. Selfmade dives onto him. Dayor, though, was already able to kill him off. Dayor, Shockwave, only hits onto one. Promiscu now trying to get onto the backline, but Kazi is there in the midst of it all. Curtain call. Labrov hit twice. Thrice goes to Kazi. 4 goes wide. Alfari dives the backline, and it's all on Kobe. He's able to get one. Promiscu continues to be a thorn in the side of Vitality. And with Zanzara alive, perhaps Vitality can manage to fight it back. Kobe unable to find the final multiple shots. He's shut down by Vitality, and they're TPing in, looking for the win.
Astralis were so close. They were inches away from the finish line. They had it all in their hands, but Vitality, the clutch factor, the engage, the flank from Alfari, Dior gets shut down instantly. The shockwave didn't really find anyone, but the front to back's in Vitality's favor. Yes, the top jungle faltered in the early game, but the carries are the ones who step up. Astralis as a team weren't able to find any kind of angles to win this fight.
15 seconds on Astralis, and the Nexus will fall before that. Vitality picking up bounties, but once again it's Lestralis that pick up the L. Vitality go 5 and 4.
Oh, Astralis so close yet so far. Just a couple more steps is all they needed, and I don't think Vitality are going to be very proud of this win, but a win's a win at this point. A little bit of laughs, a little bit of disappointment in their faces. They get the job done in the end, but boy was it messy.
What a game, and all credit to Astralis. Like, for the majority of that game, it was in their favor. Just that final team fight, as you say, that clutch factor just didn't come out for them in the end. But they fought tooth and nail against Vitality.
I'd love to see the replay of that fight because so many things happened. All I saw was Alfari dive onto Dior. He gets popped, and then it was just kind of Kobe White Knight versus the world. Lee Sin, I think Selfmade died pretty much instantaneously. Damn. Game of inches.
Game of inches indeed. You can vote for your key player of the games at LEC on Twitter. Alfari, Perks, and Kazi are your options. Shout out to Promiscu as well, though. Like, he had a game of the split, at least for him, perhaps game of the last couple of years, with how well he was able to just shut down Vitality and find those picks over and over again, Kedra.
Unreal. He just kept running at them. He didn't care who they were. He didn't care what the lead was. He just wanted to fight.
He did. Now, coming up after the break, Coolin is joined by Dayo to get his thoughts on the end of the first round robin. But first, let's listen to the Warner Song of the Week, Baby Steps by David Puentes, which is available on the official LEC playlist on Spotify. Puentes.
I swear I've never been better. The day that you left cut me deep, but I keep taking baby steps. Maybe I'll never forget falling deep, but I keep taking baby steps. I swear I've never been better. The day that you left cut me deep, but I keep taking baby steps. I'm on my way, ain't no looking back. I'm on my way. Maybe I'll never forget falling deep, but I keep taking baby steps. You left your mark on my anatomy. It's just the cards that I've been dealt. I hope that's all you're passing on to me. I wanna leave it at that. So did you really want the best of me? Or did you care about yourself? What does it take for your apology? Wish you would leave it at that. Maybe I'll never forget falling deep, but I keep taking baby steps. I swear I've never been better. The day that you left cut me deep, but I keep taking baby steps. Maybe I'll never forget falling deep, but I keep taking baby steps. I swear I've never been better. The day that you left cut me deep, but I keep taking baby steps. I'm on my way, ain't no looking back. I'm on my way, taking baby steps. I'm on my way, ain't no looking back. Cut me deep, but I keep taking baby steps. Because of you, I grew up way too soon. and I'm still cleaning up the mess. That night you drank too much, you cut me loose. Why would you leave it just like that? Maybe I'll never forget falling deep, but I keep taking baby steps. I swear I've never been better. The day that you left cut me deep, but I keep taking baby steps. Maybe I'll never forget falling deep, but I keep taking baby steps. I swear I've never been better. The day that you left cut me deep, but I keep taking baby steps. I'm on my way, ain't no looking back. I'm on my way, taking baby steps. I'm on my way, ain't no looking back. Cut me deep, but I keep taking baby steps.
Welcome back to Berlin, Germany, home of the LEC. We just saw a heartbreaking Astralis going 0-9 at the start of their split. Joining me is Dayor. Dayor, first of all, thank you for being here. I know it's a very tough spot you're in right now. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling not too sad. I think overall it was a pretty good game. We had a good gold lead, and I think we stood a good chance against Vitality. So I'm feeling fine.
I mean, you definitely had a good chance. It's just very sad how things played out, to be honest. Looking at the game yesterday versus SK Gaming, it felt quite similar what happened here. How do you think about that?
Yesterday's game. Oof, I'm so nervous right now.
So,
what did we play?
Yesterday, you played against SK Gaming, and you had that, I need to say, it was a strong of one. It was a very, very strange game where you got the lead early. But then again, it kind of crumbled.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yesterday, we were too scared somehow. I mean, that's the struggle we have been experiencing the whole split, I would say. And today, I think we were not as feared as yesterday. So we just said, yo guys, we have a massive gold lead. Let's just play aggressive and fight them. And hopefully things will turn out good.
So to conclude that, you are actually, yesterday was too much fear. Now there was no fear at all. Now moving forward, we have 4 more weeks coming up. It's not looking good for Astralis into making it into playoffs here.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm not too sad about that, because I said in previous interviews already that I'm not looking for the playoffs in the spring split, but in the summer split, because in the spring split right now, I'm just trying to learn as much as I can and come back stronger in the summer split.
Do you feel you learned a lot, though, talking about that?
Yeah, for sure. I think playing against the best players in EU and working with the best players in EU is just a huge advantage that I can take. And I have been learning, I think, pretty fast already. And I think summer split will be for sure greater than spring split.
I mean, we can't deny you've been learning very fast, knowing where you come from and where you are right now. Dayor, I'd like to thank you very much for being here at first. Good luck with, turning things around, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We're heading over to the Alice desk. We're going to head over to Dragos.
That's me. We're heading over to me. Emotional interview. Obviously, an incredibly difficult game for Astralis. Heartbreaking.
Props to Dayor, though.
Props to Dayor. Loser interviews are hard. He kept composed.
And he's a rookie as well. And
he's a
like
optimism. I liked it.
Rarely that emotive as well in terms of a game lost like that. I mean, it's not just a loss to add to the loss streak is a loss so close. Right on the end of it.
And against a team as good as Vitality, and speaking of Vitality, key up player of the game, none other than Perks. I'm sure everyone on Vitality is looking at the things that they could have done better in that game, but ultimately someone had to show up and be clutch to make that win happen. Perks, an easy name on that list. But now, shifting our attention forward, XL is looking to make history today. In a best of one, you might ask how? It's because they've literally never beaten Fnatic. And now they have another chance, their 13th chance, in fact, to beat Fnatic. Currently 0-12. Perhaps today is the day. The question, gentlemen, how do they do it? And will Sona be a part of it?
I would really hope not.
Oh, God.
I think how they do it, it's largely dependent on Fnatic not playing the way that they have. Because if they do, then they probably outmatch in most roles, if not all of them at this point. And also the connection between all of them, because that connection hasn't been messed with either recently or in the offseason as much.
Let's dive a little more into this XL thing, because the reality is that, like, yes, there was an idea. There was a construct.
Idea, put as many blue-haired women together on a single composition will be unstoppable.
It's true. And the idea behind that was scaling, right? Now, unfortunately, when you play scaling into a team like Rogue, they'll be like, great. That sounds fantastic. We'll happily take that offer. But then they ended up trying to force fights way before they were actually at a point where they could really look to do so, and they ended up losing control of the game. Against a team like Fnatic, as Alex was just highlighting, it's very much about like having that semblance of control in the mid lane, because this is where they like to attack. And so if you want to have control of the mid lane, you can't have a Sona there, because Humanoid will kill it.
Probably, yes. Or outfarm it, as was the case yesterday between Larson and Nukeduck. But ultimately, when we talk about influencing mid lane, naturally I start to think of supports. And if anyone in Excel is going to step up today, I think I'm going to cast my eyes towards Mickey X. Mickey X versus Hylissang, a matchup with so much history, feels a little bit different today, however.
It certainly does.
It does feel different, but it's also not necessarily peak Mickey, and sadly this is looking like closer to peak Hilly. I mean, some of the stats like we keep referring to back in the first couple of weeks, really outstanding from the Fnatic support in a way that we don't tend to attribute to that player. He does, occasionally hit the death chamber, but on the side of Mickey, he's still warming up to the stage once again, and given how important it's not just jungle is, but jungle support, that all ties together.
It certainly does. But even still, I'm still really excited about this matchup, because, like, you just look at the head-to-head, Mickey does have a slight lead, but that is 60 games that they have played against each other.
Sample size.
Which is, like, absolutely crazy. There is such a long history between these two players. The sheer number of games that both of them have played, they are just veterans of our league. And for the longest time, whenever you have the conversation of top 3 supports, these two have always been in it in some way. Whether it be 1, 2, or 3, they've held every position at some point in their career. Like, it is crazy how long these two have actually been playing against each other. And even if XL is not looking in the best of forms, even if Mickey is still ramping up, I can't help but feel excited, because when you get these two, this is the type of matchup where you get like Pyke versus Leona or something, because they're just so creative and they want to prove a point.
My nightmare is it's going to be like Nami versus Yumi.
Lulu.
Lulu. It's my fear. It's one of the things I hate about this meta is we're not guaranteed.
And they'll still find a way to kill each
other.
other.
And like credit to European sports, we mostly know them as these big, huge playmakers when it comes to comparing them internationally. But a lot of EU sports have done super well on the more ranged champions. That said, I don't really want to see it. Focusing in though on where they can have impact, it's not really as much about the bot lane 2v2 right now. We've seen a lot of games where it has been when you get to Thresh, things like that, but much more about roaming. We saw Hilly coming up into mid yesterday for Humanoid, and I think this is just a lot more of a high-pressure matchup for Nukeduck, because against Rogue, Larson's usually on an island. He's chilling, but against this Fnatic lineup, they put work in the mid lane.
It just comes back to what we've been talking about, and what we were talking about in the draft was very much that this team plays around Humanoid. This team will put resources into Humanoids. And like yesterday was a great example where we saw Hylissang come and then Razork come and then Hylissang come and then both of them come together. It is just very typical playing through mid and setting up Humanoid for success. And like this is the example that I was just talking about. Level 3, Hylissang is in mid lane. The second that Rika tries to make a play, who's there to support him? The Thresh lands the hook. They end up getting first blood. And it's this type of playstyle where if Nukeduck is going to pick something super passive, if he's going to pick something that can get easily bullied around in lane, then they're going to get punished for it.
So my counterpoint to that is that Humanoid is a stuntman. He does all of his own stunts. He doesn't need a stunt double. He is actually doing really well in isolation. And then that's kind of piled on top of that. But then if you factor in actually Hilly's also had the freedom to go towards stuff like Zilean, which doesn't actually need to run mid as much as well. It gives them that breadth of options. On the other side, actually Marcoon tends to favor towards top side, go towards those top early ganks. So the real question is, is it actually going to be a hammer blow in mid, or is actually Hilly still going to have that room for maneuver and say, you know what, you're very telegraphed in your own right, let's go to a different lane.
Adaptation, always a question on the mind. If it's that telegraphed, you could always adapt to it on the fly. But checking in on a tweet you sent us for mid-season MVP discussion, Hilla saying, the best support in the West from Carl on Twitter. Thank you, Mr. Carl Schmidt. Yeah.
It's a fair statement.
Yeah, I mean, it's that or Core Judja, and I feel like it's right now I'm going Hilla saying. Maybe you can call that bias if you want. But
Targamas a pretty good split, low key, on the down low, on the underside of the table.
Can you really say Core JJ when he's not even playing half the games right now?
Look,
and then also
this man single-handedly brought a challenger queue to North America. You know what I mean? He made a server in North America.
I didn't even think about the real-world impact. His influence is growing.
He's a humanitarian. You know what I'm saying? Like we gotta keep his name in mind. That said, still going Hillisang, and ultimately that's enough from us because the stage is set. Because the question is, can Excel get this long-awaited win, or will Fnatic secure a 2-0 week? Let's throw it over to the casters to find out.
Thank you very much, Dracos. I do have someone in mind for my best player in the West at the moment.
Who?
Been playing a lot of Zilean mid.
Oh yeah, Bjergsen.
Bjergsen,
Yeah, he's pretty good. Yeah, he's pretty good.
Really
I love how like Core JJ is a humanitarian. He's changed the landscape of the entire region as well as
They now have a 400k solo queue challenge. It's going well for Core JJ over there in NA, but we're still here in EU for our 4th game of the day. Let's get ready to play some League of Legends.
Indeed. The desk talked about the support matchup, and I'm kind of thinking, is Hylissang worth a player at this point? Just ban him out. Thresh, Rakan, Thresh already taken off. You have to pay so much respect to him, not only in-game, but in draft. If you ban Thresh and you give him Rakan on 1-2, he's still going to do so much damage to your team. And I feel like he's a player who kind of draws these bans like Thresh, Rakan from the get-go.
Yep, already, as you say, the Thresh taken away. Twisted Fate removed by Fnatic. Now, yesterday, they left Zeri open, and they absolutely scored Unforgiven on it. He was more of a pea shooter than a Gatling gun on that pick. And here, with the Jace ban, we're going to see either the Corki or the Zeri get through once again.
We are indeed. Caitlyn banned away, and Corki, Zeri, Renekton, Diana is up. That could be slammed on 1-2. Zeri is going to be banned this time from Fnatic, so they're going to take that away from XL. So now XL have a lot of options, a lot of trade-offs that you have to think about, because if you pick Corki here, maybe Fnatic want to fancy themselves a Renekton Diana, but they're going to pick Xin Zhao for now. A lot of champions are open.
I mean, Corki for Humanoid would make sense. He hasn't played it yet this season, but just such a strong mid laner right now, having a very good spring that picking that power pick for the mid lane makes a huge amount of sense. However, Gwen Flex is the option alongside that. Fnatic are going to look towards, well, another pick. They hovered Zed and Zyra. I doubt it's going to be either of those, but we'll see where they decide to go.
Yeah, LeBlanc is open as well. Quite a common ban on blue side, especially. Humanoid has got 1 game with LeBlanc under his belt. And with this many OPs on the top side, we haven't even spoken about bot. With Caitlyn Thresh down, Aphelios, Jinx are still open. As we see, Fnatic might want to pick themselves up that Jinx with the Gwen Flex already. And they're going to pivot towards the Jhin. So now XL again, options. You could pick up Renekton here, you could pick up Corki, you could even go towards LeBlanc, you could match bot lane here with Aphelios, with Jinx, leave support till 4-5. I feel like blue side 2-3 tells a lot about how the draft will play out, and of course Fnatic can match on red side, expecting that Gwen Flex to last. Maybe a Rakan for Hilly on 3 and then ban out 2 supports could be one angle that they look towards. But Fnatic, when I look at their team compositions, do tend towards team fights and some kind of safe / winning bot 2v2.
There is a Aphelios for Patrick, so bot laner pick for XL. Alongside that, you usually want to give an Enchanter over towards your support, something like the Lulu. We've already seen Mickey bring out once. Even Yumi's still a possibility, but picking Yumi here really invites Hylissang to play something aggressive in that bottom lane and try and shut you down in the laning phase.
Definitely does, but they're going to take the Corki instead. So really powerful 2 carries here for XL. Fnatic engage would be good. Mid lane match also good. Gwen Flex is still alive, and that's going to be the Orianna. So I feel like, again, Fnatic are going to lean towards team fighting as expected.
And now it's just a case of XL, what do you ban away? I guess the safest option is always going to be supports.
Yep.
Because of the Gwen flex. And for Fnatic, maybe targeting supports as well, / kind of like blind pick top laners. We've seen Finn's blind picks tend towards Jace, but we have seen him on things like Ornn and Graves as well. So he shouldn't struggle to find a champion. I think the only worry XL might have is if they're against this kind of zone control teamfight comp. If you're picking Corki, Aphelios, Graves, Xin Zhao, really doesn't feel like you have enough setup or CC or anything to kind of threaten the Orianna.
Definitely agree with you there, Kodo. I think XL, though, will look towards perhaps Rakan, Nautilus, those support bans we were talking about. Just neuters Hylissang a little bit down towards that bottom lane. Of course, Hilly can still pick something like the Zillion and just play a revive, speed up bot distraction that we've seen him do already this split. There's the Rakan taken away. Fnatic continuing to target the top lane by taking GP away from Finn. As you say, though, Ornn definitely a possibility for both of these teams. If Fnatic want to continue on their sort of front-to-back team fighting style, we saw yesterday, then Ornn works. Gragas would do a similar job for Wonder.
I think that Akali ban spells Gwen top to me, Medic. I think the Akali pick is what we tend to see, especially in the eastern regions. Ignite Akali top, of course, struggles 1 to 6, but at level 6 takes over that matchup in the 1v1 especially. So I think XL after that ban should kind of know that's a Gwen top. Maybe they want to ban themselves a jungler now. With Rakan down, they could ban away Nautilus like you said, but you could also ban something like the Lee Sin or the Viego to make jungle's life a little bit easier and make it so Lee Sin actually ban away, so Viego...
Yeah, I thought you were cosplaying him there for a second because you were as blind as he is.
Blind as eyes. There's the Jarvan though, so I was on the kind of right trajectory where the Akali ban spells Gwen top and then we can take away a jungler. But yes, I am a little bit... blinded by the Lee Sin ban there, and looks like Viego will just get picked up. I mean, you don't have to kind of shy away from the fact that this Gwen is going towards top, and we know Fnatic well. They want to counter pick support.
Yeah, it definitely means that Fnatic will want some sort of engage, or at least some follow-up from Hylissang down towards the bottom side. You could just go Enchanter and play this sort of kite-back composition, but you don't have a huge amount of disengage either on this Fnatic lineup as of yet. Now give Hylissang something like perhaps the Leona, the Nautilus, can do that work. However, XL don't want to let that Nautilus through. They're going to pick it for themselves, it seems. And alongside that, they'll be looking up towards the top lane. Now, what do you play into the Gwen? Well, Ornn isn't the best matchup, but does scale relatively well. Graves
Thank God.
will not be picked, and instead Leona locked in for XL.
In the straight 1v1, Graves would make sense, but I think something like Gragas just makes more sense because you have such good carries already, and Xin Zhao peels so much already for your team. I think front to back is your aim of the game. CC is always good, and Graves just doesn't provide that kind of CC. It's going to get locked in anyway, so as we thought it might happen, the Graves, Corki, Aphelios, Xin Zhao comes out, so I think Fnatic's going to round out with some kind of team fighter here. Braum would be good into Leona and Graves and Corki, but the problem is Jhin Braum, not the strongest bot 2v2, doesn't pair so well with stacking up the passive. Maybe Zillion is just going to be his go-to, as we always see from Hylissang, unless he wants to pivot into an engager like Rel.
Yeah, the options for those engaged champions, Nautilus, Rel, really the only two, and it will be Rel locked in the bottom lane for Hylissang, a champion we have not seen really at all here in the LEC, something Hylissang definitely hasn't brought out this year, but a champion that has a lot of power in teamfights, however, can struggle if you miss your engage.
Yeah, but it's all about engage, and Hilly can always dig deep into his pockets to find something. I think leaving him till 4-5 is always a fine thing. He'll find something to pick into any support. He is the mad scientist after all, but both compositions very straightforward. Fnatic, really good team fight. Yes, your Gwen can go on a side lane, but it's all about team fight. Rel engage, Orianna, Jhin ultimate, Viego gets resets. Gwen does Gwen things. XL have a little bit more side lane pressure if the Graves is ahead, but still, I feel like they're playing a lot of kind of AD carry-esque auto-attack champions with two kind of AD carries in mid and bot, with Graves top and Xin Zhao. So their front to back is fantastic, and the Leona is their main source of engage. A little bit of poke from the Corki as well, of course. Across the lanes, expecting some kind of push in top for XL. Nukta getting pushed in on the Corki, and bot lane is a little bit Armageddon with those two engaged supports.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to predict exactly what's going to happen if Patrick and Mickey can stay away from Hylissang, which is a very difficult thing to do.
You can't.
Yeah, it's so hard to do it. It's always in such a good position to fight you. XL looking to pick up their first win in 13 versus Fnatic. On to Summoners Switch we go, XL and Fnatic all barreling down to the bottom lane.
Uh-oh, this is gonna spell a level 1 fight. I can feel it, Medic. They're gonna walk in. Do they have a sweeper to check if the bush is watered? No. Yes, they do. So now they think, maybe we can get an invade. They didn't check this bush, and XL are hiding. No, I've hyped up nothing.
I mean, it was hype for a second, and also the sweeper initiation from Hylissang, just like, yep, I'm crash downing straight into this bush.
This
if
is
anyone's
my
there,
bush.
you can catch them, yeah.
Imagine there's 5 people there. I got a 5-man knockup!
That's the power of Rel at level 1, right? You can get these AoE knockups, do so much work. You get a shield as well.
And that's how Hilly would think about it, wouldn't he? He'd be like, I've got a 5-man knockup. Not, oh no, I'm jumping into 5 people. He would always see the other side of it. I remember there was a meme when I used to be a pro in 2019, 2020, playing against Hylissang in scrims. The meme among pro players was, you can't base against Hylissang, you have to call an Uber, because he's going to chase you all the way to your Nexus. This was the good old meme of the back in the days. I think he still does it.
Car, as we, you know, you just buy your Kia.
True.
Yeah.
Ooh, face check.
Hylissang has the shield. There's the stun with Glacial Augment. Mickey's going to be okay for the moment. Of course, Glacial Augment doesn't reduce damage on yourself. Only reduces damage those champions would do to your allies. Mickey chunked out a little bit. Patrick trying to answer back. Seven will heal him up that little bit of health that he's lost. But Hylissang will have a crash down once again.
Yeah, whichever support can get the push in this kind of melee matchup gets control of the second brush in the lane. You can see Hylissang and Mickey trying to like move towards this bush because control of this bush is so important. It guarantees the push. And then the second Mickey gets control, Patrick can step up and Upset feels threatened. But a lot of sustain in this Jhin lane with 4 potions, 1 already used. And both junglers starting topside, pathing down.
Summoner spells pretty similar across the board. Ghost and Flash in the top lane. Wonder taking the Ghost on the Gwen. Something we have seen a little bit in
Level
the
up
bottom
coming
lane.
in from
Cleanse. As you say, Mickey's going to get the level up here. Hylissang, the target, gets in onto Mickey. Attract Repel, but he's locked up with the Zenith Blade. And it's already Armageddon, perhaps a catastrophe for the Fnatic bottom lane. Upset steps forward, but just can't find the damage. And Patrick will answer with the Calibrum.
Fnatic, on paper, the best bot lane we have in the LEC. XL gets a 2v2 kill level 2 there. I think Hylissang, Mickey, playing with fire. He's eating it. Wait, if that hit, I think you would just die, Mickey. You crazy, crazy man. They get the 2v2 kill. I think Fnatic tried to push to get the level up, but XL got it first.
No
oh,
way!
He got it. What?
He's in his head!
How did he know he was there? So they did get a 2v2 kill, but they responded now. Razork Smith.
Razork hits the stun through the Valkyrie. Nukta does have Flash, will use it to escape under his tower.
Upset.
Upset was like, hey, you didn't call an Uber, let me deliver you one.
Yeah, straight back to base. In a body bag, gets taken out there, Mickey X, and here comes the level 2. I think Hylissang's walking forward for that melee creep to get the stack, but he gets stunned up, so he can't do it. The 2v2 kicks off. Hylissang has to jump away instantly. Mickey gets out because Upset doesn't have a ward for the bush. He realizes he can't chase him into the second one because he'll lose vision again. And then how does he know where he is? I'd love to see Upset's vision because the Q bounces onto Mickey.
He doesn't.
And I guess he just kind of guesses roughly where Mickey's basing. Patrick doesn't block it. And then we get the T-Taurus. Look at that beautiful shot. Takes down Mickey.
Oh, man. That's just justice for Upset in that bottom lane. Was able to pick up a kill. Now both AD carries at 1 apiece. Swifty's already complete on Upset.
Calculated.
Yeah.
Hylissang knew.
Oh, yeah. Hylissang was
we always praise Hylissang for his smart plays.
61 times. He is backing here.
This is the heat map. He's going to back right next to the tower, a couple inches from the left. And then Upset's like, what's the wind right now? He's got his finger in the air, licks his finger. Hilly tells him the measurements of everything. And then boom.
The sniper and his spotter here for Upset and Hylissang in the bottom lane. As you say, widely regarded as the best bot lane in the LEC. Perhaps in the West, of course, we haven't seen the full LCS bot lanes as of yet, with their locking tournament completing and their regular season, I think, starting today after the LEC is finished. Across the board, though, even for these two teams early on, junglers, we saw that little gank from Razork in the mid lane, did burn Nukeduck's splash, but Nukeduck with the Valkyrie can be pretty safe, gets this wave pushed in, has the tier already stacking up as well.
Yeah, a little bit of scaling, of course, for the Corki with the tier going towards that poke build. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, both junglers cycling through their second clears, and of course, Fnatic moving towards mid. Hylissang wants to make sure Humanoid has as much vision as possible. And we saw what he did yesterday on Thresh, the amount of vision control he had. When he has bot push, he controls both mid and bot to make sure both are safe, or he has kill setup or potential on either of those lanes. But they're going to have to back away now. XL probably going to retake control soon. And the game has slowed down after that bot lane absolute octagon fight we saw earlier on.
Nukeduck forced into farming with a phosphorus bomb here as well. Mickey, after catching some experience underneath the tower, will work his way up towards the top side. Hylissang about to back. And with Marcoon, Mickey can team up and clear, as you say, this bot side river.
Yeah, important to team up here and retake control, because you don't know if Upset and Hylissang are still in that bush. Of course, we can see that they've based and they're running out, but Mickey has to be careful that they're just trapping, sitting in the bush and looking for a pick, and they are going to take that pink ward. Mid vision so important in the early stages of the game. Jungle, mid support kind of dictate the middle of the map, which dictates which side they're moving towards and who has the pressure. And Fnatic, again, going to respond straight away.
especially for Nukeduck as well. Having burnt his flash, he doesn't have 6 yet, can't just farm with the missiles, so he needs to have this protection, but now it's gone once again. No vision for him around that mid lane.
Yeah, it's funny what's going to happen here, because I think XL have a stacking bot wave because Patrick's been here for so long, so eventually they're just going to crash this wave, move back up and clear the pink ward again, so it's kind of like a game of seesaw here for this vision around mid. Marcoon can start up the Drake as well because of how big this bot wave is. I don't think Fnatic's bot lane is going to be able to match or move. Nukeduck is sitting pretty happy in mid. Humanoid is base, so this will be a first objective straight for XL. Retake control of the river, and the game works in turns. Of course, Fnatic will try to retake control of that again when they push bot back out again.
I wonder if Mickey on his next recall will switch across to the sweeper. It does really help you when you're trying to deny vision like this. Means that you're not always investing the control wards. Of course, it does lose you that warding totem in the lane, so it can be a little bit trickier for you to keep yourself safe, but helps the team as a whole generally getting that sweeper early on.
Definitely does, and Razork's just going to respond with the first crab of the game. Well, I call it first because the first crabs don't really count as crabs because of how little XP they give. Finn's going to try to start it up. Razork sees it. He has the option of just smiting it away here and running away, which I think that's exactly what he's going to do because no one's around to collapse.
And smite from Razork gets him level 6, actually jumping in with Heartbreaker, but immediately knocked away.
Maybe he fancied himself a kill there. He's going to start up a blue buff. They have information where he is. Razork doesn't actually know where Marcoon is. I guess he can pretty much assume he's on Krugs, and if they take away this blue buff and give it to Humanoid, that's going to hurt Nukeduck when it comes to mid push. You can see on the left-hand side there, Nukeduck's mana, it's around 10% right now. Blue buff's so important for Corki because it's very difficult for him to trade against Orianna. What he wants to do is farm with his rockets, farm with Qs as we saw earlier on because the ball just outranges him naturally. But of course, less mana means less rockets and less phosphorus bombs, and it just gives Humanoid a little bit more mid push. Vision already established towards the top side of the map for Fnatic. Base is coming through from supports. Herald spawning in 15 seconds.
Humanoid also going the Sorcerer's Shoes, just trying to give himself a little bit more mobility in the lane to dodge away from the missiles. Even with a tier, getting that bit of extra mana, having a blue buff this early on can really help you out.
Yeah, helps him out in the lane, but of course, it's 8 minutes on the clock, and you know what that means, Medic? It's Corki package time. Nukeduck's gone to base, and he's going to pick that up. Herald is going to be the point of contention. As I say that, Nukeduck cancelled it for one more wave. Shockwave. Trying to chunk Mickey.
I mean, what this does do is mean that Mickey's half HP for this Rift Herald fight. Exactly as you were saying, that yes, the Shockwave is down, but if Fnatic do want to fight around this, and knowing Fnatic and knowing Hylissang, he probably does want to, Mickey now has to get that Honey Fruit to get himself a little bit of extra HP.
Yeah, it's all about helping your team move to the objectives you want to play for. And again, you can see XL probably want to pick up package TP
on a
or
ward.
run towards this and fight this.
Marcoon's walked over this ward like 3 or 4 times.
They will see it, and they will not... Huh? Why didn't they clear the pink ward there? I think maybe Nukeduck will clear it? Surely, right?
Well, it's a decision that's been made.
It gives so much information, I feel like. Maybe they're scared that they're on Herald already and they're going to take it later on. Now they're moving back towards it, but it's not actually getting a very good vision pocket there because it's too far against the wall. But anyway, they have started up the Herald. XL going to engage.
Razork takes the Herald already. Hylissang has flash. Mickey not yet level 6. Hylissang can just flash away. And Razork flashes at the wall. Heartbreaker was still just coming off cooldown, wasn't quite there yet.
A very confusing play from XL. They had all the tools they needed to fight this. The only problem was Upset was moving towards mid, so maybe they thought it was a 5v4, but they had package. They could walk in. Marcoon has flashed to face check. Patrick
dodges one, gets hit by the second, dodges the third, and the fourth, even if it hit, I don't think it kills him from that HP.
So the confusing thing to me about this whole series of events is if I bring up the minimap, there's still 2 deep pink wards in their jungle. So it's either clear out the vision and retake topside control, give Herald and get tempo topside.
And they know one of them is here. We don't know if they know the top one, but they know the bottom one's there.
Or contest Herald and get the vision later on because we're on a timer. Guys, Snappy, you've got to start fighting this because it's going down. But neither of the things happened, and they still don't have control of bot side river. So as much as the gold is only a 100 difference and Fnatic have the objective, look what they can do.
Hylissang jumps in, Marcoon able to get the smite, but he's stunned up, locked up. Crescent Guard trying to get him out, has the flash across the wall. Gets it just in time. Patrick, though, now locked up. There's the heal. Root coming out. Upset's going to join this fight. Patrick not back. Able to flash for the moment. Here comes Nukeduck, and this might be a great fight for XL. TP coming in as well as Finn wants to join the party. Wants to join the Barney. He's not quite close enough. Could have TP to the mid lane. Instead, TP to the bot.
Mickey.
Zenith Blade with a chase from Mickey. Upset and Humanoid forced away. Humanoid, you got no mana, but the level up might be enough to get him a little bit more. He's backing in the bush. Fnatic trying to collapse. Marcoon coming in, Upset flashes to the blast cone. Marcoon locked up, they dive in. Marcoon will fall to the needle work. Finn takes one, Wonder gets another. And Upset and Wonder are able to escort each other out of the red side jungle.
So I believe it's 3 kills for XL, 2 for Fnatic. Nukeduck.
That's Root's going to connect. Nuke doesn't have flash. There's no CC left on Fnatic. As you say, the red buff will do a little bit of work here. Wonder diving in and You're correct, Kadril. He is dead.
It's a 3-for-3 overall. I mean, the fact that XL had no control over any side of the river means Fnatic can invade them. All the lanes collapse. Both top laners TP to bot tier 1. It's an absolute fiesta in the bot side of the map. This all comes off the back of the Herald play because Fnatic still have control on both sides. They go for the aggressive play, and they know where XL is on the map, so they think they have the time to commit. But Nukeduck comes in. Clutch moment. W's over the wall, gets 2 of them straight away. And then the carries of Fnatic have to scatter. Hang on a second, Humanoid has flash.
He's got flash, and he will use it, but the Zenith Blade will follow him home. However, Patrick now needs to be careful. So does Mickey. No level 6 yet on the Leona. Humanoid shields himself up. Is able to survive. Mickey's going to get chased out. Hylissang does have the Magnus Storm. Oh, Zenith Blade just short the route. Stopped Mickey from predicting where Hylissang was. And because of that, he pays for it with his life. Another kill to Fnatic, and it's this roaming gank squad of Hylissang and Razork. This Rel paying dividends for Fnatic.
Yeah, definitely is. Dragons up as well. XL have 1, but back to their jungler's topside, it's kind of a good thing for Marcoon because he can take all of Razork's topside jungle, get a little bit more experience. Of course, the bad side is their bot lane can't play aggressive and they can't go for this pick onto Humanoid. They end up dying and they're going to lose Dragon as well. Maybe XL fancy themselves a top dive. I think it's going to be incredibly hard to dive that Gwen. Plate to steel caps, double AD top jungle. But still, camps in Marcoon's back pocket. Razork still has Herald. He might want to use that bot soon. 3 platings left.
Could go down for it now. Hylissang, X-Flash.
Might dive as well. Patrick, no summoners. Mickey's not level 6 yet. They're going to force him off the tower. Herald
comes down. Rift Herald goes down, as you say. Half health on this tower means it would survive the charge. But there's a wave pushing in as well. Mickey looking for the eye here. We'll get a hit on it. Stunned up. Mickey still not level 6. Still doesn't have that solar flare. Now hits it, and XL are able to abate Fnatic's push for the moment. As we look across the gold, you can see relatively even between all these guys. I will point out, though, can we just click on Mickey for a second? Actually, as Razork looks for another dive, let's wait on that. Yeah, Mickey's still yet to upgrade his warding item. No vision for XL. Mickey has been so denied off waves.
They're just so favored in the 3v3. Marcoon, yes, he's not here, but not only that, the gold might be even somewhat, but look at the amount of gold spent, right? Hylissang going in.
Hylissang, there's the Magnet Storm, the Attract Repel stun coming out as well, and Patrick and Mickey are just locked up. However, Patrick's already taken one of the Chakrams. Will start to do a bit of work here. Razork forced away. Nukeduck was coming down, but they didn't want to take the fight anymore.
Yeah, the point I was just going to mention for this fight is Patrick doesn't have his Gale Force or Mythic or anything at all. Upset does have a full completed Gale Force, so the gold is semi-even, but the gold spent is so much more in Fnatic's favor. That's why they fancy themselves this 3v3. Razork, they're going to fly all the way to the base.
Oh, come on, observers, you could have done that.
And they're going to, where are they? Zip, 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 zip. Okay, that was cool. So
it's
yeah,
Beyblades.
It is Beyblades. Flying shurikens across the entire map. Not only the shurikens, but Akali can fly across the entire map.
It's true. Follows a TP.
And yeah, Patrick's just going to push out on base. I mean, they got themselves a kill back. If Patrick had his Mythic there, this fight would have looked so much different. But Hylissang clutch engage. The fact that Patrick has no flash and he finds this Hex Flash to the side of the wall and then jump engage, gets the stun as well. Upset just a little bit too far to follow up. And of course, the guns for Philios means it'll end up in a 1-for-1 trade.
Still, Fnatic continuing to target the bottom lane of XL, continuing to put them behind. Mickey yet still to upgrade his support item. 14 minutes in the game. Doesn't have the extra vision that you get from it. Doesn't have those wards. We see it littered across the map, and you can see it's mostly control wards for XL right now. As XL look towards the top side here, Kadra.
Yeah, a bit of an odd map state because Fnatic sent their bot lane back towards bot to catch the wave, to push all the way to tier 2 to move towards mid, and Nukeduck can clear the wave pretty happily with his package. He's not under any threat, so XL send numbers top, and they push for this top tower. Now Fnatic move their bot lane towards mid. Can they pressure this? Patrick has a really good gun to clear the wave, but Hylissang might just dive him. No flash yet on Patrick.
Does have the heal, and with Marcoon and Mickey on their way, XL will be able to force Fnatic back. Humanoid jumped on. There's the solar flare. Good shockwave, but Humanoid too little, too late. The shockwave finds nothing. Razork dives in, but decides against going any further.
Always catches people off guard. The Xin Zhao Q1, Q2 on the minions, and then flash knock up straight away from the Xin Zhao. Humanoid gets caught sleeping a bit there, ends up falling, and that's just a free Herald over to XL. Nukeduck's push bot all the way in, so that means Upset has to run bot, and now Finn can maybe look for this top tower for free. So XL, this early game, it looked pretty poor in the early stages because of the vision control and the amount of control Fnatic had over the river, but now they have themselves the second Herald of the game for mid tower. They have themselves a top tower to match the bot tower that fell earlier on, so the game is in a stabilized point now.
With this top tower falling, Patrick will be given some of the local gold from it by being near it as it goes down. XL can continue to push it if they want, but with Wonder there, they're going to back away. Upset, though, does have a bit of free time with this tower. However, Jin, not the best at taking turrets. Fourth shot can do a bit of work, but as you see, Nukeduck and Mickey in the vicinity to stop any further advances. He does have his upgrade.
Finally has his upgrade.
Got it a little bit earlier. But the big thing about that is, and like I did harp on about it a little bit, but it just stops you from getting any vision. And especially when the enemy is pushing so far into your red side jungle, you really want to have a couple of wards to spot them out as they push towards you. Otherwise, you're investing a lot of gold into control wards early on. And those things are pricey, you know. 75 gold for a support is a lot of money to have to invest.
Yeah, Boris is scamming us already.
Yeah, exactly.
You need vision, I need money. Prices go up. Sorry, mate.
Supply and demand. Imagine if that happened. The more wards bought in the game, the more expensive they became.
Oh, Boris absolute stonks. Can you imagine? Anyway, XL have this Herald. They could pop it for this top tier too, but they need to be careful as to where Fnatic are on the map. They don't have enough deep vision right now to full commit to that play. And it's all about mid-wave contest now. Patrick has flash, so he's a lot safer. 30 seconds on the Dragon, though. So, XL have an option here to just play for this top tower while Fnatic go for Drake, or push out towards this top tower and then move towards Dragon. You can see they have push on bot as well, so Fnatic just going to go through mid, it seems.
And once again, it's Hylissang, Razork teaming up. Mickey and Hylissang being at each other's throats a lot of this game, and Hylissang so far coming out on top of that matchup. Looks like Nukeduck will be left alone in the top lane, does have the TP. Dragon spawning in 5 seconds time, would only be the second of the game for either of these teams. Hylissang and Razork.
I think they're just going to beeline for this top tower. They're not even going to try to contest this Drake. Finn has bot pushed out all the way. Herald for this top tower, 600 gold. Trade gold for the objective early. Second Drake, not so important, but hang on a second. TP coming in, they want to defend it, and I think they're going to be able to do so.
Rift Tower will get a charge in. Mickey did have the solar flare, but Fnatic decided against going for it, and that's a good defense there by Fnatic.
Yeah, win-win for Fnatic. Orianna TP not going to be that important on the side lane when Baron spawns. She'll just be catching top waves, matching Corki, moving towards mid. So yeah, win for Fnatic. XL will time the TP. That top tier 2 will fall if they drop one wave top earlier on, later on Fnatic. Very vulnerable, that tower. But for now, stabilized, and it's going to be about mid-push. The Dragon's not going to spawn, of course, for another 5 minutes. And I think both teams want to play towards the top side.
See how they decide to do it. For the moment, pretty even between these two. Fnatic getting the advantage in some of the early trades. XL able to fight back with a few wins of their own. And you do have 3 kills on Patrick on this Aphelios with a Gale Force complete already. However, Finn, well, there's a Razork and a Hylissang chasing him down. He can just quick draw across the wall and will escape, but loses the Krugs for his troubles.
Yeah, look at the minimap. You can see the pings from XL on that top tower again. This is the 3rd attempt they're going to go for it. Patrick's going to push this mid-wave. Their jungle support showed bot. So now Hylissang and Razork realize, well, we've shown ourselves and we can't make a play here. Let's base and go top and stop XL's play. Retake some kind of vision is probably what they want to do, and Patrick can team up with his team. And XL, as much as they want to go for this play, quickly realize, yeah, we're going to face 3 or 4 Fnatic members if we try to commit to this. Better to just scale. Let the Corki get a couple more items.
And they do scale well. Like, you've got an Aphelios to Corki, that's a very strong composition, and with the Leona as your front line and as your engage, you can do a lot of work. But Fnatic also scale pretty well on their side. You know, Gwen and Orianna in late games, we've seen just what Orianna can do only a few minutes ago. Mickey.
Fake pressure.
Yeah, that's one of those Thresh Lantern behind you, pretending that your jungler's nearby.
Yeah, exactly. That's the easiest way to explain fake pressure, when you run up to them with a Thresh Lantern behind you, but in fact, there's no one behind you. Mickey doing the similar kind of thing there. Maybe if he hit Upset and Upset panicked and used Cleanse, all of a sudden, Mickey pops an emote, runs away and says, joke's on you. No one was there in the first place. XL want to focus his bot tower, it looks like, retaking some kind of bot side vision, while Wunder is up top lane against Nukeduck. Again, all about mid-push in this mid-game.
And you can see Finn down there towards the bottom side will catch this wave, but there's a couple of wards placed behind him to give anyone that goes down there a little bit of extra safety. Hylissang jumped on here by Marcoon. There's the stun coming out. Razzle going forward. Moonlight Vigil hits 2. The roots coming out as well. They look for Upset. Q3 knock up shut down. Hylissang, Razzle, and Upset caught unawares by the XL gang squad.
Yeah, XL absolutely no fear, and once again Mickey going in.
You gotta stun Hylissang before you can get the Magnet Storm out, and Mickey eats it for breakfast. Shockwave only hits 1. The Magnet Storm did exactly the same. Finn's TPing in, and now with a 2-man advantage, I wonder if XL will make the call for the Baron instead. No, top lane tower their target.
Yeah, I think they're going to play for waves here. Pushing all the waves, get that top tower. Finally, Finn TP's in. It's a good TP because the bot tower has died. Look at the minimap. All this wave will go into this bot tier 2, and Fnatic might lose it, and they might lose this top tower as well. Nukeduck's going to try to hit it, but I think they're scared, and they want to back away. No, they're going to stay. A little bit of indecisiveness here from XL, but I think they're just going to commit to the objective in the end. Razork is around, and Upset and Hylissang are sprinting out of base.
Razork?
Are they going to get out? Razork can chase them here. Just break their tempo. Just chase them down and make sure they can't base, just to give you more and more control of the map. We'll see if he goes for the engage.
Gets the stun with the Valkyrie out. As you say, this is all about making them take as long as possible to get that Uber back to the fountain. XL will be able to get under their tower. However, there's always a call here for Fnatic if they want it, just to get in here and get some topside vision.
Yeah, maybe if you had different champions here, a Baron start could be great, but Jhin is just so weak when it comes to these Baron rushes. But Marcoon has no flash.
Mickey's on his way. Curtain call coming out. There's the TP in, and Marcoon, no crescent guard for him. He's dead. Finn, he blast coned his jungler into the arms of death. And Fnatic now, total control over the top side and of the mid, taking that tower down.
Yeah, the game just kind of flipped on his head. You know, XL got 2 kills, they got a tower, it looked great for them. They got a bot tower too, but now a kill over to Fnatic, and now they get the mid tower. So a lot of back and forth going on here. But in the end, Fnatic gonna base 1 minute on that dragon. It's their 3rd dragon of the game. I wonder if they're gonna try to fight it. Base is coming through from AD carry, jungle, and support. Humanoid's gonna push out bot. Is Nuketock gonna collapse onto Humanoid here? Finn can do so as well. He has flash, he has package too. If he gets information and vision on him, yeah, Humanoid quickly realizes he's in a little bit of a dangerous spot in that recall.
Wise to back away there from Humanoid. Nuketock is up, that Mura mana and the Ravenous Hydra already complete.
And important to note, once again, the desk said it, but Fnatic have a 13-0 win rate.
12-0.
12-0
this is the
win
13th
rate
game, yep.
against XL in the regular season. They've never ever lost to XL ever since they joined the LEC.
How many of those games were you playing?
Let's not talk about that. Anyway,
we did just see
dragon
package.
setup.
Package was just used by Nuketock. Hylissang now is going to have to try and step forward, but with no flash on him, it becomes a little bit more tricky. The thing with Rel is, in team fights, you want to get on the back line. Your ultimate is an AoE, grab everyone together, set them up for the shockwave. What Mickey has done really well is stun Hylissang before he can get on the back line. Keep an eye on Hylissang, because he's looking for the flank right now, and if he can get behind XL, he can shred them. Mickey and Wonder, no vision on them, but they're going to engage. Mickey going in. Look at the damage. Already one down. Humanoid shut down. Here comes Hylissang, and the Magna Storm only finds the enemy support. Patrick, the hula hoop of death, surrounds him, and he will shred through Fnatic. Hylissang and Wonder were too late to the party, and XL gobbled up their teammates.
It's a battle of the 2 greatest supports Europe's ever had, but Mickey comes out on top on this dragon fight, finds such a clutch engage onto Humanoid. Upset's gonna snipe off Mickey, but I think XL, they're gonna get the dragon. I think they're gonna move towards Baron here. 20 seconds on Razork, no TPs for Fnatic. Fantastic engage from Mickey. Humanoid just slightly late on the flash, gets followed through. Yes, Mickey dies, but so does Humanoid, and from there, yeah, you saw Patrick with the red and the white gun just mowing down Fnatic.
And the thing is, half a second later, Hylissang is in the midst of XL, grouping them up for the shockwave, but Mickey, so ready to pull the trigger, so ready to go in, finds the teamfight win for XL. Baron now in their pockets, a 4,000 gold lead, and they've got so much standing gold on the map, mid tier 1, tier 2, top, bot tier 2 as well.
Yep.
A lot of options here for XL.
Let's look at this again, because both supports did the same thing. They both wrapped around to the other side of the enemy team, but Mickey pulls the trigger first. Humanoid tries to get his ball in a position to look for a teamfight shockwave, but Mickey Hex Slash over the wall, E hits, ult follows up, the Aphelios ult, everything layered on top of him, and from there, take your eyes off Mickey and put your eyes on Patrick. The red and the white gun, Wunder, Hylissang, and Razork in the meat grinder of Patrick. Nuketock zoning away, Wunder and Upset, the only 2 remaining carries of Fnatic. From there, the fight's won, Dragon falls. Mickey gets sniped off at the back end of it, but never mind that, XL are sieging onto this tower.
Now look at the Humanoid once again. They know he doesn't have the flash, and with the solar flare coming out, even the Magna Storm is going to be enough because the shockwave is already dead. It's a double for Finn. XL decisive. Decision made. Kill the enemy as soon as you see them and push down mid.
Another great engage from Marcoon. Humanoid's just getting caught so many times by Marcoon, by Mickey in these mid lane fights. Knock-up hits him. Ult follows from Mickey.
Mickey
Tier
tanking
3
here as well to make sure that the minion wave survives for long enough for them to take the tower.
Yeah.
And now the inhibitor, the target for XL, K-Draw.
Yeah, that's going to be gone. They can take away their red buff as well. Topside jungle, they have a bot wave stacking up that maybe they can play for. This Baron's going to last for another 1 minute and 40 seconds, so XL have so many options on the map right now. Fnatic's engage is just really off sync. Humanoid's dying, and then Hylissang's going in. You really want to make sure you're in harmony there. When the Rel goes in, the shockwave follows up. But that's not been the case, and that's why Fnatic are faltering in these fights.
And that shockwave is a lot of your damage as well. If that Magna Storm comes in, and yes, Wonder could be in the fight, but he was top lane there. Jhin doesn't have as much damage in a prolonged fight as something like an Aphelios.
Yeah, look what Finn's doing, not even touching the wave. He's playing patient, trying to buff it up, and maybe they want to play for it, but Wunder's going to clear it out. They still have a minute left on this Baron, so the only real objective left for them is this bot tower. Hylissang's trying to get some vision. Maybe they fancy themselves some kind of fight if XL decide to siege it. Objective bounties for Fnatic because of this 6,000 gold lead for XL.
Cannon Wave on its way for XL. Of course, they all are after the 25-minute mark. Level 16 now on Finn. Patrick with a purple gun and a white gun, pretty good for a team fight, standing just outside of the tower range. Humanoid not here, doesn't have the TP. Fnatic have given up this tier 2, but will they have to give up more?
Humanoid no TP. He's gonna get the top tower, which is an objective bounty. Yes, a little bit of gold back to them, but XL undone here. 30 seconds still on this Baron buff. They have a big wave.
Mickey has Flash, Mickey has Solar Flare, Mickey has the option to go in. This is already the inhibitor tower going down, and Humanoid continues to push. TP
still pushing.
Ticking, about to come off cooldown. Razork forced away from the bottom of the fight. Cannon Wave pushes in, and XL push out. Razork continuing to try to hamper, to delay XL from getting their recalls off.
I wonder if Humanoid will get that top tier 2. He has a wave coming in now. XL could invest the teleports from Finn to defend it, but they're not going to do so. So, yes, they lost their bot inhibitor and 2 towers, but they got 2 towers top 4 objective bounties as well. So a little bit of an even gold trade-off, but still 2 inhibs down means you lose so much map control. 1 minute 20 seconds on Dragon won't be XL's soul. I wonder if Fnatic do want to fight it because their carries flashes will be up for it. It's just a case of whether they can walk towards it with these waves just constantly battering towards their base.
Wave clear from Fnatic. Not the strongest for Jhin, but Orianna and Gwen can get through them pretty quickly, so expect to see Humanoid and Wonder doing the majority of the work, clearing out that mid and that bottom wave. Of course, Wonder with the TP could go up towards the top lane as well, just to try and add some pressure somewhere else on the map, Kadra.
Yeah, and a lot of spikes coming in for XL soon. Look at Patrick's items. When he gets that Infinity Edge, he's going to be dealing out so much damage. And Wonder again on 2 items, Razork on 2 items, Void Staff for complete for Humanoid. So yes, Fnatic's getting strong, but I feel like XL is just a little bit too strong at this point. They're going to have to get a really good engage with a massive shockwave follow-up, and Wonder needs to be in the midst of that fight when it kicks off. So 30 seconds till Dragon. It looks like Fnatic want to walk past their base all the way towards River, push this mid-wave in and start to walk into this Dragon Pit area. Nukeduck's pushing top. XL have an option here where it's like, well, you guys can have Dragon. I'm going to go for your top inhibitor.
Been stepping away. Wonder's not going to be able to stop this. You can do some damage, but you don't have any CC. Yeah, he's TPing to the top lane, and immediately backs coming out from Fnatic. They realize we cannot lose 3 inhibs here. Now, Nukeduck come back, has a TP to join a fight that might start around the Dragon, but XL are actually all going up towards top side.
I think Humanoid might have to ult this top wave because Razork's bot to get this Drake. Wonder stayed as well. They need to clear this wave. They need to use all of their spells to clear this wave, otherwise they're going to lose 3 inhibs. They need to use absolutely everything to stop XL here.
They're going to do it. Curtain Call comes out. Shockwave as well. 1 minion survives, and the tower does not. Dragon will be taken by Fnatic just now.
3
and
inhibs.
that's 8 seconds on the back. Solar Flare, there's the den of fate. No follow-up. Humanoid already down to half HP. This is the 3rd inhibitor down from Fnatic. Nukeduck has package. He's barreling down mid. XL, with 3 inhibitors taken, are looking for this win.
No shockwave either. Yes, all of Fnatic's here, but they're lacking so many crucial abilities. Waves are coming in. Tower's gonna fall. Fnatic have to pull the trigger eventually.
3 years in the making. XL have fought and fought and fought, but they've never beaten Fnatic. And Fnatic are trying to keep that streak going today. But with the package coming through, with Fnatic melting in the eyes of their own fountain, let XL say today, no one beats them 13 times in a row.
Massive, massive win for XL. Coming into this as the underdogs. Never have beaten Fnatic before. Take them down in just shy of a 29-minute game. Clean, decisive 3v3 from the jungle AD support. Yeah, flawless.
Really well played by them. Great stuff by XL to take the win. And we had some questions about the draft. We wondered if Finn would be able to have enough impact on this Graves, but he constantly kept that lane pressured and was with his team when he needed to be.
Yeah, top lane was quite quiet. You know, Finn was winning in isolation with that Graves pick, but I feel like the Aphelios just was let loose in these fights. Mickey's engages, to me, were just so crisp around those dragons, and that's what got them the Baron. All those towers got them the lead and got them the win.
It's the day of supports, it seems. Mickey and Hillsang putting on a performance in this game. Now, Mickey is one of your key player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter alongside Nukeduck and Patrick. I will say some of the things Mickey did to shut down Hillsang at the start of fights really won XL the game, and I'm not just saying that because I'm a support main.
That support matchup really delivered, I think.
Yeah,
you can
really
see both wanted to do the same thing, both wanted to engage. Mickey came out on top.
Great stuff all around by XL. They pick up another win, pushing them further up into those playoff positions. Now, coming up next, Mickey is joining the analysts for a preview on the match of the week between G2 and Rogue. But first, let's have a look at some of Jankos' best and funniest career moments ahead of his 500th game in the LEC.
First blood is given across the Jankos.
Damage flash forward, first blood for
for the king!
Vander a little bit too low in this one. It is just
He stole it!
for one. Absolutely! They beat EDG! These guys are red hot!
The G2 dynasty will be defined by taking down RNG!
We are having so much fun and I'm stuck here playing Sejuani for a living. Like, please don't buff Sejuani. Just don't do it. Just change the gold funneling strat so I don't need to play Braum again.
How do you play a good Karthus?
Well, you just farm, and then it doesn't really matter if you hit the Q or not, as long as you can press the R button at the right time. Is that... I'm good at the game, dude.
The case, do not pull a G2! Showstopper into the minions! That's a great call from Jankos! He gets them! He gets the win! Jankos saves the game for G2!
Judging from Twitter, you guys are the bestest friends, so we thought it only naturally to invite you guys here.
Yeah, well... Yeah, I wouldn't really say best friends. I wouldn't say best friends either, but... I mean, I think he's the most overrated player in Euro right now.
All right.
Barrage, Jankos gonna jump into the pit, he goes on top, he steals this! Jankos!
Oh, let's check it out.
Wait, does he walk into it?
Oh my god! No way!
G2 Esports 3-0 will win MSI 2019.
This is it! The greatest team in the history of League of Legends, taken down by the greatest team Europe has ever produced!
Congratulations on being the 2019 Summer Split LEC MVP!
Jankos.
Welcome back to the LEC, where we are joined by Mickey X for our brand new segment, The Weeb Corner, where we'll be discussing the latest episode of Kimetsu no Ya... Never mind, I've been told we're canceling The Weeb Corner. We're here for Rogue versus G2. Weird that's what we're going to focus on.
Yeah,
but,
super weird.
Seemingly appropriate.
With three anime experts,
I know,
I'm surprised
it's
that
really
we talk
odd
about
this is where
anything
they
other
let us
than that.
focus, but I guess that's what we're on. Mickey, before we talk about anything else, quick hits on the last game. It was a banger fight in bot lane at level 1. How are you feeling about that match?
I mean, I feel pretty good about the match. I felt like we played more aggressive, so that was nice to see. I mean, yeah, 2v2 bot lane. Yeah, I'm not sure what they were trying to do when they have cleanse and we have heal, and Leona's pretty strong. But I made sure to like counteract their grief with my grief by just getting hit by Jin W. So like, because I was just like saying like, okay, a rail just died. He could be like anywhere on the map. He has like tempo, and then I just ate a W in my face. But in theory, like Patrick should have blocked it, so it's kind of on him.
Yeah, but Mickey, you know we love narratives, okay?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we like to believe that every time you play against Hylissang, there's like something inside you that, you know, you just level up because you're both veteran supports. You can now confirm for us that that is in fact true, right?
I wouldn't say so. Maybe sometimes
God
he
damn it,
grieves
Mickey.
a bit more. I think sometimes if he plays against me, he just like, I don't know, he just wants to give me the win. And today was one of those days where he wanted to give me the win, and I appreciate it. I'm a big fan. Thank you.
All right, felt a little disrespectful. Respect to you, you did get the win. Now, focusing ahead to the match in front of us, before we get into the nitty-gritty, this is for you, audience. Let us know at home who you think will win. Head over to discord.lec.gg and vote for Rogue or G2 right now. We'll keep a look on that. We'll keep an eye on that poll as we go later. I would love, Mickey, to get your thoughts on this week and past week Rogue compositions. We spoke on Euphoria earlier this week about how good you think their drafts are. I'd love to hear some of the specifics with some of the examples that we have.
Yeah, the problem is I can't really see the screen.
Well,
but,
that's fine.
You know,
I'll give you the summary.
I'll try to think back of yesterday when we lost them.
Betty's going to read them out to you.
Yeah,
and
okay.
Together you will form a single analyst.
Exactly. So,
Alright,
I mean, a common trend that we see from Rogue is like an engaged top with something like the Ornn is a very common blind pick that we often see from Odoamne. Volibear and Viego are very common jungle picks that we've been
I
seeing
can see it now.
recently. Oh, you see them?
No, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, a lot of range supports,
Yeah.
which is like not that common, I guess, for most teams. I guess for Trimby, I also like I didn't think he was a range support kind of player, but I mean, looks like tank jungle and tank top, and then range or like double range bot lane seems to work for them really well, and of course just like some scaling mid lane picks. And then, it's the recipe for success, I guess.
But the thing that I think was pretty interesting about Rogue's drafts is that they almost always have like 2 winning lanes. Is something that I feel that they always try to go for, because it was something that we saw a lot from Rogue last year, where ideally they would try and get 3 winning lanes, but often you'll see that they either have a winning 2v2 bot, or sometimes you will get that Gwen matchup from Odoamne because he knows that I can actually get the push in this matchup. So it feels like that them trying to get those prio lanes are still important to them. Do you think this is a trend that they have continued and is common for Rogue, or do you think this is just something that they're being given kind of freely a lot of?
I mean, I think they're kind of getting it for free. I feel like teams don't really try to draft that good lanes into the range matches bot lane because usually I think they pick together like both their bot lane, like they usually complete it early, and I think people could like pick counters that can be winning lanes into that. Or even for mid lane, I think they pick a lot of like Corki blind or like Victor blind. So people, I think, can in theory counteract that and get pushing lanes. I think just so far they get away with it. And a lot of the times, the jungler is just perma ganking. So even if they do have losing lanes, it turns into winning lanes if they get ganked, or like if the gank works. But then if it doesn't work, I think it could be very sad for them. Yeah.
It's fair. We'll have to find out if it works out today, because they are going to be going up a jungler that you know very well. Yankos is going to be his 500th game. Yeah, maybe too well. You can let it. I mean, you know probably more about Yankos than anyone else on this planet, so you'll let us know if that's too much. Of course, what are your thoughts on this jungle matchup specifically, as Malrang has been that guy who, you can see very G2 favored here. Surprising given the rogue rate. What are your thoughts on this jungle matchup? Malrang, obviously the super aggressive gank all the time jungler. Yankos has been, let's say, a little bit more flexible in his style.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if that's even a question. I think Janko's gonna get absolutely destroyed. No, but I think so far he's been playing quite alright. I was kind of surprised. I was hoping for like the Kiana meta, but unfortunately the champ got nerfed. But I was really hoping to see Kiana by Jankos. Unfortunately, he got away with like pinning other champions, so could actually be close if he doesn't have to pick anything.
I can hear so much like repressed anger now being unleashed, you know? It's like, I'm not on his team anymore, so I can just say what I think. And he's going against the Korean jungler, so he's gonna lose, because I know exactly what happened.
No, but I think G2 has like a decent chance at winning against them in general. I think bot lane is kind of even. I think top side, I think it's in G2's favor, but yeah, I'm not sure. I think Rogue are maybe better as a team and in draft, so yeah, I think maybe like 49% G2, 51% Rogue, in my opinion.
Pretty
But
close.
we'll see.
That's good. It says 60-40 behind us though, Mickey. I'm just saying.
I think
the
G2 might
fans.
just have the plot armor, so.
G2 certainly have in the past had a lot of armor. Didn't do you a lot of good, but it seems to be doing this season's G2 much better. Now, the fans seem to agree on the Jankos mid-season MVP. Of course, you can join the conversation with hashtag #PingTheLobby. We know it's First Blood King Jankos, says Lexi. Hashtag #PingTheLobby. Mickey, mid-season MVP, who's your frontrunner? If you had to pick an MVP right now at this point in the season, who would you actually look at?
I mean, probably Malrang. He's just getting like so much free stuff, and I don't know, no one. He's getting away with it for fun, and he's like getting a lot of wins for them as well. So I mean, so far it would have to be him until he gets punished for it.
Yeah.
Yesterday we did Naito's gang, so you know we are the first team to start punishing.
I mean,
love the
you beat
confidence
Fnatic
on you,
today.
Mickey. I love it.
The Excel stocks are rising. I'm sweating a little bit, to be completely honest. Cato and I have a wager on Euphoria, and I may
What's
have
your wager?
I bet against Excel. There's a costume and a song involved. It's very embarrassing. Mickey wasn't on the roster when I made the bet. It's very hard. Anyway, it's not about us. It's about this match between Rogue and G2, and we're only minutes away from getting into picks and bans for this top-of-the-table clash. Rogue looking to find that first win to finally defeat G2 in a regular season match.
They lost the finals in spring, they came third in summer, and lost their two key superstar players, and no one gave them a chance.
The loss of Hansama and Inspired is huge. It's not going to be the Rogue of old.
I think it is a really big loss for the EU scene.
I think this off-season for Rogue is just damage mitigation.
Well, I know the fans are a bit, let's say, disappointed of losing like their two superstar players, but I still think like Rogue as an org knows how to succeed, right? And I'm pretty sure we'll do this still.
So this year it feels like talent-wise we're at a comparable level. Time will tell how good we can become, but just the fact that we can improve so much easier is definitely the big benefit for this roster.
I honestly believe that we should have won at least one LEC last year. And now I want to make it work. I want to actually win LEC.
Got no time to escape in this one. The curtain call. The sniper the team needed.
What goes down, call of the Portugal used as well, and there's a blast going for Comp. Hook onto the Red Tail and will pull the Brob into the waiting arms of Comp. Selfmade tries to trade it back. Who are you going to go for, Malrang?
Still don't know. They don't know, Medic.
Unforgiven! Welcome to the party! Unforgiven gets dunked by Larson. Malrang going to get chased down here and tries to turn it onto Dayor, and Malrang actually just kills off Zanzara.
This guy is just way too good, I think, for you junglers. And after being next to Kenyon for like a year and watching him play, I'm pretty sure he should gap on many people.
I feel like my drive doesn't only come from not making it to Worlds, but also from us just not being what we used to be. You know, when we were winning in G2, that was the best time of my life, and I really want to bring it back.
Standing in the way of what could be an undefeated season is the final test for Rogue. They have never beaten G2 Esports in a regular season game.
And in fact, by pushing through the mid lane, they get the TP immediately into the root, into the stun, into the death! As the Broken Blade, the Darkin Blade slides in. Razork and Humanoid forced up to the top side. Blackhead gets the Chrono Shift. He doesn't need the life, but he does need the assist from Targamas. As much as Upset can get a single shut down.
It's forcing a fight. It's a good call, but G2, are they too far ahead? Now Alti coming across. VTO buying a bit more time, but he's going to get burned down before the fight kicks it off. And now Broken Blade comes into the back line. Misfits had a man advantage
for a brief moment, but it will not matter.
Our draft against Rogue will have to be quite creative to win, but at the same time, I'm very confident that if we play scaling, we can actually win, and if we play early game, we can actually win. So, yeah, we will see. It's going to be a banger.
I think they will still have the similar style, the style of playing control, playing with pressure. That's just Rogue's style, so we'll see what will happen.
Will Rogue finally be able to overcome G2 in the regular season, or will G2 put a stop to Rogue's rampage?
Ooh. Tension at an all-time high here on the desk. We get ready for our match of the week. Of course, we are moments away from picks and bans. So let's talk a little bit about it. We got a little bit of time. Feels like the first 3 bans for everybody are exactly, I mean, we just get some Corgi bans, some LeBlanc bans, some Twisted Fate bans.
Yeah.
What gets weird in this draft? What should either team leave open? What picks do you guys have your eyes on?
I think the only big pick to me that stands out is the Senna for G2. They seem to be the only one that plays it, Mickey. Do you think it's really like good, or do you think it's just a G2 thing for now? Yeah.
I mean, we kind of played Senna last week. I think it's not bad. I think it's just maybe a little bit worse than the other 3 big ADs. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Jinx, Caitlyn are like a bit better, and then it's like a Philio Senna. But I think with Senna, you're quite flexible in what you want to do, especially before next patch, before the like farming Senna gets nerfed.
Yeah.
So you can actually play it farming and fasting, and you can pair those supports with it. So it's not definitely not bad, yeah.
I like it. See if we find any curveballs as we do officially get the draft started, keeping our eyes on these first few bans to see what's
You can see the
available.
draft, right, Mickey? You can see.
Nope.
No? Okay,
We'll
well,
get there. One step at a time, Mickey.
But I'm imagining it.
We'll ASMR the draft. Imagine handsome pictures of all your former teammates and their brand new friends as they ban Caitlyn. Share my favorite character. As they ban arcane characters left and right. The Jace on the opposite side. Thresh following. So, okay, so far it feels pretty stock standard. Let's say the Jace obviously feels very targeted in Broken Blade. Everything else feels pretty much in the realm of normal bans. LeBlanc also going to hit the bench.
No real surprise when playing against Caps, as we often talk about G2.
Yeah.
Mickey, it was well known that you would, I don't know whether willingly or, you know, being forced to, you would group up with Jankos, and then you would often play through Caps, unlock him on the map, and then he would start attacking these side lanes. It was a very traditional G2 way of playing the game, and it's not actually that different even with Targamas on the roster. So removing champions like LeBlanc makes a lot of sense.
Of course, kind of wondering if Rogue goes for the TF ban here, because, ooh, G2 is not known for picking TF when they want to win. So it's a good gamble, because Rogue might just get TF right now.
Okay. if it's a good gamble, then what do they get on the opposite side? If the TF is locked in here by
Zeri.
That's
Zeri's open.
Do you think Comp would play Zeri?
I don't know. I hope so. Okay. I guess now they get like Corki, and then
Corki Zeri?
I guess a jungler. I mean, yeah, that's not too bad, yeah. But I do think TF is maybe just a little bit too imbalanced. So I guess Jinx is also not bad. They do play a lot of Jinx. Comp is like the Jinx master in the last few weeks. Play this champ quite often. And they can give a range support now as well.
Do you prefer, because we've been seeing a lot of Leonas with Jinx recently, do you prefer things like the Lulu with the Jinx, or do you think that engage supports are better?
I mean, it just depends what you need. If you have like a jungler that can't really engage by himself, let's say you have like a Viego or maybe like a Xin, maybe an engage support is better. But if you have like a Jarvan or Lee Sin or something that wants to go in, I think range support are usually stronger, because range supports will win you laning phase, and you will just out-heal really hard, especially with Jinx. She can like 1 in the game.
What about into Zeri? What support would you now think about?
I don't know. I think I would just take the -3 and dodge this one.
Yeah.
I think the FTF and Zeri, like, and Jankos is a Lee Sin, like, contrary to popular belief, he's not too bad on Lee Sin nowadays. Like, he used to be very bad at Lee Sin, but now he's actually played it so much that he's actually passable.
Okay.
So it's pretty good draft, looking like a pretty good draft from G2 so far, yeah.
Okay. So with
I'm
jungler,
not sure about the Rakan pick. I think the Rakan pick does look a little bit troll.
Why?
But yeah, I think they should just go for like a jungler. Maybe if they need, I don't know, an engage jungler or tank jungler like the Volibear they played in the past, they could go 4 or 5 with support, pick a range support, and secure a winning lane. Now they just kind of are FFing the lane, I think, because yeah, G2 will get 2 counter picks in bot lane, and most likely they'll push because Rakan doesn't really have a winning matchup against many champs. So yeah.
Interesting. As we now see the Zillion, of course, banned away. opting to match here. Jungle role going to be what we expect to see G2 targeting. The Volibear, a good highlight, something that could take away the Viego, also something that Rogue has liked to pick up in the past.
Yep, I mean, you would expect that Rogue is saving counterpick for Odoamne, which to me suggests that the only reason why Rogue picked Rakan here is because they want to guarantee that they can get an engage so that they can have something like Jace or Gwen top. That's what it suggests to me. And the only reason why I would think you would want Rakan is Zeri's kind of fast and annoying, but flash, charm, knockup, I feel like from a Rakan is very difficult to dodge. But I think... Tell me.
Sorry for interrupting, but there's one more champion that's really hard to dodge his ult, and it's Nautilus. Because
yeah, that's also true.
It doesn't matter how much movement Zeri has, she will get hit by that.
Look, Mickey, I understand.
So I think if they really wanted to engage, they could have picked Nautilus.
Look,
I'm just putting it
all right, you can't just come in here and use logic like that. That's not,
sorry.
That's not balanced, dude. It's a little unfair. All right, we'll take your word for it that Nautilus has a reliable point-and-click ultimate. Hard to be sure. Would have to check the wiki. In the meantime, Zen has now been locked in. Again, a champion who we saw a lot of success in the previous game with this guy. I love the Q1 and 2 into the Q3 for the instant knockup. Can be solid and standard approach. Honestly, surprised it didn't get banned away, but I guess the logic from G2 Esports is we'd rather ban blind pickable top laners and force the counter pick to come out from Odoamne.
Are they really blinding? Okay, they're blinding. Oh, they must be assuming that this is a Gwen blind for Odoamne top, and they might be saying that you don't have any other good answers into. Okay, there's no way that this is a Sin support.
Yeah, probably not.
Do you think Poppy support could be good here?
No.
No?
I don't think so. Okay. I think Poppy is like, it's fine, but it does. I think you need at least 3 champs that you can reliably stop their dashes.
Fair.
And they only have like Rakan and kinda Zen, I guess. I think Corki W is whatever.
Okay.
So I wouldn't pick Poppy here, no. Also, I don't know how good it is with Zeri, but probably not the greatest.
True, probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah.
No, there it is. The
Nautilus, I think, is a pretty good pick here.
Yeah.
They have TF, so as soon as level 6 hits, botlane is really volatile. They also have push just because Nautilus wins against Rakan. And yeah, Jinx should have a hard time because she's not very mobile.
Oh.
And they have some frontline. Okay.
Okay.
That's an Akshan top lane for that is got to be the least Odoamne champion I've seen locked in a long time.
He always says on his stream the 2 best blind pickable champions for top lane are Jace and Akshan. He will die on that sword, so he's a very frequent Akshan player.
All right.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure how good the matchup is, but they do play against TF, so at 6 he can't play the game. So I'm not sure if this pick is very smart, but best of luck to him. Hope his E's are very good so he can get away.
All right, Mickey, it sounds like you are favoring G2 in the draft. And again, you did say draft is 80% of the game. You feel like G2 have hard won this draft?
It's like a complete stomp.
Do you think ultimately that the trade of Twisted Fate for Jinx plus Corki was just not worth it?
Yeah. You guys, you have to like respect the TF, guys. Some people can't even flex it, so yeah.
Wow.
You don't want to give this guy away.
Yeah. He means him. He played support TF. If you didn't watch the episode, I don't think.
Come on, man.
I don't think it's
true.
Good.
That's a fair point. You got me with that one. Okay, well, so Mickey believes that Rogue is gonna their undefeated streak is gonna end, and I think his logic is sound. We'll see if they can pull it off.
Look, we're gonna have to find out as we get closer and closer to the game itself, because, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for G2 versus Rogue.
Thank you very much, Analyst Des. Thank you very much, Mickey, as well. A turbo stomp in the draft here by G2. And before we get on into the action, Jankos has 500 LEC games under his belt.
The most of any LEC player,
most of any LEC
player, I believe. So
congratulations, Jankos.
Oh, wait, hang on a sec. There's a Rakan there. So he must have W'd over to try and get a ward that he's going to place. Oh, there we are. Hello. Hello. Just next to the ward, placed onto the red buff by Trimby. So Wow, must have been a small vision pocket there that G2 didn't see. And that'll give them a lot of information as to where Jankos is starting, but I completely agree with the desk where you've got this Akshan pick, which is going to be great in lane into the Akali, but against TF, it's going to be very difficult to play the game past 6, especially considering Rogue's comp is more of like a 1-4 comp. The only real help he can get is maybe his jungle support teaming up and going towards the top side of the map, but on side lanes later on, it's also going to be very difficult, so expecting Merc Treads, maybe Legend Tenacity, as much kind of tenacity as possible for this Akshan to withstand the TF ganks.
And we saw Odoame having a brief look into the blue side jungle of G2 there because of this vision being down. They know that Jankos is starting on red. Comp and Trimby get a free start to the lane, means that they should be able to get to the level 2 first.
Wait.
So they actually saw Trimby go in.
They saw Trimby go in, but they didn't see anyone else. So maybe they thought there was more of Rogue there, but they didn't actually see them walk in. Maybe they thought they went through Krugs up into red, and Trimby was the only one off the side because of some kind of engage tool. So yeah, G2 should know that it was warded, so that's also good information. The enemy team having a ward on you is one thing, but you knowing that the ward there is another thing, because you can play with their information and what they know. But Jankos is going to go red into Krugs, into Raptors, run over the ward, and clear towards the top side of the map. Malrang doing the exact same thing, but instead patting down towards the bot side.
While we have a second in the early game, I'd like to bring everyone's attention down towards the bottom lane. Flakked on the Zeri. Second time we've seen this champion played in the LEC. We saw it yesterday as well. And in case anyone doesn't know what Zeri does, her Q is basically her auto attack. So when you see her fire out those 7 shots, that's her Q. Doesn't use any mana, applies on hit effects, and each of those 7 shots can actually proc some of the passives. So you can fully apply Black Cleaver, for example, or you can fully take down a GP barrel with a single Q.
And I believe her Q auto attack, whatever we'll call it a Q, is longer range than her actual auto attack. Yes. So it's very common when the Zeri pops ultimate and is getting all these stacks for the move speed, you actually stop auto attacking completely and you only use your Q as your auto attack. A lot of AD carries play with A click. Now it's kind of like click Q almost.
Q click.
Q click, something like this is what I've been told. But anyway, Malrang's actually invaded Jankos towards the top side. He's sitting on... Gonna blast cone over. Jankos is gonna spot him. 1v1. Sinzao wins this 1v1, level 3.
Wind becomes lightning, comes out. Both of them do have the smite. Malrang's gonna try and spot out Jankos with the Scryer's Bloom. Won't find him, and instead just goes towards the Scuttle Crab. Does delay Jankos on this clear.
Yeah, he had information from where he started, so he's gonna invade him because I think the good thing about this for Malrang is his top's always gonna push, and his mid lane wants to push as well. So finding jungle just allows him to free up so much time. Malrang's actually just gonna beeline mid instead. Look for a gank here, but
Caps with the gold card underneath the tower. Malrang's gonna take 2 tower shots there. Should be able to walk out of this one, but now we'll have to path down towards the bottom side of the map.
Caps might flash forwards here.
Had the empowered auto attack from his E passive, but decides against it.
Yeah, you might think flashing forwards there, he won't be able to follow because Malrang will flash away, but because TF had his E stacked up and with a W, any card would have got the kill because of how low Malrang's HP was, but instead going to back off. A lot of information for G2 now because now they know Malrang is pushed towards the bot side of the map and he's stuck there. So now Odoamne all of a sudden has to back up a bit, give a little bit more leeway to Broken Blade in this lane, which not great for the action. He wants to play a bit more aggressive, but for now he's going to have to wait for his jungler to come back top. And the early game will slow down. Look how many wards Rogue have on the map. They have wards everywhere. Double
6
Scuttle,
of them, yep.
3 wards in bot side river,
wards
3 wards in top side river. I'm calling the Scuttles wards as well. Slowly starting to expire though. And looks like Caps is going to ward their Raptors and back off.
You see as well, Broken Blade deciding to go for the Rejuvenation triple bead here in the top lane. Build himself a bit of a necklace out of those because he knows he's going to be constantly harassed by the Akshan in lane. All of that extra health regeneration will help him out, keep topped up in these trades. And both these top laners have been at the top of their game so far in the LEC Spring. The 2 leading in terms of damage a minute. Broken Blade has had more of a total damage share for his team, but expectations are high for this top lane matchup.
Yeah, a little bit different kind of playstyles, but still so reliable for their teams. Odoamne kind of like left on his own, doing so well on his own though. Broken Blade getting a little bit more resources, but almost 30% of his team's damage. He is the highest damage share on his team, and he's played a unique champion every single game. This is his second Akali game now. But very deep champion pool, very reliable carry. Odoamne is kind of a bit of both. He can blind pick top, he'll pick Ornn. You need engage, I'll be the engage. But now we're seeing a little bit of a different style from Odoamne. We're seeing the Akshan. We have seen his Camille and his Jace, but the only other Akshan I can remember is Perk's mid lane Akshan.
It didn't go too well for him then.
But they had so much CC and lockdown, so it's very difficult for him. But this time around, it's the TF Nautilus, which is going to be the pains for him. Targamas almost found Larson.
That's the power of the Valkyrie for Corki in the mid lane. G2 have 4 players, basically a handkerchief thrown across them here as Jankos tries to steal away these Razor Beaks. Should be able to secure them. Arsene could look for a steal with a missile, but he doesn't have a big one built up. And although Trimby can step forward and just distract Jankos for a moment, that does mean that the camp remains up for Malrang.
Yeah, bot push coming in from both sides. Rogue had the bot push, but Targamas just left the wave and moved towards mid. Trimby matching here. I mean, this is just, you see this every game, every region. This is how the game naturally works, just contesting mid waves, keeping up mid push so you can move with your mid laner to sides or get them better base timings. And of course, if you don't match the enemy support, your mid laner can't walk up, which is not what you want. So it often turns into 2v2s, 3v3s around mid. As Malrang is going to join the party soon as well, because this crab is spawning. Caps has ultimate up and it has spellbook with ignite as well. 6 minutes, that's unlocked. And now it's a stare down. Who wants to start this first? If Malrang does, he's going to get collapsed on.
Trimby's moving the opposite direction here.
Now, if Rogue want to collapse on this, Odoamne is going to have to walk through the river with no vision. He's going to get collapsed on by TF ultimate. Level 6 Akali probably will die, so smart by Rogue to just give that up. Hefty CS lead being built for Odo in the top side. Larson happily farming mid.
Kind of to be expected for Odo. The ranged into predominantly melee matchup for the Akshan into Akali does mean that he'll get that CS lead. Now has a Vamp Scepter as well. Odoamne already scaling up into this Akshan, and part of the power of Akshan is the going rogue ability, his ability to move around the map invisibly, but TF can actually neuter that quite a lot with the Destiny Gate. You know, if you put that down, as Trimby actually rooted up here, we'll have the second portion of the Vanguard, but he's pulled back and has to use the W to escape in that bottom lane.
Yeah, Targamas cancelled his first E with the auto, cancelled the second one with the hook, so he has to use his knock-up ability, his damage tool to get away. So of course G2 naturally winning out. I think Aftershock supports or kind of like tanky engaged supports naturally do well into Rakan in lane. And now Malrang's hovering behind Odo, maybe expecting some kind of gank from Jankos, just trying to cover him so he can crash these waves. And this is what Rogue have to do. Yes, you have really good top push, and yes, the Akshan can win in isolation against the Akali because of the ranged matchup, but you need to cover this Akshan as much as possible. If you give them a window to TF full top and the Akshan dies, Akali gets first blood, all of a sudden this top matchup is skewed all the way back into G2's favor, and the CS lead means absolutely nothing. So Rogue need to juggle mid and top very well, so they're probably going to use their support to move around the map as much as possible, leaving Comp to farm alone.
And you can see Targamas actually already moving up towards this top side with Rift Herald spawning just about now. We'll see Rogue investing a little bit of time on this top side of the map. Actually looks like all of G2 maybe making a beeline for the Rift Herald.
Yep, Herald up. Comp's going to try to push bot as fast as possible. Looks like Flackid's going to skate his way down towards
going bot
lane. Caps might have to flash here. Trimby could predict it.
Gold card comes out, stuns Trimby out of the knock-up. Caps drew it just in time. The luck of the deck in his favor there.
Yeah, cold-blooded there. Didn't even burst a flash, didn't even try to sidestep anything. Just trusted his mechanics, stunned the knock-up, walks away, refuses to elaborate. Targamas is going to come mid, help him push out here. Caps might need to base, but it's not too bad for G2. Of course, he has the Twisted Fate ultimate, the Destiny, to rejoin any kind of fight that happens. Of course, Larson has the package now as well, so who's going to start the Herald first is the question. Rogue, if they are going to start the Herald, they need to escort Odoamne or help him get some top push to get into this topside river.
He's going to start working his way down here, going rogue. You can see that invisibility. Wasn't fully spotted out by that vision ward, but will be as he steps forward now and reveals himself to clear out the control. Whoa. Oh, flash hook, counter flash. Odoamne almost put the nails in his own coffin there.
This is the problem though now, because Odoamne is just so far zoned away. He's going to be flanking as Akshan. It's going to be very dangerous. Also, Flackid's here too, so I think Rogue, this package is going to run out soon as well, so I think they're just going to have to give this back off and try to get something bot.
I think that's the wise move. As soon as Odoamne had to burn his flash, Trimby, of course, has the double E. Both charges on that. After you use it once, you can use it again. So even if he's hooked out of the initial one, has that second to get away. Rogue now working their way down towards the bottom side, looking for more damage on this bot lane tier 1.
So now the difficulty G2 have is how do they retake their bot side control? Jankos is going to base and run through bot, I believe. And now the Nautilus and the Zeri have to pair together to face check this. Rogue lying in wait. G2 have Summoner's worst case scenario, but they need to retake control here so Flackid can catch the bot's wave. Rogue's going to start up the Dragon, but G2 are around to contest. No TPs, of course. Comp's going to get 3 plates off this Herald play, so will even out overall. Flackid lost quite a lot of creeps for this too, so might be a positive play for Rogue. We'll see how the Dragon pans out.
And although it looks like Rogue were waiting for G2 to try and spring a trap, really they were just delaying for Comp to get all 3 of those plates. Now that he's picked those up, he's going to likely back away, but Jankos is here. Trimby's going to block this, wait for the second E, is rooted, gets away. And that is smart play from the Rogue support, making sure his AD carry couldn't be caught out.
They get the bot push now, though, so maybe Jankos wants to start up the Dragon. Trimby level 5 still. Might have to be careful here.
He'll be spotted with Sweeper.
To ward jump. There's a knockout.
Spotted with Sweeper! And immediately Jankos, even though he gets the kick away, is able to flash for the rocket. Not even needed to chase him down. Flackid dashing forward, but just doesn't have the damage yet on this Zeri.
Yeah, face checks a little bit there. The Sweeper spotted him out across the wall. Trimby just kind of read the play. Maybe he thought there was some kind of blue buff invade, or Jankos wants to move into their bot side jungle with this bot lane push alongside Targamas. And Rogue are there to respond. First blood over to Trimby. The carry didn't get the kill, unfortunately, but still, that stops any kind of pressure G2 had on this bot side, which they did. They could have started up a dragon there, but now they cannot. So, plates over to Comp, CS lead, but Herald still in Jankos' back pocket.
You see odoamne Broken Blade just fighting for this top lane control ward. odoamne won't clear it out because the wave's going to be pushed into him and he wants to catch that. He does have about a 400 gold lead on this Akshan. And in the bottom lane, Comp, those 3 plates have just skyrocketed him, Cajal. Yeah. 700 gold ahead.
XP, gold, creeps, all of those things going in his back pocket. And I think the problem Odo has is, yes, he's scared of the TF ultimate, but if the TF ultimate's never used, he's constantly scared of the TF ultimate. Yep. So as much as he's not giving them an angle to ult top, he's always under threat of it because Caps is never going to go anywhere else at this point. Trimby trying to cancel Caps' base here, going to face check.
Yeah, Caps locks in the gold card, but the rotation wasn't in his favor there. The cards are constantly ticking away in the background, I believe. That's still how Twisted Fate works, and so sometimes you can get a gold card immediately when you come out of the rotation.
It's constantly ticking throughout the entire game. You can count it, but of course it's really difficult to do so. Larson just Wing on top of Caps.
Caps doesn't have a card. Trimby's going in with the quickness here. Flash forward, but Trimby wasn't even needed.
That's practically a solo kill. No ignites from Trimby. Gets the assist with the shield, but Broken Blade looking for Odo.
Odo's just going to dance away, gets the shield as well, so he's nice and safe there under the tower. Jankos, though, does have the Rift Herald, and they could try and put some gold into Broken Blade's pocket here. odoamne backs away, respecting the fact that Jankos was on this side of the map. Now, this Rift Herald is down pretty early here, Kadril.
It is, but the problem is they don't have a wave, so they need something to tank up the tower. They realize they need to pressure this top side, because look at the bot side of the map. Malrang's taking away their red buff. We'll see if G2 can stop it, because they're going to start up Dragon as well. Comp's going to push in bot. Cap still has ultimate, so they could 3-man dive top here, which might have to be the play for G2, because they're unable to walk into the bot side, but the Herald's just going to drop. Jankos cancelled his base twice now. He really wants to do something towards the top side of the map. Odo is still half HP. He has kick. Odo is in stealth, but they know he's there. TP to defend. Yeah, look at Caps' positioning. Larson read his movement and said, look, if he ultimates, I need to be there before he arrives. Otherwise, my top laner's dead. Preemptive TP gives Caps mid push. Now they might just pivot to the bot side of the map.
You can see Jankos already working his way down towards that mid lane. Malrang does taking the Scuttle Crab, and TP from odoamne to top side does mean that there's a TP advantage for G2 here. Malrang might look for the plays. You say Caps no flash, does have the heal. Flash, Crescent Guard, everything misses. Caps not even knocked back, and immediately Malrang stunned up, but Jankos almost falls. Wind becomes lightning is enough. Malrang still surviving. Triumph.
The cards
heals him up. The cards coming out. The gold will be locked in, but not Caps in time. Destiny out.
He got away. The auto attack got cancelled because he ulted away, but here comes the Jigs Rocket.
Caps did everything right, but it went so wrong for G2.
Oh, it's a clinic from Rogue in the early game. Malrang fails the R-Flash knockback, but Jankos arrives, doesn't have that much burst, lands the Q kick, Q combo, but Malrang was quite tanky. The damage couldn't come in from Caps because of the Crescent Guard, and Larson, Q auto attack. Watch this auto attack animation. He just about gets it off, but it gets cancelled. But here comes my favorite Arcane series.
Bad chests in the chat. Comp finds it. Caps realizes at the last moment, but it's just too late.
The screen shake as well connects, and now look at the golds. I mean, 10 CS lead for Comp. He's up in experience as well because of the Herald play. Larson sitting at 2-0 on a Corki, extremely accelerated. And because G2 have dive champions like Zeri, Nautilus, TF, perhaps Lee Sin, Akali especially, he's not actually going for the full poke build. I think he's going to go towards a shield bow on hit Corki because he knows that there's not going to be much poke. He's either getting engaged on, and he needs to be able to do damage through auto attacks, not so much through the rockets.
But what a great start it is for Rogue here. 2,000 gold ahead, Kadril. First dragon taken by them as well. A little bit late, so we are on for a late soul if they manage to stack it up. But constantly, just Rogue getting the right side of these plays. And they said it a bunch on the analyst desk, and we said it in the previous game, but Rogue have never beaten G2 in the regular season. They have won in playoffs against them before, but this would be 13th time lucky for our leaders of the league.
And they're in a great spot right now, 2,000 gold lead, but so much map control. And the problem is Caps and Jankos have great synergy. Lee Sin, TF, great kill pressure on the Corki, but Larson was never under threat, and odoamne hasn't been ulted on a single time. The only Destiny used was Caps trying to escape. Ended up dying in the end, so no proactivity just yet from the top side of G2. And that's where they needed to find some kind of plays. The only kind of thing they found was the Herald drop, which kind of even out the gold for Broken Blade. But for now, G2 going to put their bot lane mid to establish some kind of control on the map.
G2 is just trying to find an avenue back into this game, a foothold in it, because right now they are hemorrhaging gold. It is only 2,000, perhaps overblown to use the word hemorrhaging, but they're bleeding at an alarming rate. They need to stem that before Rogue continue to advance their lead. Now, Comp can push in the bottom lane. Larson with the package can move between these lanes pretty quickly, and Rogue continue just to chip away at the G2 defenses.
Yeah, that bot tower is going to fall soon when Larson moves towards the bot side of the map. Caps is going to have to give it up. G2 aren't in a position to contest this bot side jungle. They're not strong enough, and they don't have any vision at all. It doesn't look like they're going to even cross-map and go for a Herald. Instead, they want to try to force Rogue out.
Hook still hits onto Larson there. He's going to package away, but Maurang now in the midst of 3. Good knockup with a death charge. Maurang pops the stopwatch. Targmas uses one of his own, but with the quickness coming in, Rogue are looking for the fight. The rocket once again. Maurang gets the kill. That's one quick kill for Rogue as they now retreat. They got the tower in the bottom lane. They get a kill in the jungle, and they get out.
Yeah, G2 tried to force the 3v3, which turns into a 4v4, but unfortunately this Xin Zhao is just too tanky. The ult buys so much time, and just when G2 thought they had him, the stopwatch came in, Trimby arrives, and Rogue win the fight again. Another kill across to them. They got the bot tower as well. Larson has Demolish. Maybe the mid tower falls too.
That should actually just fall down here. Larson could take it very quickly. That's all, sorry, the mid and the bottom tower for Rogue. A 4,000 gold lead at the 17-minute mark, and Mythic's starting to be completed across the board for them as well. With a minute on the Dragon, you have to expect that Rogue will look towards continuing to extend this lead.
Yeah, it's a quality game from Rogue so far. Haven't dropped the ball a single time. As much as G2 had options and the tools to make these plays, Rogue never gave them a single angle to do so, and now they're swapping their bot lane top. The only tower that G2 almost took was the top one, but now that Comp and Trimby are up here, it's very hard for G2 to force there because this is their strong side. Odoamne's been farming up quietly, still has a sizable lead against Broken Blade, which is probably even out from the plates earlier on, but still, the 4v4 is in Rogue's favor. G2 gonna start up this Herald. Larson and Odo are in mid. They're gonna move towards it. Rogue are a bit split. G2 are gonna force this.
No ult on Targamas, no ult on Jankos either. Rift all the way down to 5,000 though, and Odoamne had to run all the way up from the bottom lane. Now Rogue might look for this fight still. Larson stepping forward. Jankos will secure the Rift Herald. Rogue a little bit split. G2 pushing forward. There's the stun onto one. They're looking for Odoamne on the backline. Comp locked up. Larson's already on a killing spree though, and Odoamne is still very healthy. Comp dies to Blackhead. Now, what can this Zeri do in a fight? Not much, because Maurang immediately dives onto her. Comeuppance out from Odo will connect onto Blackhead, but he doesn't quite have the damage yet. Rift Herald picked up for G2, but they lose 2 for the favor.
Yeah, Rogue were a bit split and they didn't have the Rakan ultimate up. It is up now, so if G2 stay around here and Rogue crash this wave, they could look for a dive. Blackhead has no summoners. Malrang's around. It's a 4v2 on the tower. Caps has TP and Destiny. Are they going to commit to this? Rogue, they have the Rakan ultimate.
Odo going in. There's the quickness. Looking for Blackhead first. He's down. Flash away. Caps gets the Destiny off the backline. Good double Everfrost. Malrang should fall underneath the tower. Odoamne might go down as well, but he manages to flash away. Super Mega Death Rocket. No way. No way,
not again, not again, not again, not again, not again!
Comp! What aimbot have you downloaded, and can I get it for my Valorant games? Because he is on point with this op.
That's 2 kills with the Rockets. The Jhin games as well, sniping out everyone every single game. Comp doesn't miss a single beat. Rogue get the top dive. That's 3 towers to Rogue as well. They were split around the Herald fight. They didn't have all the ultimates they might have wanted, but they still came out on top, and they've accelerated this lead.
Comp has got 2 kills. Both of them are from the aptly named Super Mega Death Rockets.
Yeah, look at Comp though. This fight, a little bit unfortunate for him because he's very split. Trimby commits with Malrang, which leaves the Jinx all alone, kind of. Trimby does try to self-peel a bit, but yeah, Comp just gets taken out by Broken Blade. But the other side of the fight is Rogue favored. They targeted Odoamne at the start, but they didn't have the burst to take him down. And then shortly after this, the top dive came in.
And we'll follow it through. Caps does go to mid, perhaps thinking that Rogue wouldn't go for this dive.
A nice try here by Caps when he ults in. If you watch Caps as he lands, he tries to flash away because he knows Trimby is running straight towards him, so he tries to kite up. But unfortunately, there's just too many members of Rogue. Malrang falls. Odoamne almost gets Broken Blade, flashes away from the E. Caps dies. And Comp finds Broken Blade.
What is this rocket, man? Absolutely beautiful from Comp so far, and absolutely beautiful as well from Rogue. 6,000 gold their lead. A lot of people wondered perhaps if there was a bit of juju, if there was a bit of superstition around this match between G2 and Rogue, because G2 have never lost a regular season match to this Rogue team, but this lineup is reinvigorated, renewed, rejuvenated, and are putting G2 very much on the ropes.
Yeah, Rogue haven't put a foot wrong, and now they're trying to collapse onto G2 in their own jungle.
Targamas trying to get away. Maurang on the chase. Crescent Guard not used yet as they go forward for Broken Blade. Larson coming in from the side as well. Broken Blade will have to perfectly execute his way away from the fight.
So they force G2 out. Don't think they're going to start Baron up though, but Larssen might be basing for package. G2 have objective bounties, so there is comeback potential. They just need to find picks over side. They have a Kali TF. Maybe if they can single out Odoamne on a side lane. As I say, they might not be able to do Baron. The TP's coming in from Larssen. Does he have package? Yes, he does. So this can be used in two ways. One, for damage on the Baron, or two, to zone away the rest of G2. Do they know this is happening? Jankos on the way. Blue Orb's going to spot them.
So Comp did walk across the ward, coming out down towards this. I think G2 now realizing it might be happening. Broken Blade TPs to the mid lane. 8,000 HP.
TikTok for
There's
G2.
no vision
Look
for
at Trimby
G2
as well. Destiny used.
Jankos has to walk into darkness. 4,000 HP on the Baron. Jankos looking for the flank. Has
Rogue
that
have to turn.
Scryer's Bloom. Rogue, as you say, have to turn because Jankos is behind them now. Malrang, no Crescent Guard available for him. Where are we in terms of ultimates? No Super Mega Death Bucket. Malrang doesn't have an ult of his own.
G2 in a great spot here, but they might have to go for the flip. Rogue have to keep this Baron going. Otherwise, G2 can just drop this, go mid. Rogue are absolutely out of tempo. And they might be able to get themselves a mid-tier 2 if they just run towards the wave and push it in now. But Larssen has package, so he should be able to get all the way around in time. And G2 are not going to push for anything. They're just going to be happy
Trimby's on a
that they
ward.
stop the play.
Trimby's on a ward. Hook coming out. Broken Blade diving onto the back line. The package still
Larssen.
available though. And Larssen onto the back. Just annihilates two. Larssen takes 2 quick kills. G2 thought they found a pick, but they were the ones being picked themselves. Comp opens up, call him Elton John because he's the rocket man this game. And with the comeuppance, finding Jankos, he is put into the dirt as Rogue turn their eyes back to the Baron.
Yeah, G2 were the ones trying to force this. They thought they had a pick on Rogue's recalls, and it was a good timing for them to fight, but the package was still up. And Larssen comes up huge in this fight. Keep your eyes on the package because G2 trying to engage. It looks good with Broken Blade and Target Mask, but look at Larssen. QR combo on the bot lane of G2. Annihilated straight from the get-go. Comp gets the reset. He chases forwards. All of G2 have to run for the hills. And that's Baron across to them. The ultimate from Odoamne snipes him out. Malrang's there to clean up, just in case he lives. And G2 really haven't been able to find absolutely anything this game.
It's a shellacking. It's a demolition. It's methodical, and it is beautiful to watch for Rogue. 9-0 would tie them with G2 and Misfits as the second best record ever in the LEC. Of course, Fnatic hold the best 18-0, that legendary year, but there've only been 3 other teams that have ever got this far, and Rogue are looking to make it an undefeated first round robin.
10,000 gold lead, and as much as we criticized Rogue last year for getting insane amounts of gold leads and just throwing it away with the Rogue time meme, feels like time's up for that stopwatch, because honestly, their mid to late game just looks pretty much flawless. The Baron start was good, the execution was great, they overforced a little bit too much, but then G2 thought they had a play on them. But Rogue were the ones one step ahead. Inhib's gonna fall. Akshan, Odoamne with the bot push. Rogue can rotate into that. G2 got some kind of top push to stop them from being able to play on 3 lanes, but still, they're gonna play on this cannon minion wave. Rogue have engaged options from the flank of G2 if they try to hold this. Trimby has flash and ultimate up, and they have 380 carries to hit these towers.
They melt so quickly here. Trimby dancing in and out of the base. Looks like Rogue will wait for the next cannon wave to push in. Of course, this cannon can attack the tower from quite a long range and will continue to chip away at it. G2, last legs, last dregs, you feel, of hope in this game for them. Caps once again locks a gold card, but that should expire before Rogue really step forward. Caps gets one off. It's only onto Trimby, and that is the tower down. Rogue continue to advance, continue to press forward, continue to press their advantage against this G2 lineup, who just can't find anything to get out of it. The quickness comes in. Great kick from Jankos, though, will disengage the fight. But a 3-man charm under the Nexus towers. Trimby, even though he was kicked away, still found a way into the middle of the team fight and found the kill onto Caps. G2 now 4 strong, trying to defend, but with 2 cannon minions still here for Rogue, they continue to push in. Odoamne going Rogue down towards the bottom side as Rogue continues to look for the towers. The Nexus in their sights, the win in their sights, the undefeated record in their sights, but perhaps G2 have something to say about it as Broken Blade takes 1. Reset though, regen. Odo brings back Trimby. He's not needed for the final fight because Comp is cleaning up on the fountain. Rogue, the first half of the season, undefeated. Only G2, Misfits and Fnatic have ever done it. Add Rogue to the lineup because they go 9-0.
What a bloody clinic from Rogue. 24 minutes, they take down G2. Second place team. I'm speechless, Medic.
What a performance, man.
Unbelievable. First half of the split for Rogue. Undefeated, undisputed best team in the league. All smiles across the faces. Wow.
Just an incredible performance by them. And it never looked close. Maybe a tiny bit in the early game, but Rogue just constantly harassed and harangued and pushed G2 back, and there was never an answer for this G2 lineup.
There was never a play where you thought G2 were showing signs of life or hope. The Destiny was used defensively. The top side never found the footing that G2 might would have wanted. Bot lane just snowballed out of control after this Herald play, moving from tower to tower. And Larssen, untouched, ungankable.
Yep.
So much damage from that Corki. And Rogue played perfectly around their lanes.
Incredible play by them. I will say Jankos, in a truly scripted manner, now is 300 and 200 on his all-time LEC record.
Oh, is he
300
now?
wins yesterday, 200 losses today. Most games played of any player in the LEC. So obviously, you know, still a great weekend for him, although this loss may be a little sting in the tail. Now, your key player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter. Malrang, Larssen, and Trimby are your options.
Oh, I think Larssen had a fantastic game. As
Yeah,
much as I love
definitely
accrediting all of the credit to the kind of setup before the carries carry, I think Larssen did his job fantastic.
Especially for that Baron fight. The package onto the back line, just 2 players out of the game.
Practically solo killed Caps as well. I mean, the Rakan being behind him didn't help Caps so much. The shield, of course, for the tower dive, but still.
Yeah, I mean, the shield didn't do anything for Larssen, really. He was already pretty healthy.
Yeah, we take those then. We count it.
Hey, as a support, you're just like, free assist, you know, just EU, excellent.
Just like with Jarvan, you always press E in the team fight. 5 assists.
Excellent. It works really well for you. Now, we are rounded up the first round robin of the LEC, Kadriel, and the way you look at it, while we just wait for the interview to get set up, we have Rogue at the top, G2 Fnatic just below them. I am just going to get the standings up here to make sure I don't mess this up. G2 Fnatic tied at 6 and 3 just below them. Then Mad Lions, Misfits, Vitality all at 5 and 4.
There's a lot of battles going on.
Yeah.
Second place battle between G2 and Fnatic. You've got the 6th, 7th, 4th kind of battle going on between Misfits, Vitality, BDS, and Mad Lions. So there's kind of 2 different scraps. And then the bottom of the table, of course, Astralis yet to pick up that win.
I mean, but XL also within 1 win of making it into playoffs. With like, it's kind of been their story.
I've heard that one before, Medic.
I didn't mean to, man.
Many times.
That's just where they are in the league, Kadriel. I wasn't meaning to dig on you, but XL's Finn will be joining us in PGL after the break. But first, let's hear from Coolin, who is standing by with the victorious Larssen.
Thank you very much, Medic and Kadriel, and thank you, Larssen, for joining me on the winner's POV here. 9-0, that is insane. Looking at this game, it must have felt pretty one-sided. How did you experience it?
Yeah, it was definitely quite one-sided. It was a quite early game, but then it kind of exploded. Yeah, I mean, it was a very good game from us, probably the best game of the split, because we play against G2, who, in my opinion, is the strongest team. So I'm super happy with the game. It was just really, really well played by us.
I mean, yeah, they were your last challengers from the first half of the split. Now, looking at you specifically on your Corki, you said it was a good effort from the team, but I need to say at one point you were there for 13 kills of the 14 you had at that point. I mean, your performance on the Corki was stellar as well. Can we talk a bit about your game plan coming into this game?
I don't know. I mean, there's not much of a game plan. It's just to play like normal. There's nothing like special. You just play like you always do, and hopefully it goes well. And today it did. And it has been going very well right for the split. So, I mean, there's nothing special against like going against G2. We just play like we always do.
I mean, obviously it's been going well. I mean, you're 9-0 right now. Now, I do wonder, what do you think your biggest challenges were coming into these first 4 weeks of the split?
I mean, it's always yourself. Like, yourself is always the biggest challenger. We have been doing really well in like scrims, and it's showing on stage as well. So the challenger is always yourself, but also know that this is only regular season, and the most important thing is to be in really good shape for playoffs. But I'm happy that we're showing that we can be a strong contender for playoffs. That's very important, at least.
Yeah.
Because I expect that Fnatic and Vitality and G2 will also be like super strong teams for playoffs. So it's all about just keeping and improving. But obviously, I'm very happy with the start. It's a very cool start.
Yeah, I can understand that it's a very cool start, but a good start is halfway. Now we need to look at the end. Do you think the 18-0 is achievable? What do you expect?
I mean, it's nothing I thought about, but I guess now that we won against everyone once, I guess it's something you can think about, but it's not really on my mind. On my mind is just taking day by day and just improving for playoffs, because I mean, like, you can go 18-0, but it doesn't matter at all. Like, when playoffs comes around, if you lose in best playoffs, then who cares about 18-0? Even though it would be super cool, right? To go 18-0 would be like historic, but there's nothing on my mind, really.
Yeah, it will be the first time we see that ever happening. Larssen, I'm going to leave it here. Thank you so much for your insight. Once again, congratulations, 9-0. It's an insane performance.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're going to head on over to a break, but when we come back, we'll be here with the PGL, and we'll be joined by Excel's top lane, Finn. So don't go anywhere.
wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating so. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now.
Welcome to the LEC post-game lobby, where I'm joined by Vedius and Excel's Finn.
Oh, we're doing these accents again.
Excel's Finn, after
Why,
beating
hello.
Fnatic earlier today. He's a proper gentleman now that he's smashed Fnatic. I don't know where he is, but I assume he'll show up eventually.
In the vicinity.
Hello.
There he is.
Hello. Good sir. Welcome.
Well, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Ben. That was fantastic.
Finn, that was fantastic. We'll do normal voices. You can keep it up if you want. It's just hard. I can't keep it going.
No, that's not happening, mate. Sorry.
All right. So,
No.
Finn, before we talk about your incredible victory earlier today, as a lot of curses were broken, I would love to talk to you first about your perspective on the Rogue versus G2 matchup.
Did you get to watch it?
Did you get to watch it first
Yeah.
off?
Awesome.
Sick.
Yeah,
Okay.
I did get to watch it, yeah.
Mickey was very confident coming out of draft that this was like the most G2 favored Dunzo manifesto draft we'd ever seen. What was your read on the draft and then the game as it played out?
Well, I was definitely leaning more towards G2 in drafts. I think they had a really strong mid jungle with the TF, and they had pretty good matchups in both side lanes, assuming Zero is as OP as everyone says it is. But the game like completely open really fast after some bad fights taken from them, and I don't think it's reflective of the draft. I think his Rogue played super well around their mid jungle support.
I agree. I think it's something that we've been seeing a lot from Trimby especially. We saw that punish onto the Lee Sin after his invade onto the blue side. We also then saw Trimby roam along with Malrang into mid. And while the Xin Zhao ultimate didn't quite go the way that they wanted it to, the fact that it ended up working out in their favor anyway just goes to show how proactive this Rogue squad really is. And maybe you can comment on that, Finn, because you've like experienced this roster, you've experienced the pressure. I kind of feel like that they don't give you as much room to breathe as they used to.
I'm not sure really. It's hard because I only played them once, right?
Yeah.
Excluding scrims and such, but I think right now Rogue just has such strong laners in almost every position, and they have a jungler that really facilitates those lanes. So I'm not sure if it's proactiveness or if it's just like they're just so good in their lanes, and when you win lane and you have a jungler that plays for you, it snowballs. That's the basic formula usually. I think time will tell, surely.
That's fair.
Yeah, we'll have to see in the second half how it works out. Do you how do you feel about Rogue as a team, as an organization? Obviously, it's your former team. You took a brief step away to play in the LCS. Is it any more high stakes for you when you think about Rogue? Are you like happy for them? Obviously, it's a lot of the same support staff, some of the same players. Like, how's the relationship when you think about that team, when you play against that team, when you talk to those guys?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm really happy for Larsen. Seeing him perform this well is it makes me happy, but it's also really sad because I really wanted to beat him yesterday. I think there's just something in it when you play your old teammates and the old team that you really want to beat them. Thankfully, I got another chance next round robin. So no, but yeah, really happy for Larsen. Feels like he's really like smurfing this year.
And speaking of Larsen, he's our Kia player of the game with 63% of the votes. I'd say well earned, solid Corki. I'm frankly a bigger fan of giving it to the people who like set up for the gangsters in.
But he was really insane that game, to be fair. His Corki. It's just one of those things where you see Twisted Fate locked across in, he like insta-locks Corki, and he's like, hello Caps, it's easy, you have chosen death today.
Yeah, that was I'm trying to find a way to say this where I don't get in trouble for it being considered a euphemism. Very crucial package around the Baron pit to win that fight. It was very good, is what I'm trying to say. Anyway.
I feel like people still like they gotta stop giving Larsen Corki. He's too good on the champion. They still think he's gonna like package into their Nexus or something, but it's not gonna happen.
Were you on the roster when that happened?
Yeah.
Was that era?
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like that there's some sort of like
yeah.
there's some irony now. You know what I mean? Like from what Larson was to what he is now. You know, I mean, it's good for him.
Comes full circle.
Comes
it was
full
Corky
circle.
and Azir. We're going back to the Corky. You know, old habits, tried and true.
Anyway.
That said, enough about Rogue, enough about Larson. Let's talk about you. Let's talk about Excel. Excel beating Fnatic for the first time ever. Now, you weren't there for the other 12 losses. So I know this maybe doesn't mean as much to you, but like, is this something that you guys talk about before you go into games? Is this something that we just talk about on the broadcast and maybe like the owners talk about?
I had no clue, honestly. I knew about the G2 Rogue one because I was kind of a part of it, but I had no clue. But yeah, I think today was just a really good showing. I think we're finally getting better and better at these Drake fights and how we want to play around them. I think that was our Achilles heel for so long.
Yeah.
Whether it's like Barons or Dragons, we always managed to throw around those areas. But I think we have been working on it really hard and we're getting better at it. I think today Mick had a great engagement to Humanoid here, as you see. Yeah, it's just really great to see the improvements over the course of the weeks. It makes me really hopeful for the future.
So, you know, obviously this was a really big win for you today, and overall the execution was fantastic and a lot of positives. But Finn, a lot of us did comment on the Sona yesterday. So I would like to get some perspective from you. If you can share it, of course. I would like to know some of the logic behind the Sona, a little bit more context behind the Sona, and, you know, what was that all about?
Yeah, so I think the Corky is a really strong pick, obviously, but what Corky does not have is a strong laning phase, and it kind of allows you to pick whatever you want into it, whatever you choose to prepare. We did mess around a bit with the Sona against some teams, and it really showed like we had really good results with it in practice. Maybe not against teams like Rogue, but it still like was a champion we had really good practice on, and we felt really confident about it. If you are able to draft a strong mid jungle, and preferably a bruiser like we had this game Gwen, it really facilitates those champions to kind of pop off in team fights. We did not really see that yesterday. I think we were a bit too eager to fight around that dragon, and Rogue just completely punished us, completely wiped us, and we did not really get to show the Sona strength, sadly.
Okay.
But who knows? Maybe we'll bring it out again.
Okay, I like it. Leave us waiting for more.
Waiting for more.
Most of us aren't waiting for more, but I would be
I mean, I won't
excited
be
to be
upset
proven wrong.
if I never see Sona mid again. I'm not going to complain, but, you know, I'll trust you guys if you believe it can work.
I see the theoretical power. I didn't see the scrims where it did well, but we'll hope maybe the stage games can catch up to the scrims there.
Perhaps it's just Larson's Corky, you know?
True. We hit that already.
Yeah.
Finn, I would love to get your thoughts on how you feel like the season is going so far. I know we checked in with you earlier in the season, but feels like, honestly, things are on the up and up. And I don't want to attribute that entirely to the Mickey X pickup, but it feels like at the start of the season, you guys were sitting in these dead even games. You'd find these early advantages. You never were transitioning in. And now it's definitely more volatile, but you're also winning more. What's your read on Excel as it stands?
I think it's a lot of frustration regarding the early games. I feel like there were so many games where we had full control and we just managed to throw it into the dumpster somehow. The BDS game comes to mind, the Misfits game. I feel like we are so close to being really good, but there is this one little area where we're super bad in that we really need to get fixed. But seeing the progress these last weeks in scrims, the more time we have for Mickey to get integrated. Obviously, Alvian and Marcoon had played together for such a long time, and they were very good together. So the fact that we changed support jungle like that will take some time for us to get back into the same level we had before. But I think Mickey has been really good so far, and I'm very excited to what we can make happen the second half.
So I've heard this story from Mickey's perspective. We heard it on Euphoria, but I would love to hear it from yours too. He told me he was, quote, griefing in scrims because he hadn't played pro in so long. He like stopped timing summoner spells and was kind of just sprinting it. Can you confirm or deny? Was it a rough adjustment for Mickey to come back into the professional scene after being a solo queue monster for a couple months?
I'm not gonna throw him under the bus. I think we all played pretty bad. He can take the blame if he wants. If he wants to do that, he can do it. But I'm not gonna say anything.
Honorable to the end, teammates. Finn, I respect it. Speaking of teammates, I would love to know a little bit more about your time in the LCS. And again, I'm not trying to set you up to say anything negative here. I know it was a pretty rough split overall when it comes to CLG. This is not a segue for you to trash on NA. It's just I'm curious how you feel like you've grown as a player since your time there.
It's also because, like, you know, we miss our EU boys.
We
know?
do.
And it's nice to hear, like, often when people take a year, especially over in NA, when I was speaking to Alfari about it, he actually, like, only spoke very positively about his experience. But I also appreciate that from your perspective, it was much more difficult, but also for many pros, it can be a great opportunity to, like, learn and grow and, like, come in with a fresh perspective, especially when you return to the LEC. So, you know, we were really interested in your perspective and getting to hear from you on that.
Yeah, I think coming into last year, I was kind of excited to play in NA, and I think the more time I played there, I kind of got more and more frustrated. I think the team situation was obviously not the best for me. We did really poorly, and that of course affects my my memory of the place. But I remember at least when I got back from NA, it kind of gave me some new light of how I wanted to play as a player. Like when I got back, I started grinding so much, and I think I actually improved a lot in the time after NA. I got back and I spammed EU solo queue. As for my time in NA, I think it was fine. I had a fine time there. I had some really great teammates. I got to know some really good people, but sadly the results just weren't there for us. We just didn't really got to play the game we wanted to.
Yeah, that happens.
I think a super concise kind of assessment of what happened for you there, and thank you for sharing. Obviously, yeah, it's always going to color your experience. Like, I'm sure that all those relationships are way easier when you guys are, like, you know, winning every single game. Losing is always going to be a difficult thing. But luckily, I feel like Excel is on the up and up, and I'm glad that even if that was a difficult experience for you, it's motivated you. You're feeling refreshed, and certainly we're seeing you perform as you did today. Pretty solidly, and hopefully it'll be enough to bring Excel to their first playoffs. Again, probably not something you're thinking about a lot, similar to the Fnatic Excel thing. You're probably just focusing on the W's, but we like our narratives here. And speaking of narratives...
I know.
You good. I mean, you've been around. You know how it goes. Anyway, speaking of narratives, mid-split MVP. Less narrative, more analysis. You call it a 50-50 if you want. Let's talk about it. At the start of the day, these were the 5 players that we were looking at, but I would love to know if you have any thoughts, Finn, on like who stands out to you as a big mid-split MVP. It doesn't have to be one of these 5 players. It could be anybody you're thinking, and of course, lots of people chimed in on Twitter using the hashtag #PingTheLobby. But first, from Finn, I would love to know your thoughts.
Let me think a little bit. I think for me, for sure, it's gotta be Larsen, Malrang, or Trimby, one of those 3. I have a hard time pinpointing it down to one person because I think they all just play so well together.
Yeah.
But I would say Larsen. Maybe it's biased because he's like my old teammate. We're pretty good friends. But I feel like at least this year, he has been just smurfing on everyone every game I see him play. I think he just knows his matchups to the complete limit, and he plays them better than most mids. So I think he's finally playing with people that will kind of allow him to snowball a lot more and show that. So I think he's definitely performing super well right now, and he would be my MVP.
Dang. I think it is a heavy debate. Which rogue player? I think it's easy to assume it's going to be a rogue player for many people if you don't have a horse in this race, so to speak. But for me, it's tough. I agree on the first 2, Malrang, Trimby. Maybe I haven't looked enough at Larsen. It's definitely someone I can look at more as we head in this play. Because obviously
it always comes back to that what you started with of the people that set it up versus the people that then
bring it home.
Yeah, exactly, right. And like I think that from Finn's perspective, it very much sounds like that even until the point of setup where he's given all those resources, he's still performing really well, which he is. And I think today really, really, really exemplified how talented of a player Larsen is.
You can add a few more reallys in there if you want to. It was really good. Speaking of, though, from Sean, mid-season MVP should be Rogue Malrang. He's consistently shown up for Rogue and came in with low expectations for the split on a revamped roster. I think fair. I think Malrang is the safe bet because ultimately, if you're not looking super closely at the lane matchups, if you don't maybe know Larsen as much as Finn does, Malrang's the guy who's literally just ganking everybody, and I think that's always just such an easy thing to point to. It's like, yes, if it didn't work, he'd probably look like a mega griefer being down 40 CS every game, but because it's working, MVP.
I mean, it's true, but also it's just the way in which I feel like he never. Sometimes when a new jungler joins. Teams are forced to adapt to how that jungle plays the game. Whereas I feel like Malrang came in, we haven't suddenly seen these laners that were very reliable from Rogue suddenly become weaker. In fact, we've only seen them further enabled, and that strong sense of macro that they've always had also hasn't disappeared. So it makes a lot of sense because he's literally just fitted in like a jigsaw piece, which I think just no one expected to do. And it really helps that Malrang filled the shoes of Inspired, and literally no one thought that he would be better than Inspired. So.
Finn, what's your read on Malrang and how? I mean, you played against him. You had that experience. What's your read on this guy as a player?
Yeah, I think he's he's very, very good, and I think he's like quite far ahead of most EU junglers right now because he's not really getting punished for the things he's doing. He's just playing this style where he's playing so much for his lanes that it's almost predictable, but it's still working because I think the lanes are so strong that he's just like completely popping off every game. I think as a contrast to Casper Inspired, they're like the complete two opposites as the players. So it's very interesting to see how Rogue adapted with Malorang, and I think Rogue's ceiling might be higher with Malorang, considering how the laners play.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely looked very different, even if they did always find that best of one success. I think inevitably when we talk about Rogue, everyone's looking towards best of fives because in the last year, that was where they really struggled. We'll have to wait and see. But in the meantime, another tweet from Anna. Old Man Yankos, sorry, it's amazing someone can be on top of his game for so long. It's true, Old Man Yankos keeping up. Mickey was throwing some shade his way, saying that like if we were in a meta where you had to play Kiana, I think implying the bad hands thing, maybe it'd be a little bit harder. But in the meta, Yankos is certainly doing well and feels like a player. Finn, if you had to pick an MVP for G2, is Yankos the name that you would go to?
Well, that is also so hard. Yeah, probably it has to be Jankos. He's always been this kind of guy that knows exactly what his laners needs, and he's never like too behind, but he's always doing just the right amount to help his laners. And he's just balancing this farming and what do you call it? Sacrificing playstyle very well. And I think he's very, very smart at where he needs to be at what time.
And you know, he may have lost, but he is now at a perfect 300 wins, 200 losses.
60%. That's not a bad
Isn't
win
it
rate.
66?
No.
Okay.
Yep.
Great.
Every 100 wins is 20%.
You know, in hindsight, I now realize that. That's why I checked with you.
It's cool. This is the first rule of play-by-play casting is don't do math on air. They don't have that rule in telecasting. You've got to learn it firsthand. It's tough.
Players are the same. You should not do math in game or you will mess up your build. It's a disaster every time.
Guys, if I sell refillable, I have BF. Guys, I sold refillable, I do not have BF. Or IE or anything else.
When I play with Futures Market, I need to constantly ping my items so I don't mess up the map. Because it's like, oh, you can go 255 in depth. Or I'm just gonna ping it. And my whole team is like, why are you constantly pinging how much gold you need for an item? I'm like, oh, guys, you wouldn't get it.
All I got from this is that I'm closer to a pro player than I am a play-by-play, and I'll take that. Next topic, Daniel.
Yeah. Generous interpretation. Of course, to close out the day, Excel getting a huge win in the fight for playoffs, also cutting away at any undefeated Fnatic memes in their rivalry in the regular season, staying pretty close to the midfield 4-5. It's a super tight race right now, Finn. Rogue obviously at the top, undefeated. You got G2, and the rest is kind of a mess. How do you feel about the teams around you in the standings? Mickey was super confident on Euphoria, and I don't know if that's because he had to be. He was like, we're third. You know, he's like, we're third. We can be third. How are you feeling about the weeks to come and Excel?
No, I definitely agree with Mickey. I think if we can keep playing like we do today and keep improving as we have done the last 2 weeks, I think it's definitely not out of the picture to become third. I mean, I will always aim for the first place, obviously. When playoff hits, we will see where we actually stand, but definitely nothing is impossible right now for us.
Fair.
I like it. It's hard to deny, because the thing is we could see little bits of improvement, but like you want Fnatic to beat Fnatic today. It's hard
from
for
my
us
perspective, I'm also thinking that like, yes, Excel is improving, but they're also not the only team that's improving.
Sure.
And so
really? Shit.
Yeah,
bro, I don't know how to tell you this. It's kind of an arms race.
It would be like
to drop the news.
Yeah. It's one of those things.
This is such a good mood.
Yeah, unfortunately, Vitality also keeps getting better. I mean, their games today were a bit...
Is that what you learned from today's game? Is they're still getting better?
You know, but it's one of those things where, like, yes, Cadro is the one that best puts it, where he's always like, you know, the thing is, often you feel like you're good enough to be able to play in playoffs, but then you lost that one game that you really didn't want to lose, and that's what knocks you out of playoffs. And so that's the big thing that worries me for XL right now. They're sitting at 4 and 5, which is like a good position to be in. But yeah, until they get to number 9, I'm not going to be as confident as the XL players.
9 wins, right? Not 9th
9
place.
wins.
Yeah, there you go.
Wins.
Okay, I was just seeing how doom and gloom you were. I believe, Finn, for what it's worth.
Yeah, thank you, Dracos.
I literally bet against you at the start of the season, so don't like be too excited about that. Like did not believe before, but I think that you guys have done an excellent job so far.
You came to the right side in the end. That's what matters.
Okay,
right?
I'll take that. Look, I'll take it. Speaking of these kind of leaderboard standing things, let's take a look at the Kia Player of the Game leaderboard, where currently VTO is leading with 5 wins, followed by Hylissang and Perks. This is the best thing about Kia Player of the Game leaderboard. If you are on a middle-of-the-pack team and you are the hard carry of a middle-pack team, you will win Kia Player of the Game every time because every other team has to split. Larson's at 3 because every rogue player is sharing Kia Player of the Games right now.
Wait, so do you guys care about Kia Player of the Game? Because it varies from team to team.
Say yes.
As in, like, do you compete for who gets the most?
I mean, if I'm getting them, I kind of care, but if I'm not getting them, I would say I don't care.
Okay,
so I don't
right,
care
that makes sense.
Gotta play it cool. If you get them, I always care.
I'm a team player. I don't need them, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
absolutely. Week 5 coming up, XL facing Vitality. They looked super shaky today versus Astralis. Are you optimistic? Can you be, because like we kind of made this meme before that you were the best returning EU import, because like Dort, you popped off on that Jace. You had you had that moment to shine. But now the rematch is coming up. Vitality aren't. It's hard to say that they aren't as bad as week 1 because they just had a really rough game versus Astralis, but they are looking stronger. Are you still feeling optimistic about the rematch versus them?
No, man, I think we're gonna completely lose. I don't think we have a chance. Like it's they have Perks and Afari, man.
This is what bothers me is the one thing you bring back from NA other than like a winning mentality and passion is you've learned sarcasm. It's like, damn it, Finn.
Oh, our pro players are sassy now. Okay. I'm sorry for asking you a question.
I mean, of course, I'm optimistic. I think we're doing really well right now, and I think we're gonna go 2-0 next week and get some pop-ups going. Surely.
Okay, last question for me then. Like, so it makes me laugh because from our perspective, like our top laners weren't super strong last year. And then like, you know, we had a bunch of you come back but you've been playing Alfari this whole time. So do you get excited playing against a player like Alfari who is known for being super lane dominant? Or are you just kind of past that point now and he's just another top laner?
I'm a bit surprised they followed me over the ocean twice. That's like a bit clingy. No, but I think playing Alfari is always really fun. The only thing that's not fun is when the boys show up and you're getting like 4-man. That's like was not fun, but usually I don't think Alfari is the kind of guy that pulls the team towards you. He's kind of the guy that wants the top lane to be a vacuum and kind of keep it real. So I think that's respectable. It's always fun playing him because he's so good in lane and you always learn something.
Yeah,
so,
cool. I'm excited to see you guys.
I look forward.
Yeah, keeping it real next week. But of course, that's all from us this week. But over in the LCS, the spring regular season about to begin. It starts with Evil Geniuses facing off against TSM.
Who wins, Finn? Who wins?
Finn, who wins?
CLG, baby.
Okay, they weren't an option, but okay,
You're supposed to say in like inspired. Do you want inspired to win? YN.
Yes.
There it is.
Wait, is it inspired against Hansama?
Inspired against TSM Spica?
It's
not Team Liquid. Okay, yeah, then Inspired will win, of course.
Okay.
There it is. We're great. We're all very knowledgeable about the LCS. You can trust us. Thank you, Finn, for joining us, and for all of you at home, have a good night. We'll see you next Friday for more LEC action.
Thank you, Finn.
Thank you, Finn.
Bye-bye.
Less sassy though.
No,
okay?
the sass is good. I like the sass. The sass is great. Welcome to the final day of the first round robin, live from Berlin, Germany. Statement number 2, Misfits would be nothing without VTO.
Okay.
Good solo player to start it off. This could be decent, but they got to try and fill up this fight with damage. They've got 1 kill down. That's on the Aphelios. Jesu trying to run away, but he's just being jumped on. The face melters that we talked about, and it's going to be 3 more kills. Make it 4 for VTO. The reinforcements have come all the way back in. What is happening? But it's still Mad Lions time and time again getting these kills. They're not going down. They're not dying. What is this game? What is happening?
Dale, Shockwave only hits onto one. Promiscu now trying to get onto the backline, but Kazi is there in the midst of it all. Curtain call. LeBron hit twice. Thrice goes to Kazi. 4 goes wide. Alfari dives the backline, and they're TPing in, looking for the win.
Astralis were so close. They were inches away from the finish line. They had it all in their hands, but Vitality, the flank from Alfari, Dior gets shut down instantly.
Keep an eye on Hylissang, because he's looking for the flank right now, and if he can get behind XL, he can shred them. Mickey and Wonder, no vision on them, but they're going to engage. Mickey going in. Look at the damage. Already 1 down. Humanoid shut down. Here comes Hylissang, and the Magnustorm only finds the enemy support. Patrick, the hula hoop of death, surrounds him, and he will shred through Fnatic. The cards coming out, the gold will be locked in, but not in time. Destiny out!
He got away! The auto attack got cancelled because he ulted away, but here comes the Jinx rocket!
Oh! Caps did everything right, but it went so wrong for G2.
Maybe I'll never forget falling deep, but I keep taking baby steps.
You left your mark in my anatomy. It's just the cards that I've been dealt. I hope that's all you're passing on to me. I wanna leave it at that. So did you really want the best of me? Or did you care about yourself? What does it take for your apology? Wish you would leave it at that. Maybe I'll never forget falling deep, but I keep taking baby steps. I swear I've never been better. The day that you left cut me deep, but I keep taking baby steps. Maybe I'll never forget falling deep, but I keep taking baby steps. I swear I've never been better. The day that you left cut me deep, but I keep taking baby steps. I'm on my way, ain't no looking back. I'm on my way, taking baby steps. I'm on my way, ain't no looking back. Cut me deep, but I keep taking baby steps. Because of you, I grew up way too soon, and I'm still cleaning up the mess. That night you drank too much, you cut me loose. Why would you leave it just like that? Maybe I'll never forget falling deep, but I keep taking baby steps. I swear I've never been better. The day that you